Hey guys, this is Hogwarts Tell. In these channels, we create the fan fictions, what if stories, where small change can rewrite the whole story. You already know that. If you enjoy this kind of videos, so must subscribe the channels for new upcoming video. Now let's start the new story.
What's up, story lovers? This is Hogwarts Tales. Get ready for today's incredible tale. What if Harry used Goblin gold to buy out Grunnings and forced Vernon to work for him at age 10? Don't forget to like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. Your support helps us bring more amazing stories to you. Alright, let's dive right in. Chapter 1, The Cupboard Economist. The cupboard smelled like dust and old shoes and something faintly chemical that Harry had never been able to identify. Boot polish, maybe. Or whatever Vernon used on his golf clubs on Sunday mornings when he thought no one was watching him spit on the leather grips and rub them with Petunia's good towels. Harry lay on his back, staring at the underside of the staircase. A spider was building a web in the corner where the wood had warped and separated, leaving a gap just wide enough for the creature to anchor its silk. He'd been watching it for the better part of an hour. There wasn't much else to do. His ribs ached. Not the sharp, bright pain of something broken. He'd felt that before, once, when he was 7 and had fallen down the stairs because Dudley thought it was funny to stick his foot out on the landing. This was duller. A deep, throbbing reminder of Vernon's meaty hand connecting with his side, driving the air out of him, sending him stumbling backward into the wall. The birthday cake had been the problem. Dudley's birthday cake, to be precise. 3 tiers of chocolate sponge with buttercream roses and "Happy Birthday Dudders" written in blue icing that Petunia had spent all morning perfecting. It was sitting on the kitchen counter, magnificent and grotesque, when Harry walked past it carrying a stack of dishes Vernon had told him to wash. He hadn't touched it. Hadn't even looked at it too long. But Dudley, thundering down the stairs to admire his masterpiece for the 15th time, had crashed into Harry from behind, sending the dishes flying. Harry's elbow caught the edge of the counter. His hand shot out for balance and landed 6 inches from the cake. And the cake exploded. Not fell. Not collapsed. Exploded. Chocolate sponge hit the ceiling. Buttercream splattered across the window in thick, sugary streaks. A chunk of the second tier launched itself at Dudley's face with what Harry could have sworn was deliberate aim. Dudley screamed. Petunia screamed louder. And Vernon didn't scream. Vernon went very quiet, which was always worse. The beating wasn't the worst Harry had received. Vernon was always careful about that, in his own cowardly way. Nothing that would show at school. Nothing that couldn't be explained away as roughhousing or clumsiness. But it was thorough, and it ended with Harry being thrown into the cupboard with the lock clicking shut and Vernon's voice, thick with rage, saying, "You'll stay in there until you learn to be normal, boy." That had been 2 days ago. They'd slid bread and water through the cat flap once. Harry had eaten the bread slowly, making it last, and drank the water in careful sips. He'd done this before, too. The Dursleys had a rhythm to their punishments, and Harry had learned to survive inside that rhythm the way the spider had learned to build its web in the gap between the boards, finding the spaces where life could hold on. He shifted on his thin mattress and winced. The pain in his ribs pulsed, and with it came something else. Something that had been building for 2 days in the dark and the silence. Anger. Not the hot, reactive kind that made you do stupid things. Harry had burned through that years ago. This was cold. Patient. It sat in his chest like a stone, and it had edges. I didn't do anything wrong. He thought it clearly, deliberately, the way he'd learned to think about things he couldn't say out loud. The cake wasn't my fault. None of this is my fault. I didn't ask to be here. I didn't ask to be their servant. I didn't ask. The anger pulsed, and the light bulb above his head, the single bare bulb that Vernon had disconnected after the last time Harry had wasted electricity, flickered. Harry held his breath. The bulb flickered again. Then it blazed to life, filling the cupboard with harsh yellow light that made him squint after 2 days of darkness. He could feel something moving through him, something that started in his chest and radiated outward through his arms, his fingers, the back of his skull. It felt like static electricity, like the shock you got from touching a doorknob in winter, except it didn't stop. It built and built, humming through his bones, and the anger fed it and it fed the anger and, I want out. The thought was absolute. Not a wish. Not a hope. A demand, made to whatever force was listening, from some deep place inside him that had never spoken before. I want out. The cupboard disappeared. Not gradually. Not with a flash or a bang or any of the dramatic nonsense from the films Dudley watched while Harry peered through the gap in the sitting room door. One moment he was lying on his back in the dark with dust and boot polish and spider silk. The next moment he was standing, though he'd been horizontal a heartbeat ago, on cold marble in a place that gleamed with torchlight and gold. Harry's first thought was that he'd gone mad. His second thought was more practical, his ribs still hurt, and mad people probably didn't notice their ribs. So he was probably sane, which meant this was real, which meant he was in very serious trouble. He was standing in what appeared to be an enormous lobby. The ceiling soared above him, lost in shadow despite the hundreds of torches lining the walls. The floor was white marble veined with gold, polished to such a shine that Harry could see his own reflection staring up at him, a skinny boy in a too large t-shirt and threadbare pajama bottoms, barefoot, with a bruise darkening his left cheekbone and a lightning bolt scar partly hidden by a mess of black hair. The lobby was lined with counters, dozens of them, stretching away in long rows. Behind each counter sat a creature Harry had never seen before. They were small, shorter than Harry, and he was small for 10, with long fingers, sharp features, and dark eyes that gleamed with an intelligence that was instantly, unmistakably not human. Some were weighing jewels on tiny scales. Others were writing in ledgers with quills that scratched furiously across parchment. One was examining a ruby the size of a cricket ball through a magnifying glass that seemed to have too many lenses. Every single one of them had stopped what they were doing and was staring at him. The silence lasted 3 seconds. Then it became chaos. Two of the creatures, goblins, some instinct told Harry, though he couldn't have explained how he knew, leaped from their seats and produced weapons from somewhere. Actual weapons. Curved blades that caught the torchlight and threw it back in sharp, golden reflections. Others were shouting in a language Harry didn't understand, harsh and guttural and fast. An alarm began to sound somewhere deep in the building, a low, resonant gong that vibrated through the marble floor and up through Harry's bare feet. Harry did the only thing that made sense. He raised his hands, palms out, and said, "I'm sorry." The shouting continued for another few seconds, then began to subside. The goblins with weapons didn't lower them, but they didn't advance either. They were studying him with an intensity that made the hair on his arms stand up. A door opened behind the nearest counter, and another goblin emerged. This one was dressed differently, better, Harry thought, in a dark suit with gold buttons and a waistcoat that probably cost more than everything the Dursleys owned combined. He walked with the kind of authority that didn't need to announce itself, and the other goblins parted for him without being asked. He stopped 3 feet from Harry and looked up at him. His eyes were black and sharp and utterly unimpressed. "You," the goblin said, in perfectly clear English, "are standing in the lobby of Gringotts Bank." "I'm sorry," Harry said again. "I didn't mean to. I don't actually know how I got here." The goblin's eyes narrowed. "You operate through 17 layers of goblin wardstone, for blood-bound security enchantments, and a spatial lock that has not been breached in 400 years. He paused. "You did this accidentally." "I was in my cupboard," Harry said. It sounded ridiculous even to him. "And then I was here." "Your cupboard?" "Under the stairs. Where I sleep." Something shifted in the goblin's expression. It was subtle, a tightening around the eyes, a slight tilt of the head, but Harry caught it. He'd spent years learning to read faces. It was a survival skill in the Dursley household, knowing the difference between Vernon's annoyed bluster and his genuinely dangerous quiet. The goblin was looking at Harry's bruised face, his too thin frame, his bare feet on the cold marble. Harry watched the goblin's gaze travel over him like an assessor cataloguing the condition of merchandise, and he felt something unexpected, not shame, but defiance. He straightened up, ignoring the pulse of pain from his ribs. "My name is Harry," he said. "Harry Potter. And I really am sorry about your warts." The silence that followed was different from the first one. It was heavier. Several of the goblins exchanged glances. The one with the gold button stared at Harry for a long moment, his expression unreadable, then turned to one of the armed goblins and spoke a single word in the goblin language. The armed goblins sheathed their weapons. "I am Grip Hook," the goblin said. "Senior Account Manager, Gringotts Bank, London Branch." He paused. "And you, Mr. Potter, are going to come with me." It wasn't a request. Harry followed Grip Hook through a door behind the counters, down a corridor paneled in dark wood and lit by the same golden torches, into an office that was smaller than Harry expected but dense with detail. Every surface was covered in ledgers, scrolls, and instruments Harry couldn't identify. The desk was buried under paperwork. The chair behind it was high-backed leather, worn smooth with use. Grip Hook climbed into it with practiced ease and gestured to the chair across the desk. Harry sat. The chair was enormous for him, his feet didn't touch the floor. Grip Hook studied him across the desk for a moment, then opened a drawer and produced a shallow stone bowl and a silver knife. "Before we proceed," he said, "I need to verify your identity." "Okay. I'll need 3 drops of your blood." Harry looked at the knife, then at Grip Hook. "Will it hurt?" "Briefly." "Fine." Harry held out his hand. Something flickered in Grip Hook's expression, surprise, perhaps, at the lack of hesitation. He took Harry's hand with fingers that were cool and dry and surprisingly gentle, turned it palm up, and made a small cut across the pad of Harry's index finger. 3 drops of blood fell into the stone bowl. Grip Hook released his hand, and Harry watched as the cut sealed itself, the skin knitting together like it had never been broken. "Goblin silver," Grip Hook said, noticing Harry's stare. "It only cuts what it means to cut." In the bowl, the blood was doing something. It spread across the stone surface, thinning and separating, forming lines and curves and letters that burned red for a moment before settling into black. Harry leaned forward. Words had appeared, sharp and clear: Harry James Potter, born July 31, 1980, son of James Charles Potter and Lily Potter née Evans, heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter, heir to the ancient and noble house of Peveril, by blood, status, active magical guardian, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, vaults, 687, trust, 12, family, 7, legacy, sealed. Harry read the words twice. His mouth was dry. "What does this mean?" "It means," Grip Hook said, leaning back in his chair, "that you are exactly who you say you are. And it means that several people have some very difficult questions to answer." "What people?" Grip Hook didn't answer immediately. He was pulling ledgers from a shelf behind him, flipping through pages with the speed and precision of someone who had done this 10,000 times. He found what he was looking for, ran a long finger down a column of figures, and made a sound that might have been a laugh if it had contained any warmth. "Mr. Potter. Are you aware that you are wealthy?" "No." "You are. Extraordinarily so. Your trust vault, number 687, contains approximately 31,000 galleons. In your currency, that is roughly £155,000. This vault was established for your education and living expenses." Harry's mind went blank for a moment. Then it rebooted. "Living expenses?" "Indeed. Your parents established this trust with clear instructions. It was to be used for your housing, feeding, clothing, and general welfare until you came of age." Grip Hook turned a page. "The vault has not been accessed since its creation." "Then how have I been, who's been paying for your upkeep?" Grip Hook's smile was thin as a blade. "An excellent question. According to our records, your magical guardian, one Albus Dumbledore, has been making monthly payments to your Muggle guardians from a separate fund. A discretionary account he controls. £500 per month, transferred to the personal bank account of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Harry sat very still. £500 a month. For 10 years. That was £60,000. £60,000 paid to the Dursleys for his care, and he'd been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, wearing Dudley's cast-offs, and eating whatever scraps they deemed worth sliding through a cat flap. Where was this money going? Harry asked. His voice was quiet, even. The anger was back, but it was buried deep, compressed under layers of control that he hadn't known he possessed. I couldn't say, Griphook replied. Goblin jurisdiction does not extend to Muggle banking. But I note that the Dursley household has made several significant purchases over the past decade. A second car. Extensive home renovations. A rather impressive collection of power tools. He paused. And your cousin, I believe, attends a private school. Smeltings. Dudley's stupid uniform with the stupid knobless stick. Bought with money meant for Harry. Right, Harry said. He took a breath. Let it out. You said I had other vaults. Griphook's eyebrows rose slightly, he'd clearly expected more of a reaction. The Potter family vault, number 12, contains the bulk of your family's fortune. Gold, jewels, artifacts, documents, and various items accumulated over 7 centuries. The current value, he consulted the ledger, is approximately 418 million galleons. Harry's brain refused to process the number. He set it aside for later. And the third one? The sealed one? Vault 7. The Legacy Vault. Griphook's tone shifted, becoming careful in a way it hadn't been before. This vault predates Gringotts itself. It was here before the goblins built the bank. We incorporated it into our systems, but we do not control it. It has not been opened in living memory. It can only be opened by a Potter by blood, and only when they are, in the vault's judgment, ready. Ready for what? If I knew, Mr. Potter, I would charge you for the information. Harry almost smiled. What about the other thing? You called me heir to the House of Peveril. An ancient line, largely extinct. The Potters are descended from the youngest Peveril brother, Ignotus. The Peveril vault is empty, its contents were merged with the Potter vault centuries ago. But the name carries weight. Certain seats on the Wisengamot are attached to it. The what? And so Griphook began to explain. It took 3 hours. Or maybe 4, Harry lost track of time, and there were no windows in Griphook's office, no way to judge the passage of the night. Griphook told him about the wizarding world. About Hogwarts and the Ministry and the Wisengamot and the war. About Voldemort, Griphook used the name without flinching, which Harry immediately respected, and about what had happened on the night Harry's parents died. He told it factually, without sentiment or embellishment, and Harry found he preferred it that way. The story was terrible enough without anyone trying to make it more dramatic. A dark wizard. A prophecy. A betrayal. 2 people who stood their ground and died for their son. A killing curse that should have been the end and instead became a beginning. You are famous, Griphook said. In the wizarding world, there is no one who does not know your name. Because I survived. Because he didn't. The Dark Lord was the most feared wizard in a century. His death, or his defeat, since certain parties maintain he is not truly dead, was the single most significant event in modern magical history. And it is attributed to you. I was 1 year old. Celebrity rarely concerns itself with competence, Griphook said dryly. Harry sat with all of it for a while. The office was quiet except for the scratch of Griphook's quill. The goblin had resumed some kind of paperwork while Harry processed, which Harry appreciated. He didn't want someone staring at him while he rearranged his entire understanding of reality. He was a wizard. His parents were murdered. He was rich. He was famous. And the people responsible for his care had stolen from him and locked him in a cupboard. Sometime during the 4th hour, Harry asked a question that made Griphook stop writing. Can you convert wizarding gold into muggle money? We can. It is a standard service. Why? My uncle works for a company called Grunnings. They make drills. He's a director there, or he says he is. And I want to buy it. Griphook set down his quill. He looked at Harry the way a chess player looks at the board when their opponent makes an unexpected move, not with disbelief, but with sudden, sharp interest. You want to buy a muggle drill company? Yes. May I ask why? Harry met the goblin's eyes. Because my uncle's whole life is that company. His identity, his pride, everything he thinks makes him important. And for 10 years, he's reminded me every single day that I'm nothing. That I'm a burden. That I should be grateful for the cupboard and the scraps and the privilege of existing in his house. Harry paused. I want him to come to work every morning and know that the boy he locked in a cupboard owns everything he has. The silence stretched. Then Griphook did something Harry hadn't seen him do before. He grinned. It was a terrible grin, in the strictly anatomical sense, too many teeth, none of them quite the right shape, but it was genuine, and it transformed his face from stern to something almost conspiratorial. Mr. Potter, Griphook said, I believe we can do business. Griphook left the office, and Harry sat alone for 20 minutes, listening to the distant sounds of the bank, the clink of coins, the rumble of carts far below, occasional shouts in gobbledygook that echoed through stone corridors. He thought about what he was doing. It was a lot to think about. Vernon had hit him. Had been hitting him, in various ways, for as long as Harry could remember. Petunia had watched and said nothing. Dudley had learned from both of them that Harry existed to be tormented. And someone named Dumbledore, someone who was apparently a powerful wizard and Harry's legal guardian in the magical world, had placed Harry there, paid for his care, and never once checked to see if that care was being provided. Harry didn't know Dumbledore's reasons. Maybe they were good ones. Maybe there was some grand, noble justification for leaving a child with people who hated him. But Harry had learned something in his 10 years at Privet Drive that had nothing to do with magic. People who said they were acting for your own good rarely were. The anger was still there, cold and patient. But it was focused now. It had a direction. Griphook returned with a leather folder and a predatory expression. He sat down, opened the folder, and spread its contents across the desk. Financial reports, corporate filings, newspaper clippings, all Muggle documents, all related to Grunnings. Your uncle, Griphook said, is not a director. He is a senior manager in the sales department. He has been passed over for promotion twice in the last 3 years. He told Aunt Petunia he was on the board. He lied. He is, however, responsible for several significant discrepancies in the sales department budget. Nothing that has been officially investigated, but our analysts, he saw Harry's expression. Yes, we have analysts who monitor Muggle commerce. Goblins have interests in both worlds, Mr. Potter. We simply prefer that wizards not know about it. The discrepancies, Harry prompted. Expense reports that don't correspond to actual expenses. Client entertainment budgets that were never spent on clients. Small amounts, individually. Collectively, over 5 years, approximately £12,000. He's been stealing. Embezzling. There is a legal distinction, though the moral one is negligible. Griphook tapped one of the documents. More importantly, Grunnings itself is vulnerable. The current owner, a Mr. Harold Mason, is 67 years old and has been looking for a buyer for 2 years. The company's finances are adequate but not impressive. Its equipment is outdated. Its market share has been declining. Mr. Mason has received 2 offers, both below his asking price, and has rejected both. What's his asking price? 1.2 million pounds. Harry did the math. 31,000 galleons in his trust vault, at £5 to the galleon. I can't afford it from the trust vault. No. But you can from the family vault. I thought you said I couldn't access that until I was of age. I said the trust vault was established for your education and living expenses. The family vault requires the approval of your account manager for expenditures made by an underage heir. Griphook paused. I am your account manager. Harry looked at him. You'd approve it? The purchase of a Muggle company at below market value, with clear potential for restructuring and profit, using a fraction of the Potter fortune. It is a sound investment. Griphook's grin returned. The fact that it will make your uncle's life a living hell is, of course, incidental. Of course. There are, however, complications. Griphook's grin faded. A 10-year-old cannot legally own a company in the Muggle world. We would need to establish a holding company with Goblin intermediaries acting as the public face of ownership. You would be the silent majority shareholder. All decisions would require your approval, but your name would not appear on any Muggle documentation. Can the wizarding world find out? Gringotts does not share financial information with the Ministry of Magic. It is one of the few things goblins and wizards agree on. Our records are our own. Harry nodded slowly. He was thinking 4 steps ahead, turning the plan over in his mind, looking for weaknesses. What about Dumbledore? He's my magical guardian. Can he stop this? His guardianship gives him authority over your educational placement and magical upbringing. It does not extend to financial decisions, which fall under Goblin jurisdiction. If he attempted to interfere with a Gringotts-managed transaction, it would be a violation of the Treaty of 1743. Griphook's expression suggested he rather hoped Dumbledore would try. However, he will certainly learn of your visit tonight. The wards registered your arrival. The trace on your magic, a monitoring spell placed on all underage wizards, would have activated. How much time do I have? Before someone comes looking for you? Difficult to say. The trace is monitored by the Ministry, not by Dumbledore directly. They may assume it was a malfunction, accidental magic in an unusual location. But Dumbledore has his own methods of tracking you. I would estimate you have until morning. Harry looked at the clock on Griphook's wall. It was just past midnight. Then let's work fast. What followed was the most intensive education Harry had ever received. Griphook pulled books from shelves and slapped them on the desk: Wizarding Law, Goblin Financial Protocols, Corporate Acquisition Strategies. Harry read fast and remembered faster. It was something he'd always been able to do but had learned to hide at school, because Dudley got angry when Harry outperformed him, and angry Dudley meant angry Vernon. But there was no reason to hide here. Griphook noticed. His sharp eyes tracked Harry's reading speed, the quality of his questions, the connections he made between disparate pieces of information. After the first hour, the Goblin stopped explaining things Harry could figure out himself and started explaining things Harry couldn't have known. The wizarding economy is controlled by approximately 30 families, Griphook said, sketching a diagram on a piece of parchment. They hold seats on the Wisengamot, which is both a legislative body and a court. Your family holds 2 seats, one for Potter, one for Peverell. Both have been held in trust by Dumbledore since your parents' death. He's been voting with my seats. He has. Can I take them back? When you turn 11 and are formally recognized as an heir of the house, you can appoint a proxy of your choosing. Or you can petition to claim them early based on demonstrated competence. Griphook paused. Buying a company at age 10 would be a compelling argument for competence. Harry almost laughed. You planned that. I observed an opportunity. Goblins are very good at opportunities. By 3 in the morning, they had a plan. Griphook would establish a holding company, Potter Holdings, registered in the Muggle world through Goblin intermediaries who maintained Muggle identities for exactly this kind of operation. The company would make a formal offer to Harold Mason for Grunnings at his asking price, funded by a transfer from the Potter family vault. "I want to offer over his asking price," Harry said. Griphook's quill stopped. "Why?" "Because it makes sure he accepts immediately. No negotiation, no delay. And it makes the new ownership look serious and well-funded, which means less scrutiny from the employees." Griphook studied him. "How much over?" 10%. "That is, not how most people conduct business. Most people aren't trying to do this before a 150-year-old wizard figures out where I am." "Fair point." Griphook wrote the figure. £1.32 million. From a vault containing the equivalent of over £2 billion. "I think we can manage." Harry paused at that number. 2 billion. The sheer scale of it was almost abstract. Why do the Potters have so much? 7 centuries of wise investment, magical innovation, and a familial tendency toward caution. Your grandfather, Fremont Potter, quadrupled the fortune in a single generation through the invention of Sleekeasy's hair potion. Your father spent freely during the war, funding resistance efforts, safe houses, medical supplies, but even his generosity barely dented the principal. Harry filed that away. His father had spent his money fighting Voldemort. There were worse legacies. "One more thing," Harry said. "I want to make you a deal." "I'm listening." "You're helping me because it's your job. But I want you to help me because it's worth your time." Harry leaned forward. "When I come of age, or before, if I can manage it, I will use my Wisengamot seats to advocate for goblin rights. Fair representation. An end to the wand ban. Whatever your people need most. In exchange, I want your personal advice and assistance. Not as my account manager. As my ally." The office went very quiet. Griphook's expression had gone through several transformations during Harry's speech, each too fast to read clearly. He ended somewhere Harry hadn't expected, cautious, guarded, but with something bright and dangerous in his dark eyes. "You are 10 years old," Griphook said. "I won't always be. Wizards have made promises to goblins before. They have invariably broken them. I'm not other wizards. And I'm not making a promise. I'm proposing a business arrangement. You help me navigate the wizarding world. I help your people get what they deserve. We both profit. And if you decide, when you're older and powerful and surrounded by wizards who will tell you that goblins are lesser creatures, that our deal is inconvenient, then you'll have enough evidence of my financial dealings to destroy me." Harry shrugged. "Trust takes time. Leverage is immediate." Griphook stared at him for a long, long moment. Then he did something that, as Harry would later learn, was almost unheard of in goblin culture. He extended his hand across the desk. "You have a deal, Mr. Potter." Harry shook his hand. Griphook's grip was iron. They worked until 4:30 in the morning, when Griphook declared the paperwork complete and the wheels in motion. "The offer will be presented to Mr. Mason at 9 o'clock this morning by our Muggle representative. Based on our assessment, he will accept before noon. The transfer of ownership will take approximately 3 weeks to finalize, during which time our people will conduct a full audit of Grunnings operations." Griphook paused. "Including Mr. Dursley's department. When the audit finds what I think it'll find," Harry said, "don't fire him. No. No. Document everything. Keep it ready. But don't fire him. I want him employed and afraid." Griphook's grin was back. "You have a remarkable instinct for leverage. I learned from the best. Vernon's been using leverage on me for 10 years. He just never imagined the equation could reverse." Harry stood. His ribs ached, his eyes burned from hours of reading, and his bare feet were numb from the cold marble. But he felt more awake than he had in years. More alive. Like some part of him that had been locked in a cupboard far longer than 2 days had finally gotten out. I need to get back before they wake up, Harry said. Can I apparate from here? You shouldn't be able to apparate at all. Adult wizards train for months to learn it. You did it instinctively, through 17 layers of ward stone, at the age of 10. Griphook said this flatly, but his eyes were sharp. I would not recommend attempting it again without training. The fact that you survived the first time is something of a miracle. Then how do I get back? Griphook opened a drawer and produced a small, plain ring. Silver, unadorned, sized for a child's finger. This is a port key. It is keyed to your blood and will take you to the location you designate when you activate it. Say the destination, turn the ring once, and it will transport you. It will also bring you back to Gringotts whenever you wish. Simply say, Gringotts, and turn. Harry took the ring. It was warm against his cold fingers. What about the monitoring spell? The trace? This ring was made by goblins. Goblin magic does not interact with wizard monitoring systems. The ministry will not detect its use. Something like pride entered Griphook's voice. There are advantages to being underestimated for centuries. Harry slipped the ring onto his right index finger. It resized itself, fitting perfectly, and for a split second, he saw darkness. Stone corridors stretching downward into the earth, far below the bank, far below anything built by goblins or men. The corridors were old. Older than old. And at their end, something vast and patient breathed in the dark, slow as tides, its exhalation stirring chains that had held for longer than Britain had been an island. Harry blinked. The vision was gone. He was standing in Griphook's office, and the goblin was watching him with an expression Harry couldn't read. Did you feel something? Griphook asked. When you put on the ring? Harry hesitated. He almost lied, it was instinct, honed by years of hiding anything unusual from the Dursleys. But Griphook had been honest with him, and Harry had made a deal based on mutual trust. I saw something, he said. Underground. Deep underground. Something in chains. Griphook went very still. The torchlight in the office seemed to dim, though nothing had changed. When the goblin spoke, his voice was lower. Careful. There are things beneath Gringotts that predate the bank. That predate the goblins. We built over them because we did not have the power to move them, and because, he stopped. This is not a conversation for tonight. You need to return to your relatives before dawn. But, Mr. Potter. Harry. It was the first time Griphook had used his first name. There are things I will tell you. Not tonight. Tonight, you need to go home, sleep, and begin the process of being a boy who just bought his uncle's company. The other matters will keep. Harry wanted to push. The vision had been vivid, and the feeling that accompanied it, a sense of something ancient and aware, turning its attention toward him like a searchlight sweeping across dark water, lingered like a chill on his skin. But Griphook was right. One thing at a time. For Privet Drive, little whinging, Harry said, and turned the ring. The sensation was different from whatever he'd done to get to Gringotts. That had been a tearing, a ripping through space driven by desperation and raw power. The port key was smooth, controlled, like being hooked behind the navel and pulled through a tube of compressed air. Uncomfortable, but manageable. He landed in his cupboard, on his mattress, in the dark. The spider was still building its web. Through the thin walls, he could hear Vernon snoring upstairs, a rhythmic, thunderous sound that had been the backdrop of Harry's life for as long as he could remember. Harry lay on his back, staring at the underside of the stairs. The ring was warm on his finger. His ribs ached. And for the first time in his life, he smiled in the dark. He didn't sleep. His mind was too full, turning over plans and possibilities like cards in a deck. He thought about the hearing Griphook had mentioned, the Wisengamot, the seats his parents had left him, the political structures that would one day be his to navigate. He thought about Hogwarts, the school he'd apparently been enrolled in since birth, where he'd learn magic alongside other children who had grown up knowing what they were. He thought about Dumbledore. The man who'd placed him here, paid the Dursleys, and never checked. Harry didn't hate him, he didn't know enough to hate him. But he didn't trust him either, and that felt important. Trust was earned. Dumbledore hadn't earned it. Mostly, though, he thought about Grunnings. The company itself didn't matter to Harry. Drills were drills. But what it represented, that was everything. Vernon Dursley had built his entire identity around being a successful man. A man of substance. A man who went to work in a suit and came home to a nice house and drove a company car and mattered. Take that away, and what was left? A bully with a mustache and a temper, sitting in a house he no longer owned, working a job at the pleasure of the boy he'd beaten. Harry didn't want to destroy Vernon. That would be too easy and too permanent. He wanted Vernon to live every day knowing that his entire existence was balanced on Harry's goodwill. Was that cruel? Maybe. Harry examined the thought without flinching. He'd been hit, starved, locked in a cupboard, told he was worthless, told his parents were drunks who died in a car crash. He'd been forced to cook meals he wasn't allowed to eat, clean a house where he wasn't given a bed, and live in a space smaller than the cage Dudley's pet hamster had died in 2 years ago because Dudley had forgotten to feed it. If wanting Vernon to feel a fraction of that powerlessness made Harry cruel, then he could live with being cruel. At 6:30, the alarm clock in Vernon and Petunia's bedroom went off. Harry heard the groan of bed springs, the heavy thud of Vernon's feet on the floor, the shuffle of slippers. The toilet flushed. Water ran. Vernon's morning cough rattled through the house like a dying engine. Harry lay still. The bruise on his cheek had faded slightly overnight, another perk of whatever magic ran in his blood, apparently, but was still visible. Good. He wanted it visible. The lock on the cupboard door clicked. Get up, Vernon's voice grunted. Breakfast won't cook itself. Harry got up. He cooked breakfast. Bacon, eggs, toast, tomatoes, Vernon's usual, prepared the way Vernon liked it, served with the deference Vernon expected. Dudley thundered downstairs and ate enough for 3 people. Petunia sipped tea and pretended everything was normal. Harry ate his single piece of dry toast and said nothing. The next 3 weeks passed in a strange, compressed blur. Harry went through the motions of his privet drive life, cooking, cleaning, avoiding Dudley, being invisible, while inside, he was counting down. The ring on his finger was a constant reminder. He visited Gringotts twice more under cover of darkness, slipping out of his cupboard after the Dursleys were asleep and portkeying to the bank. Griphook kept him updated on the acquisition's progress. The first visit, Mason accepted the offer within 2 hours. He was, in Griphook's words, pathetically grateful. The holding company is now the legal owner of Grunnings. Audit begins Monday. The second visit, the audit found exactly what we expected. Vernon Dursley has been systematically inflating expense reports for 5 years. Total misappropriated funds, £14,312. Enough for criminal prosecution. Griphook had paused. Shall I compile the evidence? Compile it. Don't act on it. As you wish. During these visits, Harry also read. Griphook had given him access to a reading room adjacent to the office, stocked with books on wizarding law, history, politics, and basic magical theory. Harry devoured them with an intensity that surprised even himself. He read about the Wizengamot structure, the ministry's departments, the history of wizard-goblin relations, written by goblins, which Griphook noted was considerably more accurate than the wizard version. He read about the First Wizarding War, about Voldemort's rise and fall, about the Death Eaters and their trials and their suspiciously frequent acquittals. He read about Dumbledore. The man was everywhere, chief warlock, supreme mugwump, headmaster of Hogwarts, vanquisher of the dark wizard Grindelwald. A man of enormous power and influence who had, by all accounts, used it benevolently. The wizarding world loved him. trusted him, considered him infallible. Harry noted that the same wizarding world had also believed Voldemort was invincible, right up until a baby proved them wrong. People's judgment about powerful men was, in Harry's experience, generally terrible. On his third visit, Griphook mentioned something in passing that made Harry's blood chill. "The wards around your relative's house," the Goblin said, not looking up from a ledger. "They are blood wards. Extremely powerful. Tied to your mother's sacrifice. They protect you from magical threats as long as you call that place home." "You're saying I have to stay there?" "I'm saying the wards exist. What you do with that information is your choice. But you should know that Dumbledore's decision to place you there was not arbitrary. Those wards are the reason no Death Eater has found you in 10 years. Harry sat with that. It complicated things. It didn't change them, nothing justified the abuse, but it complicated them. "I don't have to leave to win," Harry said finally. "No," Griphook agreed. "You don't." 3 weeks to the day after Harry's first visit to Gringotts, Vernon Dursley came home from work with a face like curdled milk. Harry was in the kitchen, scrubbing the floor on his hands and knees, because Dudley had tracked mud through the house and Petunia had declared it a Harry problem. He heard the front door open and close with unusual care. Vernon usually slammed it, and then silence. No blustering greeting. No complaints about traffic. Just the slow, heavy footsteps of a man carrying bad news. Petunia emerged from the living room. "Vernon? What's wrong?" Harry kept scrubbing. But he angled his head so he could see through the kitchen doorway into the hall. Vernon was standing by the coat rack, still holding his briefcase, staring at nothing. In his free hand, he held a letter. Cream-colored envelope. Heavy paper. The kind of stationery that businesses used when they wanted to look serious. "Grunnings has been sold," Vernon said. His voice was flat. Dazed. "What? When?" "3 weeks ago, apparently. They've been restructuring. New ownership. Foreign investors," they said. "Some holding company nobody's heard of." Vernon's grip on the letter tightened. "They want to meet all senior staff. Tomorrow." "Well, that's normal, isn't it? When a company changes hands. They're auditing every department, Petunia. Every department." Harry dipped his brush in the bucket and scrubbed a little harder to hide his expression. The meeting was scheduled for the next day, July 31st, Harry's birthday. Griphook's sense of timing, Harry reflected, was impeccable. That night, after the Dursleys were asleep, Harry portkeyed to Gringotts one final time. Griphook was waiting with a garment bag. "Tomorrow's ensemble," the Goblin said. "Muggle business attire, appropriately sized. I took the liberty of selecting something that communicates authority without ostentation." Harry unzipped the bag. Dark trousers, a crisp white shirt, a charcoal blazer. Simple, well-made, expensive in the quiet way that real wealth presented itself. Nothing like Dudley's garish designer labels or Vernon's ill-fitting suits. "And these," Griphook added, producing a box. Inside were black leather shoes, polished to a mirror shine, and a pair of glasses, not Harry's usual taped-together wire frames, but sleek, modern ones with thin silver rims. "The prescription is the same," Griphook said. "The impression will not be." Harry tried everything on. He stood in front of Griphook's office mirror, a tall, ornate thing that muttered disapprovingly about his posture, and looked at himself. The boy in the mirror didn't look like someone who slept in a cupboard. He looked like someone who owned things. It was remarkable what decent clothes and unbent glasses could do. "The staff meeting is at 10 o'clock, Griphook said. "Our representative, Bogrod, in his Muggle guise, will present the restructuring plan to the senior staff. At 10:30, he will introduce the majority shareholder. That is your entrance. Vernon will be there. Sitting in the third row, based on the seating arrangement Bogrod approved this afternoon, A pause. I will be watching through a scrying mirror, if you don't object. This is likely to be the most entertaining morning I've had in decades. Harry straightened his blazer. His reflection stared back at him, green eyes sharp behind silver frames, jaw set, something old and hard in the set of his mouth that had no business being on a 10-year-old's face. One more thing, Harry said. The house. Purchased this afternoon. For Privet Drive is now owned by Potter Holdings. The Dursleys' mortgage has been paid off, and the property transferred. They will receive notification after tomorrow's meeting. Good. Harry took one last look at himself. Then he turned to Griphook. Thank you, he said. For everything tonight, and the 3 weeks before it. You didn't have to help me like this. Griphook's expression shifted. For a moment, the sharp, predatory businessman was replaced by something older and more complicated, something that might, in a different creature, have been called empathy. Mr. Potter, Griphook said. In 900 years of goblin banking, you are the first wizard to thank me. He paused. You are also the first wizard to offer us a fair deal, the first to shake my hand, and the first to bleed for a verification without being asked twice. These things are noted. Among goblins, such things are never forgotten. Harry nodded. There was nothing to say to that except what he'd already said, so he turned the ring and went home. He spent the rest of the night lying awake in his cupboard, running through the plan one final time. Every contingency. Every possible reaction from Vernon, from Petunia, from the other Grunnings staff. He thought about what he'd say. How he'd stand. Where he'd look. He thought about his parents. About his mother, who'd died for him. About his father, who'd spent his fortune fighting evil. About the legacy they'd left him, not just gold, but the expectation that he'd use it well. I'm going to try, he thought. I'm not doing this just for revenge. I'm doing this because it's mine, and they took it, and no one else is going to give it back. The spider in the corner finished its web. It sat at the center, patient, waiting for the vibration that meant something had been caught. Harry closed his eyes and waited for morning. He was out of the cupboard and dressed before the Dursleys woke. The clothes were hidden under his mattress, changed into by the grey pre-dawn light that filtered through the cupboard's single vent. He tucked the old clothes, Dudley's hand-me-downs, into a corner and checked himself one final time. The blazer was slightly too formal for a 10-year-old. He took it off and rolled up his shirt sleeves. Better. Still sharp, but less like he was playing dress-up. At 7 o'clock, he heard Vernon's alarm. The morning routine ground forward, toilet, cough, shower, the smell of aftershave drifting through the house like chemical warfare. Harry stayed in the cupboard, door closed but unlocked. He'd figured out how to open the lock from the inside weeks ago, using a bent paperclip and the patience of someone who had nothing but time. Vernon came downstairs at 7:30, already dressed for the meeting. His best suit. His power tie. The cufflinks Petunia had given him for Christmas. He looked, Harry thought, like a man going to his own execution and trying to pretend it was a promotion. Boy. Vernon rapped on the cupboard door. Get up. Cook breakfast. Harry opened the door and stepped out. Vernon's eyes went wide. His face cycled through confusion, who dressed the freak, and settled on outrage. What the hell are you wearing? Where did you get those clothes? They're mine, Harry said calmly. Happy birthday to me, by the way. Don't you dare, take those off right now. You look like what, Uncle Vernon? Vernon's mouth worked. Harry watched the calculation happen behind his uncle's small, piggy eyes, the processing of a boy who was talking back, who was standing straight, who was looking at him without fear. Vernon's hand twitched, the reflexive preparation for a cuff or a shove. I wouldn't, Harry said quietly. Something in his tone stopped Vernon. Not magic, not this time. Just the absolute certainty in Harry's voice, the absence of bluff, that made Vernon's animal brain register a warning it couldn't articulate. You'll take those clothes off, Vernon said, but it came out uncertain. No, Harry said. I won't. And you're going to be late for your meeting. Harry ate breakfast, real breakfast, eggs and toast and juice, helping himself without asking, without waiting for permission, while Vernon sat across the table and stared at him with the bewildered fury of a bull that has just discovered the fence is electric. Petunia said nothing. She watched Harry with an expression he couldn't parse, something between anxiety and a strange, pained recognition. Dudley didn't come down. It was summer holidays. Dudley didn't surface before noon in summer. At 8:30, Vernon left for Grunnings. At 9, Harry portkeyed to an alley 2 streets from the Grunnings office, walked the rest of the way, and entered through a side door that Bogrod had left unlocked. He waited in a small conference room on the second floor, alone with his thoughts and a cup of tea that a secretary had brought without being told who he was. She'd assumed he was someone's son, probably. He let her. Through the wall, he could hear the murmur of the staff meeting beginning. Bogrod's voice, deep, measured, utterly human-sounding, explaining the change of ownership, the new corporate structure, the commitment to modernization. The voice rose and fell, professional and reassuring, and Harry listened to the silence of the staff as they absorbed the fact that their world had changed. At 10:25, there was a knock on the conference room door. Bogrod entered, a short, stocky man in a dark suit, with a face that was aggressively ordinary. Only his eyes, dark and sharp, hinted at what he really was. "They're ready for you," Bogrod said. Harry stood. Straightened his shirt. Checked his glasses. "How does he look?" Harry asked. Bogrod's ordinary face cracked into a grin that was far too wide and far too sharp for any human mouth. "Terrified," the Goblin said. Harry walked down the corridor, through a set of double doors, and into the Grunnings main conference room. 43 employees were seated in rows, facing a podium at the front. They were mostly men, mostly middle-aged, mostly wearing the universal expression of workers whose cheese has been moved. Bogrod had returned to the podium and was mid-sentence, "And now I'd like to introduce the majority shareholder of Potter Holdings, who will have final oversight on all major operational decisions, including staffing." Harry walked to the front of the room. The reaction was immediate and layered. Confusion first, "What is a child doing here?" Then nervous laughter, "This must be a joke." Then, as Bogrod stepped aside and Harry took his place behind the podium, a dawning, uncomfortable silence. Harry didn't speak immediately. He let the silence work. He made eye contact with each row in turn, acknowledging the faces without lingering, projecting a calm that he didn't entirely feel but was determined to show. He found Vernon in the third row. Vernon Dursley's face was a study in psychological collapse. It began with bewilderment. The boy, why was the boy here, in those clothes, standing at the front of the room, and progressed through recognition, those eyes, Lily's eyes, behind glasses that actually fit, and arrived, with the slow, grinding inevitability of a car crash, at understanding. The blood drained from Vernon's face so fast that Harry thought he might actually faint. "Good morning," Harry said. His voice was clear and steady. "My name is Harry Potter. I am the majority shareholder of Potter Holdings, and as of 3 weeks ago, the owner of Grunnings Drill Company." No one spoke. Vernon's mouth was opening and closing like a landed fish. "I won't take much of your time," Harry continued. "Mr. Bogrod has outlined the operational changes. I want to add one thing: this company has good people and a solid product. What it needs is investment and modernization, and that's what it's going to get. No one in this room needs to worry about their job based on the change in ownership." He paused. "Let it land. What you do need to worry about is performance. The audit currently underway is reviewing every department. Anyone who has been doing their job honestly and well has nothing to fear. Anyone who hasn't." Harry's gaze drifted to Vernon. It was brief, barely a second. But Vernon saw it, and what was left of his composure crumbled. "Will be dealt with appropriately," Harry finished. Thank you for your time. He stepped away from the podium. The room erupted in whispers. Harry didn't stay for questions. He walked to the small conference room, followed by Bogrod, and waited. It took 4 minutes. Vernon burst through the door like a man on fire. His face had gone from white to a mottled purple that Harry knew well, the danger color, the one that preceded violence. "You," Vernon snarled. "You freak. You think you can, I'll close the door," Harry said. Vernon blinked. His hand, still on the doorknob, trembled. "Close the door." Vernon closed the door. It was involuntary, a response to a tone of command that he'd never heard from this boy, from this child he'd beaten and starved and locked away. His body obeyed before his mind could refuse. Harry sat down. He gestured to the chair across from him. "Sit." "I will not, 14,312 pounds. Vernon's mouth stopped moving. His purple face went grey. "That's how much you've stolen from Grunnings over the past 5 years, Harry said. Inflated expense reports. Phantom client dinners. A conference in Brighton that never happened. It's all documented. The audit team has been very thorough." Vernon lowered himself into the chair. He looked like he'd been shot but hadn't fallen yet. "I could fire you right now," Harry said. "I could have you prosecuted. 14,000 pounds of embezzlement, that's prison time, Vernon. Real prison. Bars and cellmates and no one to cook your breakfast. You can't, you're a child, I'm the majority shareholder of the company you've been robbing. My legal team, and I have a very good legal team, assures me that my age is irrelevant to the criminal charges." Harry leaned forward. "But I'm not going to do any of that." Vernon stared at him. His small eyes were wide with fear and something else, the desperate, animal hope of a man who sees a way out. "Here's what's going to happen," Harry said. "You're going to stay at Grunnings. You're going to do your job, your actual job, not whatever you've been pretending to do, and you're going to do it well. You're going to report to Bogrod, and through him, to me. If your performance is satisfactory, you'll keep your salary, your benefits, and your freedom. If it's not, the evidence goes to the police. You're blackmailing me. I'm offering you a second chance. You're just not used to recognizing those because you've never given one." Harry paused. "There's a second part." Vernon said nothing. He was gripping the arms of his chair so hard his knuckles were white. "When you get home tonight," Harry said, "you'll find that the mortgage on 4 Privet Drive has been paid off. The house now belongs to Potter Holdings. You live there at my discretion." He let that sink in. "My living arrangements will change immediately. I'm taking Dudley's second bedroom. I'll be eating meals with the family, real meals, at the table. No more cupboard. No more chores beyond what's reasonable for any member of the household. And no more hitting." Vernon's mouth trembled. "You're a child. You're a freak. You can't, I can. I have. And if you ever call me that word again, I'll make a phone call and you'll be in handcuffs before dinner." Harry stood. "Go back to work, Vernon. You've got a lot to prove." Vernon Dursley sat in the chair for a long time after Harry left. The boy walked out without looking back, without uncertainty, without any of the trembling fear that Vernon had spent 10 years cultivating. The world had flipped on its axis, and Vernon was on the wrong side. He went back to work. He didn't tell anyone what had happened in the conference room. He sat at his desk and stared at his computer screen and didn't see any of it. At 5 o'clock, he drove home. The house was quiet when Harry arrived back at Privet Drive. He'd walked from Grunnings, 40 minutes through Little Whinging's identical streets, enjoying the summer air and the feeling of clothes that fit and the knowledge that everything was different now. Petunia was in the kitchen. She'd received the letter about the house. Harry could see it on the counter, opened, the heavy cream paper of Potter holding stationery incongruous next to the tea cozy and the dish rack. "It's true, then," Petunia said. She didn't look at him. She was staring out the kitchen window at the garden, her thin hands wrapped around a cup of tea that had gone cold. "Yes. You bought the company. And the house." "Yes." Silence. Harry waited. There was something building in Petunia, something he could feel the way you feel a storm approaching, a pressure change, a heaviness in the air. "You're like her," Petunia said. Her voice was thin, brittle. "Lily. She always found a way to make the impossible happen. Made it look easy. Made the rest of us feel small." "I wouldn't know," Harry said. "Nobody ever told me anything about her." Petunia flinched. It was small, almost invisible, but Harry saw it. He saw everything. "I'm moving into Dudley's second bedroom," Harry said. "I'll clear out his things this afternoon. He'll throw a fit. Then he'll throw a fit. And then he'll get over it, because the alternative is all of you living somewhere else." Petunia turned from the window. She looked at Harry, really looked at him, maybe for the first time, and her expression was complicated. There was resentment in it, and fear, and something that might have been shame. "I never wanted to hate you," she said. It came out like a confession extracted under duress. "You looked so much like her. Every day, looking at you, seeing her eyes in your face. She got everything, the magic, the beauty, the power, and I got this." She gestured at the kitchen, the house, the life. "You got 60,000 pounds of Dumbledore's money," Harry said. "You got a free servant. And you got the satisfaction of making a child feel worthless because you couldn't make yourself feel valuable." Petunia's face crumpled. She turned back to the window, her shoulders shaking, and Harry felt something complicated in his own chest, not sympathy, exactly, but a recognition that cruelty had its own roots, and they usually went deeper than you expected. He left her alone. He went upstairs, moved Dudley's broken toys and spare television and stacks of comics out of the second bedroom, and began making the room his own. It wasn't much, a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, but it was his. He had a door that locked from the inside. He had a window that looked out over the street. He sat on the bed and felt the enormity of what he'd done settle over him like a coat. When Vernon came home at 6, the house was so quiet that the tick of the hallway clock sounded like a hammer. Dudley, who'd been told about the room change by a red-eyed Petunia, was sitting in the living room in stunned silence, the first time in his life someone had taken something from him instead of giving it. Vernon walked past Harry's open bedroom door. He stopped. He looked in. He saw Harry sitting at the desk, reading a book, one of the Wizarding Law texts, its cover charmed to look like a school textbook. Their eyes met. Vernon's hand twitched. "Old habit. Old power. Dinner's at 7, Harry said. All 4 of us. At the table." Vernon's jaw worked. Something in his eyes broke, not dramatically, not completely, but enough. The small, mean fire that had driven him to dominance over a child flickered and dimmed under the wet blanket of 14,000 documented reasons to behave. "Fine," Vernon said. He walked away. Harry sat at the desk and allowed himself, for one moment, to feel what he was feeling. It wasn't triumph, exactly. It was something quieter and sadder and more complicated than triumph. It was the feeling of a boy who had been locked in a cupboard discovering that he held the key all along. And the bitter knowledge that no one should have had to find it himself. He opened his book and began to read. There was work to do. Hogwarts was 2 months away. Dumbledore was out there, planning whatever Dumbledore planned. The Wizengamot existed, and his seats were being used by someone else. And deep beneath London, in tunnels that predated the goblins and the wizards and the world as it was, something had noticed him. The ring on his finger was warm. The vision, stone corridors, chains, vast breathing, lingered at the edge of his mind like a dream he couldn't quite shake. Harry turned the page and read on. Outside, the streetlights of Privet Drive flickered on, one by one, as darkness settled over the most ordinary street in the most ordinary town in England. Inside number 4, the most extraordinary boy in Britain ate dinner with his family for the first time, sitting at the table instead of on the floor, eating from a plate instead of scraps, looking his uncle in the eye. Vernon didn't look back. 3 streets away, an elderly woman named Arabella Figg picked up a telephone that wasn't really a telephone and dialed a number that didn't really exist. "Dumbledore," she said, when the line connected. "Something's happened with the Potter boy. I don't know what. But he's different. He's changed." In an office in Scotland, behind a desk piled with whirring silver instruments, Albus Dumbledore closed his eyes and felt the weight of a mistake he hadn't known he was making. "Yes," he said quietly. "I was afraid of that." The silver instruments whirred. One of them, a delicate thing of spun glass and starlight that monitored the blood wards at Privet Drive, was spinning faster than it had in years. Something had changed in the magic around Harry Potter. Something fundamental. Dumbledore opened a drawer and removed a small mirror. He spoke a name into it. The mirror showed him nothing, blocked, warded, out of reach. For the first time in a very long time, Albus Dumbledore did not know what Harry Potter was doing. And that, more than anything, frightened him. Chapter 2, The Greater Good. The first morning was the strangest. Harry woke in Dudley's second bedroom, his bedroom now, to a sensation so unfamiliar it took him several seconds to identify it. Comfort. The mattress was soft. The pillow was clean. Sunlight came through the window at an angle that painted a warm rectangle on the carpet, and a bird was singing in the tree outside, and the room smelled like nothing worse than slightly dusty curtains. He lay there for 3 full minutes, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the catch. For the lock to click, for Vernon's fist on the door, for the reality of the cupboard to reassert itself like it always did when he dreamed of something better. The ceiling stared back. White, unblemished, impossibly high compared to the underside of a staircase. Harry got up. He dressed in his own clothes, not the Grunnings meeting outfit, which he'd hung in the wardrobe with care, but a simple pair of jeans and a t-shirt that Griphook's people had provided alongside the business wear. They fit. It was a small thing, wearing clothes that fit, but Harry stood in front of the mirror on the wardrobe door and looked at himself and felt something settle in his chest. Not happiness, exactly. Something more structural than that. A foundation. He went downstairs. The kitchen was empty. This was unusual. Petunia was always up first, puttering around with the kettle and the toaster, setting the stage for Vernon's breakfast like a stagehand preparing for a one-man show. But the kitchen was still and dark, the morning light just beginning to creep across the countertops. Harry made tea. He used the good kettle, the one Petunia reserved for guests, and he took a mug from the front of the cupboard instead of the chipped one that lived at the back. He sat at the kitchen table, in a chair, like a person, and drank his tea and listened to the house wake up. Vernon's alarm went off at 7. The morning ritual began: bed springs, feet, cough, toilet, shower. But it was slower today. Heavier. The footsteps on the landing had a shuffling quality, as if their owner wasn't entirely sure where he was going or why. Petunia's alarm followed at 7:15. Lighter movements, quicker. A murmured conversation through the bedroom wall that Harry couldn't make out but could guess at. "What do we do? What can we do?" "Nothing. We do nothing." Dudley didn't have an alarm. Dudley had Petunia, who usually woke him with the gentle cooing of a woman who believed her son was a prince temporarily housed in suburban Surrey. Today, judging by the muffled thump and angry grunt from Dudley's remaining bedroom, the cooing was less gentle. They came down together. All 3 of them, which was unusual. Normally Vernon went first, then Petunia, then Dudley whenever he could be bothered. But today they moved as a unit, a defensive formation, as if there were safety in numbers. Harry was sitting at the table with his tea. He'd made toast. 4 slices, 1 for each of them. Vernon stopped in the doorway. He was wearing his suit, ready for work. His tie was slightly crooked. His face had the pallid, sagging quality of a man who hadn't slept well, or possibly at all. His eyes found Harry, and something in them flinched. "Morning," Harry said. Vernon said nothing. He walked to the counter, poured himself tea from the kettle Harry had boiled, and sat down. He picked up a piece of toast. He ate it. His jaw moved mechanically, and his gaze was fixed on a point approximately 6 inches to the left of Harry's head. Petunia sat down with the careful precision of someone lowering themselves onto a surface they suspected might be electrified. She took her toast. She didn't eat it. Dudley stood in the doorway, filling it almost entirely, and stared at Harry with an expression of pure, baffled outrage. His small eyes, his father's eyes, mean and close-set, darted from Harry to the toast to the chair Harry was sitting in. "That's my chair," Dudley said. "No, it isn't," Harry replied. "Yours is the one by the window. You've been sitting there for years. I've been standing by the stove waiting for everyone to finish so I could eat whatever was left." Dudley's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. He looked to his mother for support, the automatic reflex of a boy who had never been denied anything. "Sit down, Dudders," Petunia said quietly. "Eat your toast." Something in Dudley's world shifted. You could see it happen, the bewildered processing of a child raised to believe the universe revolved around him, encountering evidence that it didn't. He sat down. He ate his toast. He kept looking at Harry with an expression that was slowly, grudgingly evolving from outrage to something more complicated. Breakfast lasted 12 minutes. No one spoke. Vernon finished his tea, stood, took his briefcase from the hall, and left without a word. The front door closed with the careful, controlled click of a man who desperately wanted to slam it but didn't dare. Harry washed the dishes. Not because he had to. Because they were his dishes, in his kitchen, in his house, and there was a difference between servitude and ownership that changed the meaning of every action. The first week established the new normal. Vernon went to work. He came home. He ate dinner at the table with the family. He did not shout. He did not hit. He did not call Harry boy, or freak, or any of the other names that had been Harry's identity for a decade. He was, in every observable way, a model of restrained civility. Harry wasn't fooled. He could see the rage simmering behind Vernon's eyes, banked like coals, waiting for oxygen. Vernon wasn't reformed. He was caged. And a caged animal was dangerous in a different way than a free one, more desperate, more unpredictable, more likely to do something stupid when it finally saw a gap in the bars. Harry watched. And waited. Dudley was a different problem. The boy hadn't hit Harry since the acquisition, partially because Vernon had quietly told him not to, partially because Harry's sudden transformation from victim to landlord had disrupted Dudley's entire understanding of the social hierarchy. But Dudley was watching Harry with increasing intensity, studying him the way a predator studies something it can't quite categorize. Not prey, not anymore. But not a friend either. Something new. On the third day, Dudley sat down next to Harry on the living room sofa, unprecedented territory, and said, "How'd you do it?" "Do what?" "Buy Dad's company. You haven't got any money. You haven't got anything." Harry looked at him. Dudley was wearing a Smeltings t-shirt that strained across his considerable middle, and his face bore the splotchy remnants of a tantrum that hadn't quite resolved. But his eyes, stupid as they usually were, held something Harry hadn't seen before. Genuine curiosity. "I had more than you thought," Harry said. Dudley processed this. "Are you really rich?" "Yes." "Richer than Dad?" "Considerably." Dudley sat with this for a while, his brow furrowed with the effort of accommodating new information. Then he stood up and walked away. He didn't say anything else, but he also didn't try to trip Harry on the way out, which felt like progress. Petunia was the most complex variable. She'd retreated into a kind of brittle efficiency, cooking, cleaning, maintaining the house with robotic precision, but the edges of her composure were fraying. Harry caught her staring at him at odd moments, when she thought he wasn't looking. Not with hostility. With something worse, the look of a woman counting her regrets and finding there were too many to hold. On the fourth day, she left a plate of biscuits outside his bedroom door. Homemade. The good ones she usually saved for Vernon's boss. Harry ate 2 and left the rest on the kitchen counter with a note that said, "Thank you." He found the note in the bin an hour later, crumpled and tear-stained. He didn't push her. Whatever Petunia was working through, she needed to work through it on her own timeline. Harry had larger concerns. Vernon cracked on the 5th day. Not at home. At work. Bogrod called Harry through the communication mirror grip hook had provided, a small, flat disc that vibrated when someone wanted to reach him, disguised as a pocket watch. "Your uncle attempted to organize a petition among the senior staff," Bogrod reported. His human disguise was impeccable, but his voice carried the clipped precision of a goblin. He was soliciting signatures for a letter of no confidence in the new ownership. He framed it as concern for the company's future under untested foreign investors. Harry sat on his bed, cross-legged, and considered. How many signatures did he get? None. The other senior managers are quite pleased with the new investment in equipment and the salary review we announced last week. 2 of them reported your uncle's solicitation to me directly. How did he react? Poorly. He retreated to his office and made several phone calls. One was to a solicitor, a Mr. Hendricks, who specializes in corporate law. The conversation lasted 11 minutes. "Can you get me a transcript?" "Already on your desk at the bank." The short version, the solicitor informed him that the acquisition was entirely legal, that his position as a probationary employee gave him no standing to challenge ownership, and that any attempt to do so would likely result in the embezzlement evidence being discovered during the legal proceedings. Harry nodded. Good. Let him keep his job. But reassign him. Reassign. He's senior sales manager. Move him to accounts receivable. Same pay, less authority. Tell him it's part of the restructuring. A pause. That will humiliate him. It'll remind him that his position is flexible. If he behaves, he can earn his way back. If he doesn't, he can earn his way out. Bogrod's silence had a quality of professional admiration. Consider it done. Vernon came home that evening with a jaw clenched so tight Harry could hear his teeth grinding from the hallway. He went straight to the drinks cabinet, poured 3 fingers of whiskey, and drank it in one swallow. Then he poured another. Dinner was silent. Vernon ate with the focused intensity of a man who was using his fork as a substitute for violence. Petunia made small talk about the neighbors. Dudley complained about a television program. Harry ate his food and didn't mention the reassignment. After dinner, Vernon cornered Harry in the hallway. Not physically, he kept his distance, the buffer zone of a man who'd learned that touching the electric fence hurt. But he blocked the path to the stairs, his bulk filling the narrow space, and his eyes burned. "I'm going to find a way out of this," Vernon said. His voice was low, controlled, but underneath it ran a current of something raw. "You think you've won. You think because you've got money and your freakishness, you've beaten me. But you're a child. You're 10 years old, 11, Harry said. As of 4 days ago. Vernon's eye twitched. You're 11. You've got no experience, no connections, no understanding of how the real world works. This trick of yours, buying the company, buying the house, it's clever. I'll give you that. But it's a trick. And tricks don't last." Harry looked at him. Vernon was sweating. His collar was damp, and the whiskey had left a flush across his meaty cheeks. He looked like a man making a speech he'd rehearsed in the car, and the rehearsal hadn't included the possibility that his audience wouldn't be intimidated. "You're right about one thing," Harry said. "I am young. I've got a lot to learn. But here's what I've already learned, Vernon. I learned it from you." He paused. "Power isn't about being right. It's about having leverage. And I have all of it." Harry walked past him, up the stairs, into his room. He closed the door and locked it and sat on the bed and pressed his palms against his eyes until the shaking stopped. He wasn't afraid of Vernon. That wasn't what made him shake. It was the cold precision of his own words, the ease with which he delivered them, the part of him that had enjoyed watching Vernon's face crumble. He was 10, 11 years old, and he was manipulating a grown man with the dispassionate efficiency of a chess player moving pieces. "Is this who I am?" he wondered. "Is this who they made me?" The ring on his finger pulsed warm. In the back of his mind, something stirred, the distant impression of vast breathing, of chains shifting in darkness, of an attention that was slowly, patiently turning toward him. Harry took the ring off and put it in his desk drawer. The sensation faded. He stared at the drawer for a long time. The Hogwarts letter arrived on the 7th day. It came by owl, which caused considerable excitement among the neighbors and near cardiac arrest in Vernon, who was eating his morning grapefruit when a tawny owl swept through the open kitchen window and deposited a heavy parchment envelope in his juice glass. Harry picked up the envelope, wiped off the grapefruit juice, and read the address, Mr. H. Potter, the 2nd bedroom 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He turned it over. A wax seal, a coat of arms with a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. "I know what this is," Harry said calmly, which was true. Vernon had gone the color of old porridge. Petunia was gripping the edge of the table. Only Dudley looked merely confused, staring at the owl with the fascinated alarm of a boy whose worldview was being aggressively expanded. Harry opened the letter. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He read through the supply list and the term dates. September 1st, Platform 9 3/4, King's Cross Station. He'd known all of this from Griphook's books, but seeing it on paper made it real in a way that knowledge alone hadn't. "I'll be going," Harry said, folding the letter. "Not a question." Vernon said nothing. His grapefruit sat untouched, the owl's delivery having rendered it inedible. The owl itself was perched on the windowsill, preening, apparently in no hurry to leave. Petunia spoke. "Your mother got the same letter." Her voice was flat, distant. She was so excited. She ran through the house screaming. Drove our parents mad with joy. Harry looked at her. "You remember that?" "I remember everything about that day." Petunia's mouth thinned. "I remember watching her open it and knowing that she was going somewhere I could never follow. That she'd been chosen for something extraordinary, and I hadn't." A pause. "I wrote to Dumbledore, you know. Asked him if I could come too. He wrote back. Very kind. Very gentle. Said no." The kitchen was silent except for the owl's quiet rustling. "I'm sorry," Harry said. He meant it. Petunia's eyes glistened. She stood up abruptly, took her plate to the sink, and began washing it with fierce concentration. "You'll need school supplies," she said, her back to him. "There's a place in London. Your mother used to go. Diagon Alley. I know where it is." "Of course you do." Something that might have been a laugh, or might have been a sob. "You already know everything, don't you?" Harry wrote a response to Hogwarts, a formal acceptance, polite but brief, and gave it to the owl, who took it with an air of professional efficiency and departed through the window. Then he went to his room, activated the communication mirror, and told Griphook he needed to go shopping. That afternoon, Dumbledore came. Harry was in the back garden, reading one of Griphook's books on defensive magical theory, charmed to look like a children's novel, when the air at the end of the garden path shimmered, and a man appeared. He was tall and thin and looked like a storybook illustration of a wizard brought to unsettling life. Long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes of deep purple that should have looked absurd in suburban Surrey but somehow didn't. His eyes were blue, extraordinarily blue, the kind of blue that made you think of deep water and old ice, and they were fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. Harry closed his book. He didn't stand. "Mr. Potter," the man said. His voice was warm, grandfatherly, carrying the kind of gentle authority that invited trust. "I am, Albus Dumbledore," Harry said. "Headmaster of Hogwarts. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. My magical guardian." He paused. "The man who left me here." Dumbledore's stride faltered. It was almost imperceptible, a hitch in his step, a fractional pause, but Harry caught it. The old man recovered smoothly, crossing the last few feet of garden path and stopping a polite distance away. "May I sit?" Dumbledore asked, gesturing to the garden bench. "It's my bench." "Go ahead." Dumbledore sat. Up close, he was older than Harry had expected. The books and articles made him sound ageless, eternal, a fixture of the wizarding world as permanent as Hogwarts itself. But in person, he was clearly ancient, the skin around his eyes paper-thin, his hands spotted with age, a fine tremor in his fingers that he controlled with evident practice. His eyes, though. His eyes were sharp enough to cut. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said. Harry hadn't expected him to lead with that. He kept his face neutral and waited. "I placed you with the Dursleys 10 years ago because I believed it was the safest option available to you. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful protective enchantment, tied to her blood. As long as you lived with her blood relatives, with Petunia, that protection would hold. No magical threat could touch you here." "I know about the blood wards," Harry said. Griphook explained them. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression. Not surprise, or if it was surprise, he hid it better than Vernon hid his temper. "You've spoken with the goblins." "At length." "Then you know more than I expected." Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap. "I should have visited sooner. I should have checked on you personally. I relied on intermediaries, Arabella Figg, across the street, and on the Dursleys' basic decency. I was wrong to assume that decency where there was none." "You paid them £500 a month," Harry said. "For 10 years. £60,000. I slept in a cupboard under the stairs. I wore my cousin's old clothes. I was beaten, starved, and told my parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash." He said it without heat, without drama. Facts, laid out like cards on a table. "Where did the money go?" "I don't know." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "I truly don't know. I should have known. That I didn't is a failure I will carry for the rest of my life." "That's a nice sentiment. It doesn't change anything." "No. It doesn't." Dumbledore removed his spectacles and cleaned them with the sleeve of his robe. Without them, his eyes looked naked, vulnerable. "But I didn't come here only to apologize. I came because I'm concerned about what you've done." "You mean buying Grunnings?" "I mean the manner in which you've positioned yourself. You are 11 years old, Harry. You've entered into financial arrangements with the goblins, acquired a Muggle company, and restructured your guardian's living situation, all without consulting anyone." "Who should I have consulted?" "You." Harry let the question hang. "You're my magical guardian. You had the authority and the responsibility to ensure my welfare. You didn't. So I ensured it myself. And in doing so, you've drawn attention to yourself. Attention that could be dangerous." "From whom?" Dumbledore replaced his spectacles. "There are those in the wizarding world who would seek to control you, Harry. To use your name, your fortune, your political influence for their own ends. Some of them are in the ministry. Some of them are on the Wisengamot. And some of them, his voice dropped, served the Dark Lord and were never properly held to account. You mean Lucius Malfoy? This time, Dumbledore did look surprised. Genuinely, visibly surprised. It lasted a full second before he mastered it. You are remarkably well informed. Griphook is remarkably thorough. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The garden was peaceful, birds singing, a neighbor's lawnmower droning in the distance, the mundane sounds of a Saturday afternoon in Little Whinging. It was surreal, Harry thought, having this conversation about dark wizards and political intrigue 10 feet from Petunia's prize rosebushes. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice had changed. The warmth was still there, but underneath it was something harder, something that hinted at the man who had defeated Grindelwald and faced down Voldemort. I made mistakes with you. Grave mistakes. But the protection I placed you under was not a mistake. It was necessary. There are forces at work that you cannot yet understand, then help me understand. I intend to. At Hogwarts, when you're ready, no. Harry's voice was quiet but absolute. Not at Hogwarts. Not on your schedule. Not when you decide I'm ready. Now. Dumbledore studied him. The blue eyes were working, calculating, assessing. Harry felt a strange pressure against his mind, light, tentative, like someone pressing a fingertip against a soap bubble, and something inside him flared, hot and sharp, and the pressure vanished. Dumbledore blinked. You felt that? I felt you trying to read my mind. Don't do it again. The silence that followed was dense enough to have its own gravity. Dumbledore's expression cycled through several things that Harry could only partly read: surprise, reassessment, something that might have been respect and might have been alarm. Legilimency, Dumbledore said. The ability to sense another person's thoughts and emotions. I apologize, it was instinctive, not intentional. You are, remarkably resistant, for someone untrained. I've spent 10 years learning to hide what I think and feel. If you want to know something about me, Professor, ask. Don't dig. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Fair enough. Then I'll ask directly, what do you want, Harry? Control over my own life. Knowledge of who I am and what I can do. And answers to questions I'm not sure you want me to ask. Such as? Harry looked at him steadily. Why did Voldemort come for me specifically? You said my mother's sacrifice created the Blood Wards. That implies she had a choice, she could have lived and chose to die instead. Why? What was Voldemort after that made a baby worth killing? The garden was very quiet. Even the lawnmower had stopped. Dumbledore's face had gone still. Not blank, Dumbledore's face was never blank, but carefully, deliberately still, the way a pond goes still when something large moves beneath its surface. There was a prophecy, Dumbledore said. Made before you were born. It marked you as the one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Voldemort learned of it, partially, and came to kill you before you could grow into that power. A prophecy. Yes. And you've known this for 11 years. I have. Were you planning to tell me? Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was tired, genuinely tired, the weariness of a very old man carrying very heavy things. I was planning to tell you when I judged you old enough to bear the weight of it. That was my intention. Whether it was the right intention, he sighed. I am beginning to suspect that my judgment regarding you has been flawed from the beginning. Harry sat with the prophecy for a moment. It was enormous, a destiny, a death sentence, a target on his back that he hadn't earned and couldn't remove. But it also explained things. Why the Dursleys? Why the secrecy? Why Dumbledore had hidden him away like a weapon in a cupboard, waiting to be drawn when the time came. You were keeping me safe until I was useful, Harry said. The words hit Dumbledore like a physical blow. Harry saw it, the flinch, the flash of pain in those ancient blue eyes, the way his hands tightened in his lap. And he saw something else, something that complicated his anger, genuine anguish. Dumbledore wasn't performing remorse. He was feeling it. That is not, I never intended, Dumbledore stopped. Took a breath. You are not a weapon, Harry. You are a child. A child I failed. And I am trying, imperfectly and perhaps too late, to do better. Then start by being honest. Completely. About everything. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The blue eyes searched Harry's face, and Harry let them. Not through legitimacy, just looking, the way one person looks at another when they're deciding whether to trust them. The prophecy, Dumbledore said, states that neither can live while the other survives. Voldemort marked you as his equal, and in doing so, created a connection between you. He is not dead, Harry. He is diminished, weakened, reduced to something less than a ghost, but he is not dead. And he will return. How do you know? Because I have spent 10 years studying what he did to avoid death, and the measures he took were extensive. There are objects he created, anchors for his soul, that keep him tethered to this world. As long as they exist, he cannot truly die. What objects? I don't yet know them all. It is one of the great tasks remaining to me. Dumbledore paused. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because you ask for honesty, and you deserve it. Voldemort will return. When he does, you will be at the center of events whether you choose to be or not. The question is whether you'll face that moment prepared or unprepared. And you think Hogwarts will prepare me? I think Hogwarts will give you the tools and the allies you need. What you do with them will be your choice, not mine. Harry considered this. He didn't trust Dumbledore, not fully, not yet. The old man had left him in a cupboard for a decade, regardless of his reasons. But there was something in Dumbledore's manner that Harry's instincts couldn't dismiss, a sincerity that went beyond politics, a genuine weight of regret that was too heavy to fake. I'll go to Hogwarts, Harry said. On my terms. I keep my financial independence. I keep my relationship with Gringotts. And I keep the right to make my own decisions about my own life. You advise. You don't dictate. And the Dursleys? They stay here. The blood wards stay intact. But the abuse stops. If I find out it's resumed, if Vernon lifts a hand, if Petunia starves me, if Dudley puts me in a headlock, I leave. Blood wards or not. Dumbledore studied him. Then, slowly, he nodded. Those terms are acceptable. Though I would add one of my own. Go ahead. If you find yourself in danger, real danger, the kind that comes from dark magic and dark wizards, you come to me. Not because I demand it, but because I have 70 years of experience fighting the forces that will be arrayed against you, and refusing help out of pride is a luxury you cannot afford. Harry met his eyes. If you earn my trust, I'll come to you. That's the best I can offer. Then I will endeavor to earn it. Dumbledore stood. He looked old, suddenly, old and tired and human in a way that the books and the titles and the reputation had obscured. I will see you at Hogwarts, Harry. September the 1st. He turned to leave, then stopped. The glasses suit you, by the way. Much better than the old ones. He walked to the end of the garden path, and disappeared without a sound. Not even a pop. Just, gone. Harry sat on the bench for a long time, thinking about prophecies and dark lords and an old man who had made terrible choices for what he believed were good reasons. The sun moved across the garden. Petunia watched from the kitchen window and said nothing. 3 days later, Harry went shopping. Diagon Alley was overwhelming in the best possible way. Harry had portkeyed to Gringotts and entered the alley through the bank's private entrance, a courtesy extended to high-value account holders, as Griphook explained with the air of someone who thoroughly enjoyed bypassing normal channels. The alley opened before him in a riot of color and chaos, shops with windows full of impossible things, witches and wizards in robes of every shade, owls and cats and the occasional toad, the smell of parchment and potions and something sweet and indefinable that might have been magic itself. He had a list. Griphook had prepared an efficient shopping itinerary, left to right, top to bottom, minimize backtracking, and Harry followed it with the disciplined focus of someone who'd learned that efficiency was survival. Trunk first, from a shop on the near end of the alley where the shopkeeper barely looked at him. Robes next, from Madame Malkin's, where a measuring tape attacked him with cheerful autonomy while the proprietress pinned and hemmed and chatted about Hogwarts with the comfortable ease of someone who'd outfitted 10,000 students. He was in flourish and blots, surrounded by books that moved and whispered and occasionally tried to bite, when he met her. Harry was reaching for a copy of Modern Magical History. He'd read the Gringotts version, but Griphook had recommended comparing it to the Wizard account for the entertainment value of their delusions, when another hand reached for the same book at the same moment. "Excuse me," Harry said, pulling back. "No, go ahead," said a girl's voice, cool and precise. "I've already read it. I was going to buy a copy for a friend who hasn't, but she probably wouldn't read it anyway." Harry took the book and turned to look at her. She was about his age, 11, maybe 12, with dark hair pulled back from a face that was striking without being quite pretty, sharp-featured and watchful. Her eyes were blue-gray, the color of winter sky, and they were studying him with an intensity that reminded him uncomfortably of Dumbledore. She was also, he noticed, looking at his scar. Her gaze flicked up to his forehead, lingered for half a second, then returned to his eyes. No widening of the eyes, no gasp, no "oh my God, you're Harry Potter." Just a brief, clinical assessment and a decision not to comment. Harry appreciated that more than he could say. "Daphne Greengrass," she said, extending a hand. Her handshake was firm and brief. "Harry Potter. I know. The scar's fairly distinctive, and you've been in the Prophet 3 times this week." She tilted her head. "The financial section, which is unusual for someone our age. Or any age, really. Most wizards couldn't find the financial section with a map and a tracking charm." "You read the financial section?" "My father is Lord Greengrass. He has investments. I'm expected to understand them." A pause. He was very interested in the Potter Holdings story. A 10-year-old wizard using Goblin intermediaries to acquire a Muggle company. It's unprecedented. That's a polite word for it. I've heard others. I imagine you have. The pure-blood establishment doesn't appreciate surprises, especially from someone they'd expected to be manageable. The ghost of a smile. "You are not what they expected." "Is that a compliment?" "It's an observation. I'll decide if it's a compliment once I know you better." She picked up a different book, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, and tucked it under her arm. "Are you buying anything on political theory, or just history?" Harry blinked. "Why?" "Because you own a company, you've clearly been educated by goblins, and you're about to enter Hogwarts, where you'll be sorted into a house that will define your social alliances for the next 7 years. If you haven't thought about the politics of that, you're not as clever as the goblins seem to think." Harry looked at her. She looked back, utterly composed, utterly direct, and utterly unlike any 11-year-old he'd ever met, which, admittedly, was a sample size dominated by Dudley's friends, so the bar was low. "What would you recommend?" he asked. Daphne Greengrass smiled. It was a small smile, controlled and deliberate, but it reached her eyes. "Follow me." She led him through the bookshop with the confidence of someone who'd been navigating it since childhood, pulling volumes from shelves and stacking them in Harry's arms with brisk efficiency. The Wizengamot, A Political History. Blood, Gold, and Influence, The Sacred 28. Pure-blood customs and their modern implications. She added a slim volume called The Art of Magical Negotiation and, after a moment's consideration, a thick tome titled Goblin-Wizard Relations, A History of Mutual Misunderstanding. "That last one's dreadful," she said. Written by a ministry sympathizer. But it'll show you how the establishment thinks about goblins, which is useful. You're arming me, Harry said. I'm selling you books. What you do with them is your business. She paused at the end of the aisle, one hand on a shelf, and looked at him with those winter sky eyes. But if I were arming you, it would be because someone should. You're about to walk into a world that's been waiting for you for 10 years, and the people waiting are not all friendly. Lucius Malfoy. Her expression didn't change, but something tightened around her eyes. Among others. Malfoy is the most visible. He's not the most dangerous. Who is? The ones you can't see. The ones who'll smile and offer friendship and mean none of it. The ones who'll try to control you through kindness because force didn't work. She glanced toward the front of the shop, where a tall, elegant woman, her mother, Harry guessed, was browsing potion texts. Hogwarts isn't just a school, Potter. It's a battlefield with better catering. Choose your allies carefully. Is that what you're offering? An alliance? Daphne picked up the last book from the shelf and added it to his stack. It was titled Trust No One, A Slytherin's Guide to Survival. I'm offering a conversation, she said. Alliances require trust. Trust requires time. Someone told me something similar recently. They were right. She turned to go, then looked back over her shoulder. When you're sorted, pay attention to who approaches you first. The first person to offer you friendship is usually the person who's been told to. She walked away, joining her mother at the counter, and didn't look back again. Harry stood in the aisle with an armful of books and the unsettling feeling that he'd just been outmaneuvered by someone his own age. It was, he decided, a refreshing change from being outmaneuvered by someone 150 years his senior. He bought all the books. Including the Slytherin Guide. The wand chose him at Ollivander's. 11 inches, Holly, Phoenix Feather Core. The old wandmaker's eyes went wide when the wand shot golden sparks from its tip, and he told Harry, in a voice that quavered with something between awe and unease, that the phoenix whose feather resided in Harry's wand had given just one other feather, and that feather lived in the wand that had given Harry his scar. Harry took the wand, paid, and left without comment. He added it to the growing list of things connecting him to Voldemort, the prophecy, the scar, the wand, and felt the weight of it settle onto his shoulders like a physical burden. Neither can live while the other survives. He pushed it aside. One thing at a time. The owl was an impulse purchase, the only impulsive thing he did all day. She was a snowy owl, white as fresh paper, with amber eyes that fixed on Harry with an intelligence that felt almost personal. He named her Hedwig, after a witch he'd read about in one of Griphook's history books, and she nipped his finger approvingly and settled on his shoulder as if she'd been there all her life. Harry returned to Gringotts with his purchases, Hedwig on his shoulder and a trunk full of books and supplies floating behind him. Griphook had provided a levitation charm for the trunk that apparently fell under Goblin magic, and was therefore undetectable by the Ministry. Griphook was waiting in his office with tea and a predatory expression that Harry had learned to associate with interesting news. Lucius Malfoy filed a motion with the Wizengamot this morning, Griphook said, pouring. He's petitioning for the appointment of a ministry-approved guardian for the Potter heir, citing concerns about the minor's welfare and the inappropriate influence of non-human financial advisors. Harry sat down. Hedwig transferred from his shoulder to the back of the chair and began preening. Non-human financial advisors. He means you. He means all of us. The motion is framed as concern for your well-being, but the substance is clear. If a ministry guardian is appointed, they would have authority over your financial decisions. Your Gringotts accounts would be accessible to them. Your political seats would be under their control. And Malfoy would make sure the guardian was someone he owned. Almost certainly. He has allies on the Wizengamot, enough to force a hearing, though not enough to guarantee the outcome. Griphook slid a document across the desk. The hearing is scheduled for August 28th. 4 days before term begins. Harry read the document. It was dense with legal language, but the core was simple. Lucius Malfoy wanted control of Harry Potter, and he was using the system to get it. Can he win? Harry asked. If you don't fight it, yes. The Wizengamot is conservative, and several members owe Malfoy favors. Dumbledore's support would help, but Dumbledore's position is complicated. He was your guardian and clearly failed in that role. If Malfoy frames it correctly, Dumbledore's defense of you could actually strengthen the case for new guardianship. Harry thought about that. Who are our potential allies? Griphook's grin returned. I was hoping you'd ask. They spent 2 hours building a strategy. Griphook had profiles on every Wizengamot member, voting records, financial interests, family connections, known prejudices. Harry absorbed the information the way he absorbed everything, quickly, completely, looking for patterns and leverage. Augusta Longbottom. Matriarch of the Longbottom family, grandmother of Neville Longbottom, a boy Harry's age whose parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters after the war. She was fierce, principled, and had no love for Lucius Malfoy. She also remembered James Potter fondly. Amelia Bones. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Scrupulously fair, incorruptible, and deeply suspicious of Malfoy's motives. Her niece, Susan, was starting Hogwarts the same year as Harry. Cyrus Greengrass. Daphne's father. A pragmatist who stayed neutral in the war by being useful to both sides without committing to either. He would support Harry if there was advantage in it and risk in not doing it. I need to talk to all of them, Harry said. Before the hearing. Longbottom and Bones can be approached directly, they'll respect the straightforward approach. Greengrass is more delicate. He'll want to know what you're offering before he commits. What am I offering? That depends on how much you're willing to spend, politically, not financially. Greengrass wants influence. He wants his family elevated. He wants access to power without the exposure that comes with taking sides publicly. Griphook paused. A private alliance with the Potter heir would give him all of those things. And what does he give me? His vote. His connections. And his daughter's trust, which, based on your encounter today, may prove more valuable than his. Harry looked at Griphook sharply. You know about that? I have people in every shop in Diagon Alley. You were seen speaking with the Greengrass girl for 11 minutes in the political theory section of Flourish and Blots. In pureblood circles, that constitutes a significant social interaction. We talked about books. In pureblood circles, that constitutes a courtship overture. Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks, which annoyed him. It was a conversation. She recommended some reading. I'm sure she did. Griphook's expression was carefully neutral. In any case, the Greengrass connection is potentially valuable. I'd recommend cultivating it. She's not a crop. No. She's considerably more useful than a crop. Griphook returned to the Wizengamot profiles. Now. About the hearing, wait. Harry held up a hand. There's something else I need to ask you about. Griphook's quill stopped. The ring, Harry said. When I wore it, I saw something. You told me it wasn't a conversation for that night. It's been a week. I'm asking now. The office seemed to contract. The torchlight dimmed, not physically, but perceptually, as if the shadows at the edges of the room had leaned in to listen. Griphook set down his quill. He was quiet for a moment, his dark eyes fixed on a point somewhere beyond Harry's shoulder. When he spoke, his voice was different, lower, older, stripped of the sharp commercial cadence that was his default. Beneath Gringotts, Griphook said, there are levels. The vaults you know about, the ones accessed by cart, the ones that go deeper and deeper into the earth, are the upper levels. Below them, there are older spaces. Tunnels and chambers that existed before the goblins came to this island. Before wizards, before muggles, before anything that walks on two legs and calls itself civilized. What's down there? Something. We don't have a name for it, not our own name. The wizards who knew of it called it the Hollow King, though king implies a kind of authority that doesn't quite fit. It's not a ruler. It's more like a force. A presence. Something that was here before the concept of here existed. Is it alive? That depends on your definition. It thinks. It dreams. It wants. Whether that constitutes life. Griphook shrugged. The goblins and the wizards fought together to contain it, thousands of years ago. It was one of the few times our peoples cooperated. The containment is held by enchantments that draw on both goblin and wizard magic. Over the centuries, certain wizard families were bound into the enchantment, their bloodlines serving as living anchors for the prison. Harry felt cold. The Potters. Among others. But the Potters were the primary anchor. Your family's unusual magical strength, the power that's run through the Potter line for centuries, is partly drawn from the entity itself. A fragment of its power, bound into your blood, used to strengthen the chains. So I'm connected to it. By blood and magic. When you wore the ring, a Potter family artifact, steeped in your bloodline's magic, you touched that connection. And the entity, which has been dormant for centuries, felt you. The room was very quiet. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, steady and strong, and beneath it, or was he imagining it, a deeper rhythm. A pulse that wasn't his own. Something vast and patient, counting time in measures that made human years look like heartbeats. Is it dangerous? Harry asked. It is the most dangerous thing on this island. Possibly the most dangerous thing in this world. Griphook's voice was flat. The enchantments are holding. They have held for millennia. But they are not eternal. They weaken. They require maintenance, ritual magic performed by the anchor families. Your family performed these rituals for generations. When your grandparents died and your parents were killed, the rituals stopped. The chains are weakening. Slowly. We have centuries before there's a genuine risk of breach. But the entity is aware now, in a way it hasn't been for a long time. Your magical awakening, your accidental apparition through our wards, was a significant event. It noticed. Harry remembered the voice from the depths. Little air. Little light. I see you now. Can I strengthen the chains? He asked. Griphook looked at him with an expression that Harry couldn't read. Possibly. The rituals are documented in the Potter family archives. Some of those archives are in your family vault. Others are in the legacy vault, Vault 7, the sealed one. The one I can only open when I'm ready. Yes. And ready, in this context, may have a specific meaning. The vault's enchantments are tied to the same magic as the containment. It may require a certain level of power, or understanding, or, he hesitated. Or sacrifice. Sacrifice. The Potters have always been a family that gave things up for the greater good. Your mother gave her life. Your father gave his fortune to the war effort. Your great-grandfather gave. Griphook stopped. I've said too much. This is not knowledge that should be given all at once. You need time to process it, and you need training, magical training, before you can safely engage with any of this. Harry wanted to push. Every instinct told him to keep asking, to pull the thread until the whole tapestry unraveled. But Griphook's expression had closed like a vault door, and Harry recognized the boundary. Hogwarts first, Harry said. Then the rest. Yes. But I want access to the family vault. The archives, the documents about the rituals. Griphook hesitated. Some of those documents are influenced by the entity's proximity. Reading them without proper preparation could be dangerous. Then help me prepare. The goblin looked at him for a long time. Then he opened a drawer, pulled out a thick folder, and set it on the desk between them. These are copies of the less dangerous materials. Historical accounts, genealogical records, and the outer framework of the containment rituals. Nothing that will put you at risk. Study them. When you've understood them, we'll discuss next steps. Harry took the folder. It was heavier than it looked. One more thing, Griphook said. The entity will try to contact you again. It will offer things, power, knowledge, freedom from your enemies. It is patient and persuasive and not, strictly speaking, lying when it makes promises. But its goals and yours are not aligned. Remember that. I will. And Harry. Griphook's use of his first name was still rare enough to carry weight. The prophecy Dumbledore told you about, the one involving the Dark Lord. The goblins have our own prophecies, our own records of fate and foretelling. In one of them, written 3,000 years ago, there is a verse that translates roughly as, "When the hollow crown stirs and the scar-bearer rises, the old chains will sing or the old chains will break." The torchlight flickered. In the distance, far below, something that might have been an earthquake or might have been breathing shook the walls with a vibration too low to hear. "You're telling me I'm in two prophecies," Harry said. "I'm telling you that the universe has plans for you, Mr. Potter. What I cannot tell you is whether those plans are survivable." Harry left Gringotts with the folder under his arm, Hedwig on his shoulder, and more weight on his mind than any 11-year-old should carry. He portkeyed back to Privet Drive, put the folder in his desk drawer, next to the ring, which he hadn't worn since the first vision, and sat on his bed in the fading afternoon light. Two prophecies. A Dark Lord who would return. An ancient entity stirring beneath London. A political battle in 4 days. And school. He was 11 years old. He opened the folder and began to read. The Dursley household had settled into a tense equilibrium. Vernon went to work, came home, and said almost nothing. His reassignment to accounts receivable had drained something from him, not the anger, which still simmered behind his eyes, but the energy to express it. He moved through the house like a ghost of his former self, large and present but somehow diminished. Petunia compensated by becoming almost aggressively domestic. The house was cleaner than it had ever been. Meals were elaborate, served on time, with place settings for 4. She was, Harry realized, doing the only thing she knew how to do, maintaining normalcy through sheer force of will, as if enough iron tablecloths and properly arranged flowers could paper over the fact that her entire world had been upended by a boy she'd spent a decade trying to crush. Dudley was the surprise. On the evening after Harry's shopping trip, he knocked on Harry's bedroom door. Harry opened it. Dudley stood in the hallway, massive and uncertain, his hands shoved in his pockets. "Can I come in?" Dudley asked. Harry stepped aside. Dudley entered, looked around the room, the books, the trunk, the owl sleeping on the wardrobe, and sat heavily on the end of the bed. "You're a wizard," Dudley said. "Yes. Like in films?" "I don't know. I haven't seen many films." Dudley looked at his hands. His face was working through something complicated, and Harry watched with the patient attention of someone who'd had a great deal of practice observing Dursleys. "I didn't know," Dudley said. "About the cupboard." "About, Dad always said you deserved it. That you were bad. That you'd be dangerous if we didn't keep you in line. You hit me, Dudley. You chased me. You and your friends made my life miserable for years." "I know." Dudley's voice was small. Coming from a boy his size, it was almost surreal. "I know I did. Why are you telling me this?" "Because," Dudley struggled. Words had never been his strength. "Because Mum's been crying every night. And Dad's drinking. And it's because of what they did to you. And I was part of it. And I don't want to be like Dad." Harry looked at his cousin. Really looked, past the bulk and the bluster and the years of petty cruelty. There was a boy in there, a scared, confused boy who'd been raised by a bully and a coward and was just now realizing that the values they'd given him were worthless. "You were 11, Harry said. Same as me. The difference is, you had parents who taught you to be cruel, and I had parents who, he stopped. Swallowed. Who died before they could teach me anything. Dudley was quiet. You want to be different? Harry said. Then be different. It's not complicated. Stop hitting people. Stop taking things that aren't yours. Treat people like they matter. It's not hard, Dudley. It just takes deciding. Dudley nodded. He stood up, walked to the door, and stopped. Happy birthday, he said, without turning around. For last week. I never said it before. He left. Harry sat on the bed and felt something shift inside him, not forgiveness, not yet, but the acknowledgement that people could change. That the world wasn't divided cleanly into enemies and allies, villains and heroes. That sometimes, the bully's son knocked on your door and said sorry, and you had to figure out what to do with that. Hedwig hooted softly from the wardrobe. Harry stroked her feathers and went back to his reading. The days compressed. Harry studied. He devoured the books Daphne had recommended and the documents Griphook had provided and the Hogwarts textbooks that filled his trunk. He practiced holding his wand, not casting spells, not yet, but getting used to the feel of it, the way it hummed against his palm like a living thing, the warmth that spread up his arm when he held it. He wrote letters, to Augusta Longbottom, to Amelia Bones, to Cyrus Greengrass. Careful, precise letters, drafted with Griphook's help, that introduced himself and requested brief meetings before the Wisengamot hearing. Longbottom responded within hours. Her letter was brisk and warm. Your father was a fine man and a loyal friend. I will hear what you have to say. Tea at Longbottom Hall, August 20th, 2 p.m. Bones responded the next day. More formal, more cautious, but positive, the DMLE has no position on the Malfoy petition. However, I am willing to meet with you privately to discuss matters of mutual interest. My office, August 22nd, 10 a.m. Greengrass didn't respond for 3 days. When his letter came, it was elegant and non-committal. Lord Greengrass acknowledges receipt of Mr. Potter's correspondence and would be amenable to a meeting at Mr. Potter's convenience. Greengrass Manor is open to visitors by appointment. Attached was a second note, in different handwriting, smaller, sharper, with a slight upward slant. He'll meet you. Don't be boring. Harry read Daphne's note twice, then put it in the drawer with the ring and the folder. Vernon's second attempt to fight back came on August 18. Harry learned about it from Bogrod, who called through the mirror with a tone that was equal parts amusement and warning. Your uncle made a phone call yesterday afternoon from his office. Not the solicitor this time. He called a private number, unlisted, traced to a shell company registered in the Cayman Islands. Harry frowned. Vernon doesn't know anyone with shell companies. He does now. The call lasted 7 minutes. We intercepted the audio. Bogrod paused. He was offering information about you. About Potter Holdings. About the Goblin connection. Harry went cold. To whom? We're still tracing the company. But the voice on the other end of the line spoke with the accent of someone who'd been educated at the finest schools in England, and the vocabulary of someone accustomed to giving orders to people who were afraid of him. Malfoy has Muggle contacts. Malfoy has contacts everywhere. That is what makes him dangerous. A pause. What do you want to do? Harry thought about it. Vernon had crossed a line, not just defying Harry, but actively seeking help from Harry's enemies. From someone who wanted to control Harry, who might be connected to the people who'd murdered his parents. The anger stirred. The cold, patient stone in his chest pulsed, and for a moment, Harry wanted to pick up the phone and call the police and end Vernon's career and freedom in a single stroke. He didn't. Keep monitoring, Harry said. Record everything. Don't let Vernon know we're aware. And if he contacts them again, he will. Let him. The more he talks, the more we learn about Malfoy's Muggle operation. Harry paused. And Bogrod? Make sure Vernon's reassignment is going well. Give him a bit more responsibility. A small project, something that makes him feel valued. You want to reward him for betraying you? I want him to think he's getting away with it. A confident Vernon is a careless Vernon. A careless Vernon gives us better intelligence. The silence on the other end of the mirror had a quality of professional respect that Harry was learning to recognize. Understood, Bogrod said. Tea with Augusta Longbottom was an experience. Longbottom Hall was old. Not old like Privet Drive was old, tired and suburban and built in the 1930s. Old like the Stones remembered things. The house sat on a hill in Somerset, surrounded by gardens that were somehow too green, too lush, as if the earth itself was showing off. The walls were covered in ivy that rustled without wind, and the front door opened before Harry knocked. Augusta Longbottom was waiting in a drawing room that smelled of wood smoke and roses. She was exactly what Harry had expected from Griphook's description, a tall, formidable woman in her 70s, with a spine like a steel rod and eyes that could cut glass. She wore a hat with a stuffed vulture on it, which should have been ridiculous but somehow wasn't, because Augusta Longbottom could have worn a traffic cone on her head and still commanded a room. Sit, she said. It wasn't rude. It was efficient. Harry sat. Tea appeared, served by a house elf, a creature Harry had read about but never seen, whose enormous eyes fixed on him with something like awe before it vanished with a pop. You look like James, Augusta said, studying him over the rim of her cup. Around the jaw. The rest is Lily. She was a remarkable woman. I'm learning that. Humph. You shouldn't have to learn it. You should have grown up knowing it. She set down her cup with a clink. Dumbledore placed you with Muggles. I argued against it at the time. He overruled me, as he does. Said it was for your protection. He told me about the blood wards. Blood wards. Augusta's tone could have etched steel. Blood wards are all very well. But a child needs more than protection from dark wizards. A child needs family. A home. People who love them. She looked at him with eyes that held old grief. My grandson Neville was raised by me. Not because I was the best choice, but because his parents, she stopped. Breathed. His parents are alive. They are in St. Mungo's hospital, and they will be there for the rest of their lives. The Lestranges tortured them beyond recovery. I know, Harry said quietly. I'm sorry. Augusta nodded. You'll meet Neville at school. He's a good boy. Shy. Uncertain. Nothing like his father was, and I confess I've been harder on him than I should because of it. But he has his mother's heart, and that counts for more than bravery in my book. She fixed Harry with her gaze. Now. You've come about the Malfoy petition. Yes. I'll vote against it. You don't need to persuade me. Lucius Malfoy is a snake who bought his way out of Azkaban with gold and lies, and I'll oppose anything he supports on principle. She raised a hand. But you should know that principle isn't enough. Malfoy has votes. Favors owed, debts collected, arms twisted. If you want to beat him, you'll need more than my support. I know. I'm meeting with Amelia Bones and Cyrus Greengrass this week. Bones is solid. Greengrass is a weather vane. Augusta's lip curled. He'll support whoever he thinks will win. Make sure he thinks that's you. I intend to. Good. Augusta poured more tea. Now. Tell me about this company you bought. I want to hear the whole story. I haven't had a good laugh in months. Harry told her. He left out the Goblin details, Griphook's involvement, the deep vaults, the Hollow King, but he told her about the Dursleys, about the cupboard, about Vernon's face when Harry walked into the conference room. Augusta listened with the focused intensity of a hawk watching a field mouse, and when Harry finished, she did something he hadn't expected. She laughed. A full, genuine, room-filling laugh that startled the portraits on the walls and made the fire crackle. "Oh, that's magnificent," she said, wiping her eyes. "James would have loved it. He had a talent for turning the tables. Your father was the kind of man who'd walk into a trap and turn it into a party." She sobered. "But Harry. You know this isn't a game." "I know. Malfoy won't stop at one petition. If the hearing fails, he'll find another angle. And the people behind Malfoy, the old Death Eaters, the ones who got away, they're patient. They've been waiting for 10 years. They're waiting for Voldemort to return, and they're positioning themselves to be useful when he does. Dumbledore told me Voldemort isn't dead." Augusta's eyes narrowed. "Did he? That's more honesty than I'd have expected from Albus. Perhaps you've made an impression." She set down her cup definitively. "You have my vote, Harry. And my advice, if you want it." "I do. Don't trust easily. But don't refuse trust entirely. You'll need allies at Hogwarts, real allies, not sycophants. Find people who challenge you, not people who agree with you. And," she hesitated. "Be kind to Neville. He won't ask for it. He doesn't think he deserves it. But he could use a friend who sees him for who he is, not who his parents were." "I will." Augusta nodded, and for a moment, the fierce old woman softened into something gentler. "Your parents would be proud of you," she said. "For what that's worth." It was worth more than Harry could say. He thanked her, shook her hand, and left Longbottom Hall with an ally, a vote, and a hollow ache in his chest that he couldn't quite explain. The meeting with Amelia Bones was shorter and more businesslike. Her office in the ministry was austere and organized, every surface clear except for the files she was actively working on. She was a square-jawed woman with close-cropped gray hair and the direct gaze of someone who had spent 30 years dealing with liars and had no patience for the practice. "Mr. Potter," she said. "You have 15 minutes. Harry used 12. He laid out the case against the Malfoy petition, his legal rights under Goblin-Wizard Treaty, the absence of any legitimate welfare concern, and the transparent political motive behind the motion. He didn't mention the Dursleys' abuse. He decided to save that for the hearing, where it would have maximum impact. Bones listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for 30 seconds, an eternity in a room that ticked with the sound of a wall clock. "You make a compelling argument," she said. "But I have to ask, are you prepared for what happens if you win?" "What do you mean?" "If the petition fails, Malfoy loses face. He doesn't take that well. And the people he represents, the old guard, the pure-blood establishment, will see you as a threat. Not just a child to be controlled, but an adversary. You'll be watched, tested, pressured. Every decision you make at Hogwarts will be scrutinized." "I understand. Do you?" Bones leaned forward. "You're 11 years old. You've done something remarkable, I don't deny that. But the wizarding world chews up remarkable children and spits out broken adults. I've seen it happen. I don't want to see it happen to you." "Then help me," Harry said simply. "Not as a guardian, not as a protector. As an ally who believes in justice and sees an injustice being committed." Bones studied him for a long time. Then she stood, extended her hand, and said, "I can't publicly oppose the petition, my position requires neutrality. But I can ensure the hearing is conducted fairly. No backroom deals, no procedural tricks. You'll get a fair fight. That's all I need." "I doubt that. But it's all I can offer." She shook his hand. Her grip was firm. "Good luck, Mr. Potter." The meeting with Cyrus Greengrass was the most complicated. Greengrass Manor was elegant in a way that suggested old money and careful taste, nothing ostentatious, nothing garish, every detail calculated to project quiet wealth and quieter power. Cyrus Greengrass met Harry in a study lined with books and portraits, and he was exactly what Harry expected, tall, thin, meticulously dressed, with the watchful eyes of a man who had survived a war by being smarter than everyone in the room. They talked for an hour. It was the most exhausting conversation Harry had ever had. Greengrass didn't make demands. He didn't offer promises. He asked questions, subtle, layered, interlocking questions that tested Harry's knowledge, his reasoning, his values, his intentions. Each question built on the last, creating a picture of Harry's mind that Greengrass was assembling with the patient precision of a jigsaw enthusiast. Harry answered honestly. Not completely, there were things he held back, depths he didn't reveal, but honestly. Griphook had warned him that Greengrass valued authenticity and could smell deception like a bloodhound scenting fear. At the end of the hour, Greengrass poured 2 glasses of something amber and aromatic, fire whiskey, Harry guessed, though his was barely a finger's worth, and said, "You're not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "A traumatized orphan playing at politics. A child who'd gotten lucky and mistaken luck for competence." Greengrass swirled his drink. "Instead, I find a young man with a clear strategic mind, a functional understanding of power dynamics, and the emotional control of someone twice his age. It's impressive. It's also concerning." "Why concerning?" "Because children who grow up too fast either burn brightly or burn out. And the wizarding world has a habit of using bright burning children as torches and then discarding the ashes." "You sound like Amelia Bones." "Amelia and I agree on very little. But we agree on that." Greengrass set down his glass. "I'll support you at the hearing. Not because I believe in your cause, causes are luxuries I can't afford, but because Malfoy's influence has grown too great, and backing you is the most efficient way to check it. In exchange, I want one thing." "Name it." "My daughter." Greengrass's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. "Daphne is exceptional. She's smarter than I was at her age, and I was very smart. She will be at Hogwarts with you. I want her to have a place in whatever political structure you build. Not as a pawn. As a partner." Harry thought about Daphne in the bookshop, her precise hands pulling volumes from shelves, her winter sky eyes assessing him with the cool efficiency of someone pricing an antique. Alliances require trust. Trust requires time. "I don't build structures that use people as furniture," Harry said. "If Daphne and I become allies, it'll be because we choose to, not because our fathers arranged it." Something moved in Greengrass's expression. It might have been surprise. It might have been approval. "Fair enough," he said. "Then I'll support you at the hearing, and we'll see what my daughter decides about you. She usually makes good decisions. She recommended I buy a book called Trust No One, A Slytherin's Guide to Survival." Greengrass's mouth twitched. It was the closest thing to a smile Harry had seen from him. "That sounds like Daphne." Harry left Greengrass Manor as the sun was setting, painting the grounds in shades of gold and amber. At the gate, he found Daphne waiting. She was sitting on a stone wall, legs dangling, reading a book. She looked up when Harry approached and closed the book without marking her place. "How did it go?" she asked. "Your father is terrifying. He's a pussycat. You should meet my mother." She hopped off the wall. "He'll support you. I could tell from the study window, when he likes someone, he pours the good fire whiskey. When he doesn't, he pours the bad fire whiskey and watches them pretend to enjoy it." "How do you know which one I got?" "Because you're still standing. The bad fire whiskey is assertive." Harry almost smiled. Daphne fell into step beside him as they walked toward the manor's apparition point, a flat stone circle at the end of the drive, marked with runes Harry was beginning to recognize. "Your father wants us to be allies," Harry said. "My father wants lots of things." "What do you want?" Harry considered the question. It was a good one. I want to survive the next few years. I want to learn magic. I want to beat Malfoy at the hearing and keep control of my own life. And I want, he paused. I want to understand why everyone seems to think I'm important. The prophecy, the scar, the other things. There are pieces I don't have yet. So you want answers. I want enough answers to ask better questions. Daphne looked at him sidelong. The fading light caught her eyes and turned them silver. That might be the most Ravenclaw thing I've ever heard. Is that an insult? It's an observation. I told you, I'll decide about compliments later. She stopped at the apparition point. Good luck at the hearing. I'll be in the gallery. Any last advice? Daphne considered. Don't try to be sympathetic. You're not good at it. Be what you are, competent, controlled, and slightly terrifying. That's what will win over the Wizengamot. They don't respect sob stories. They respect power. You barely know me. I know enough. And Potter? She turned at the edge of the circle. When Malfoy comes at you, and he will, don't just defend. Attack. He won't expect it from a child, and it'll make every person in that chamber rethink what they know about you. She stepped onto the stone circle, turned once, and vanished. Harry stood alone in the dying light. The ring in his pocket, he'd started carrying it, even though he didn't wear it, pulsed warm against his thigh. In the distance, thunder rolled. A storm was coming, and Harry Potter was standing in an open field, daring it to strike. He turned his portkey and went home. The house was quiet when he arrived. Vernon was in the living room, watching television, a glass of whiskey in his hand. Petunia was in the kitchen. Dudley was upstairs. Harry went to his room, closed the door, and began preparing for the hearing. But first, there was Petunia. It happened that night, close to midnight. Harry was at his desk, reviewing his notes on the Wizengamot members, when he heard a soft knock. Not Vernon's heavy-fisted bang or Dudley's impatient hammering. A gentle, hesitant tap, as if the person on the other side wasn't sure they wanted to be there. Harry opened the door. Petunia stood in the hallway in her dressing gown, her hair down for once, looking younger and more vulnerable than Harry had ever seen her. She was holding something behind her back. "Can I come in?" she asked. Harry stepped aside. Petunia entered the room and stood awkwardly by the window, not sitting, not meeting his eyes. She was clutching whatever she'd brought so tightly that her knuckles were white. "I need to tell you something," she said. "I should have told you years ago. I should have told you the day you arrived on our doorstep, but I was angry and scared and," she broke off. Breathed. "I was jealous. Of a dead woman. Of my own sister. And I punished you for it, and that is something I will never be able to undo." Harry waited. The house was silent around them. Even Vernon's snoring had paused, as if the house itself was holding its breath. "Lily came to see me," Petunia said. Before the end. A few months before she died. She appeared in the garden, just appeared, the way you people do, and she looked terrified. She said she didn't have much time. She said things were bad, that they were in hiding, that there was a traitor and she didn't know who to trust. Harry's throat tightened. What did she want? Petunia finally looked at him. Her eyes were red-rimmed and raw. "She left something with me. Made me promise to keep it safe. To give it to you when you were old enough." She brought her hands from behind her back. It was a small box, wooden, polished dark. There was no lock, no visible seam. On the lid, carved so faintly that Harry had to angle it toward the light to see, was a symbol, a triangle, containing a circle, containing a vertical line. "She said you'd know what to do with it when the time came," Petunia whispered. "She said Dumbledore couldn't know. That it had to stay hidden. That there were things even he didn't understand." Harry took the box. It was warm. Not the warmth of the ring, not the deep, alien pulse of the entity beneath Gringotts. This was different. Softer. Like holding a hand. Like being held. Something behind his eyes stung. He blinked it away. She also left this, Petunia said, and produced a small leather journal, battered and worn. Her research notes, she called them. She said the journal was warded, that only you could read it. I tried, once. The pages were blank to me. Harry took the journal. He opened it. Words appeared, flowing across the pages in handwriting he'd never seen but recognized instantly, his mother's hand, quick and confident and alive. Harry, if you're reading this, then the worst has happened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I'm sorry for everything you've had to face without me. There are things I need to tell you about our family, about the Potters, about what we guard, about the power in your blood. Dumbledore knows some of it. The goblins know more. But there are things neither of them know, things I discovered during the war, things that change everything. Start with the box. It will open when you're ready. Trust the goblins more than the old man, they've kept their oaths longer. And Harry, whatever you do, don't go into the deep vault alone. Harry closed the journal. His hands were steady, but something inside him was shaking, a tremor so deep it didn't reach his surface, held down by the same control that let him face Vernon and Dumbledore and Greengrass without blinking. Thank you, he said to Petunia. His voice was rough. Petunia nodded. She turned to leave, then stopped. Without looking back, she said, she loved you more than anything in the world. I could see it. Every time she looked at you, she became someone brighter. Someone better. A pause. I hated her for that. For being capable of a love that transformed her. I've never loved anyone that way. Not Vernon. Not Dudley. Not, her voice broke. Not you. And I should have. You were a child. You were her child. And she couldn't finish. She left the room, pulling the door shut behind her, and Harry heard her footsteps retreat down the hallway, growing softer, then silent. He sat on the bed with his mother's journal in one hand and the strange warm box in the other and let the tears come. Not many. Not for long. But enough. Then he dried his eyes, put the box and the journal in his desk drawer with the ring and the folder, and went back to his notes. The hearing was in 10 days. The Hollow King was stirring. Voldemort was somewhere in the dark, waiting to return. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, orphan, wizard, owner of a drill company, sat in a small bedroom in Surrey and prepared to fight for his right to exist on his own terms. Outside, the storm that had been building all evening finally broke. Lightning split the sky over Little Whinging, and for one bright, frozen moment, the street was illuminated, every house, every garden, every perfectly ordinary brick and tile revealed in white-hot detail. In the flash, if anyone had been looking, they might have seen a figure standing at the window of number 4. Small, dark-haired, still. Watching the storm without flinching. The lightning passed. The dark returned. The rain came down. And somewhere beneath London, in chambers older than memory, chains that had held for millennia groaned softly, and something vast and patient smiled in its sleep. Chapter 3, The Vault of Echoes. Harry read his mother's journal 3 times. The first time was raw. He sat on his bed at 2 in the morning, the storm hammering against the window, and let the words wash over him without analysis or strategy, just a boy reading his mother's handwriting, hearing her voice for the first time. She wrote the way Griphook described her, precisely, brilliantly, with a warmth that broke through the technical language like sunlight through cloud. The second time was analytical. He sat at his desk with a notebook and catalogued every fact, every reference, every name and date and location. The journal was dense, Lily Potter had been conducting research during the war, in stolen hours between order missions and safe house rotations, and she'd written the way someone writes when they're afraid they'll run out of time. The third time was the one that changed things. Lily's research centered on the blood wards, the protection she'd designed to keep Harry safe. But the blood wards, she wrote, were not her invention. They were an adaptation of something far older, the containment magic that bound the Hollow King. The Potter bloodline carries a fragment of the entity's power, she wrote, her handwriting tighter here, pressed harder into the page. This has been known to the family for centuries, passed down through ritual and tradition. But what the family didn't know, what I discovered through comparison with ancient Sumerian containment texts and cross-referencing with Goblin historical records, is that the fragment isn't passive. It's alive. It thinks. It grows. And it responds to the emotional state of the Potter who carries it. James doesn't feel it. His connection is stable, inherited, settled into his bloodline like sediment in a riverbed. But Harry, our Harry, something happened when he was born. The fragment surged. The healers at St. Mungo's said his magical signature was unlike anything they'd seen. Dumbledore examined him and said he was remarkably powerful for an infant, which is Dumbledore speak for, I'm concerned but I won't tell you why. I think the fragment recognized something in Harry. A compatibility. A resonance. Whatever the Hollow King is, whatever power it possesses, Harry's magical core is tuned to its frequency in a way that no Potter has been in generations. This is why Voldemort wants him. Not because of the prophecy, or not only because of the prophecy. Voldemort has been seeking sources of power beyond conventional magic. He's been researching ancient entities, pre-human forces, things that the Ministry has spent centuries pretending don't exist. He knows about the Hollow King. He wants access to it. And Harry, our beautiful, impossible son, is the key. Harry set down the journal. His hands were steady. His mind was not. He was the key to an ancient entity's prison. Voldemort knew it. His mother had known it. And Dumbledore who knew some of it, according to Lily, had placed Harry in a cupboard under the stairs and hoped for the best. The wooden box sat on his desk, warm and sealed. He tried to open it twice. The first time, nothing happened. The second time, the triangle symbol on the lid had glowed faintly and he'd felt a pulse of magic, not hostile, but questioning, as if the box was taking his measure and finding him not quite ready. It will open when you're ready, Lily had written. Don't force it. The box was crafted by goblins using Potter blood magic and containment enchantments. It holds something that the Hollow King wants and that Dumbledore must not have, not because he's evil, but because he would use it for the greater good, and some things are too dangerous for good intentions. Harry picked up the box and turned it over in his hands. The wood was warm, almost alive, and the carved symbol seemed to shift in the lamplight, the triangle, the circle, the line. He knew that symbol. He'd seen it in one of Griphook's books, in a chapter on ancient magical artifacts. The Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. 3 legendary objects created by, according to wizarding fairy tale, death itself. According to the Goblin account, they were crafted by the 3 Peverell brothers, using magic that no one had been able to replicate since. The Peverells. Harry's ancestors on the Potter side. He put the box back on the desk and opened his notebook. The pieces were connecting now, forming a picture he couldn't quite see but could feel taking shape. The Potters descended from the Peverells. The Peverells created the Hallows. The Potters guarded the Hollow King. The Hollow King's power ran in Harry's blood. Voldemort wanted that power. And Lily had hidden something related to the Hallows, something too dangerous for anyone to have, in a goblin-crafted box that would only open when Harry was ready. Don't go into the deep vault alone. Harry stared at that line. It was underlined twice, the only place in the entire journal where Lily had emphasized anything visually. Everything else she communicated through precision of language. This sheet underscored with the urgency of a woman who knew she might not be around to say it in person. The Deep Vault. Vault 7. The legacy vault that Griphook said had existed before Gringotts, before the goblins, before everything. The vault that would only open when Harry was ready. Two things waiting for him to be ready. The box and the vault. And a dead mother's voice telling him not to go alone. Harry closed the notebook, turned off the lamp, and lay in the dark listening to the storm die. He didn't sleep. Morning came grey and damp, the storm's aftermath leaving Privet Drive looking washed out and tired. Harry went through the motions of the Dursley morning, breakfast, dishes, the careful choreography of a household pretending to be normal, and then retreated to his room and activated the communication mirror. Griphook answered on the second pulse. "Mr. Potter. You look terrible. I've been reading my mother's journal." Griphook's expression sharpened. "And? I need to see you. In person. Today." A pause. "The hearing is in 9 days. I assumed you'd be, this is more important than the hearing." The silence that followed was heavy with things unsaid. Then Griphook nodded. "Come through. I'll clear my schedule." Harry portkeyed to Gringotts at 10 in the morning, carrying the journal, the box, and the folder of documents Griphook had given him. He spread them across Griphook's desk like evidence at a trial and told the goblin everything. Griphook listened without interrupting. His dark eyes tracked across the journal pages, the box, Harry's notes, with the rapid precision of someone processing information the way a machine processes data, except there was nothing mechanical about it. Behind those eyes, something was working furiously. When Harry finished, Griphook was quiet for a long time. He picked up the wooden box, turned it over, examined the symbol on the lid. His fingers traced the carving with a delicacy that seemed at odds with his sharp features. "Your mother," Griphook said slowly, "was extraordinary. You knew her?" "I met her once. She came to Gringotts during the war, requesting access to the Goblin historical archives. It was refused, no wizard had ever been granted access. But she argued her case for 3 hours, in fluent gobbledygook, citing treaty provisions that most goblins had forgotten existed. The ghost of a smile crossed his face. She was granted limited access. The council was so impressed they almost offered her a job. She learned gobbledygook. She learned everything. That was her gift, not raw power, though she had that too, but the ability to absorb and synthesize information across disciplines. She connected Goblin containment theory with Sumerian binding magic and Celtic wordcraft and produced insights that neither tradition could have reached alone. Griphook set down the box. "What she wrote in that journal, about the fragment, about your resonance with the entity, is consistent with Goblin records we've kept sealed for centuries." "Why sealed?" "Because the information is dangerous. If the wrong people learned about the Hollow King's connection to the Potter bloodline, they would either try to destroy you, severing the anchor, or try to use you to access the entity's power. Either outcome would be catastrophic. Voldemort already knows. Voldemort knew something. Based on your mother's account, he knew about the entity and suspected the Potter connection. But he didn't have the details, the specifics of the bloodline bond, the nature of the fragment, the existence of the deep vault. If he had, his approach would have been different. He wouldn't have tried to kill you. He would have tried to capture you." Harry absorbed that. Being killed was frightening. Being captured for use as a key to an ancient entity's prison was something else entirely. "I need to go to the deep vault," Harry said. Griphook's expression closed like a shutter. "No. My mother's journal says, I know what the journal says. It also says don't go alone, which implies even your mother recognized the danger. The deep vault exists outside normal magical space. The tunnels leading to it are not fully mapped, not fully understood, and not fully ours. Things live in those tunnels that predate the goblins. Things we've learned to avoid rather than confront. But the vault contains the Potter family archives. The containment rituals. The information I need to understand what I am and what's waking up beneath this bank. It also exists within the Hollow King's sphere of influence. The deeper you go, the stronger its presence becomes. Your mother's journal describes a resonance between you and the entity. If you enter the deep tunnels, that resonance will intensify. The entity will be able to reach you, not physically, not yet, but mentally. It will speak to you. It will offer you things. And you will be tempted. I've already heard it. When I wore the ring. I'm not easily tempted. You are 11 years old. You have been aware of magic for approximately 3 weeks. You have no formal training in occlumency, no experience with mental intrusion, and no understanding of what a being of the Hollow King's age and intelligence can do to an unshielded mind. Griphook's voice had an edge Harry hadn't heard before, not anger, but something close to fear. I have seen what happens to people who enter those tunnels unprepared. I have seen goblins, warriors, trained for decades, emerge gibbering and broken. Or not emerge at all. Then come with me. Griphook stared at him. My mother said don't go alone. She didn't say don't go. The vault is mine. The archives are mine. Whatever's in there, whatever she hid, whatever the family has been protecting for centuries, it belongs to me, and I need it. Not just for the hearing. Not just for Hogwarts. For what's coming. You told me the chains are weakening. You told me the rituals need to be performed. How am I supposed to do any of that if I can't access my own family's knowledge? Griphook's jaw worked. Harry could see the argument playing out behind his eyes, the goblin's caution warring with his pragmatism, his fear of the deep tunnels warring with his recognition that Harry was right. There are conditions, Griphook said finally. Name them. We go with a guard. 2 of my best warriors. They will stay outside the vault itself, they cannot enter a Potter vault, but they will hold the tunnel. If anything comes from the depths, they will hold the line long enough for us to retreat. Agreed. You will wear a goblin ward amulet. It will provide some protection against mental intrusion, not much, against an entity of the Hollow King's power, but enough to give you warning. If you feel the entity's presence, if you hear its voice, you tell me immediately. We do not play games with ancient gods. It's a god. It's something that was worshipped as one, before the concept of gods existed. The distinction is academic. Griphook opened a drawer and produced a leather thong threaded with a small disc of dark metal. Wear this. Don't take it off. Harry put the amulet around his neck. The metal was cold against his chest, and he felt a faint humming, a vibration just below the threshold of sound, steady and rhythmic, like a heartbeat. And the third condition, Griphook said. If I say we leave, we leave. No arguments. No hesitation. I've been in the deep tunnels twice in my life. The first time, I was young and stupid. The second time, I was older and only slightly less stupid. Both times, I felt things that I do not wish to describe. If I judge that the entity is becoming aware of our presence, we retreat. Understood? Understood. Griphook looked at him for a long moment. Then he stood, walked to a panel in the wall, and pressed his hand against a section of stone that looked no different from the rest. The panel slid aside, revealing a narrow corridor lit by a single torch. The entrance to the deep tunnels is through the lower vault system, past the dragon pens, past the oldest goblin forged doors, into territory that isn't on any map the Ministry has ever seen. He took the torch from the wall. Stay close. Don't touch the walls. And whatever you do, don't respond if you hear something that isn't me. Harry followed him into the dark. The descent took 40 minutes. The upper levels of Gringotts were impressive enough, vast caverns, iron-tracked railways, vaults sealed with increasingly elaborate enchantments. Harry had seen them during his first visit, the cart ride to the Trust Vault, the dizzying plunge through stone and shadow. But those were the public levels, the tourist-friendly face of goblin banking, maintained and lit and safe. Below the public levels, things changed. The iron tracks ended. The torches became fewer, then stopped altogether, replaced by a faint luminescence in the stone itself, a pale green glow that Griphook said was natural, a property of the rock, though his tone suggested that natural was a generous description. The corridors narrowed, widened, narrowed again, following paths that felt less like architecture and more like biology, the passageways of something alive, channels worn by forces that didn't obey the geometry of right angles and level floors. 2 goblin warriors walked ahead. They were nothing like Griphook, shorter, broader, armored in dark metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Each carried a weapon, short, curved blades forged from the same silvery material as the knife that had cut Harry's finger. They moved with the silent, efficient gait of creatures bred for war in confined spaces, and their eyes, black and lidless, swept the corridors with the systematic attention of soldiers on patrol. Thornback and Ironclaw, Griphook murmured, when Harry glanced at the warriors. The best in the bank's security force. They've been in the deep tunnels before. How far before? Far enough to know better than to go further. They passed the dragon pens. Harry heard them before he saw them, the low, rumbling growl of something enormous, the scrape of scales on stone, a blast of heat that turned the tunnel into an oven for 3 strides before fading. He caught a glimpse through a side passage, a pale, eyeless dragon, chained in a cavern so vast it had its own weather, its massive head turning blindly toward them as they passed. Ukrainian Iron Belly, Griphook said. Blind from birth. Guards the oldest vaults. 1 of 7. 7 dragons. 7 dragons, 14 basilisk-derived security enchantments, 32 goblin-forged locks, and a series of proximity curses that would take a team of human cursebreakers 6 months to dismantle. Griphook's voice carried a note of professional pride. The upper vaults are protected by reputation and convenience. The lower vaults are protected by things that kill you. They passed the last of the dragon pens and entered territory that felt different. The luminescence in the stone changed color, from pale green to a deeper shade, almost blue, pulsing slowly. The air temperature dropped. Not the cool of underground, Harry had grown used to that, but a cold that had intention behind it, a chill that seemed to press against his skin like fingers. The amulet on Harry's chest hummed louder. Thornback raised a closed fist. Everyone stopped. The goblin warrior was standing at the mouth of a wider passage, his blade drawn, his head tilted at an angle that suggested he was listening to something Harry couldn't hear. After a moment, he lowered his fist and gestured forward, but the set of his shoulders had changed. Tighter. Ready. They moved on. The passage opened into a chamber, not a cavern, but a constructed space, with walls of fitted stone and a ceiling that arched into darkness. The stone was covered in carvings. Harry's torchlight, Griphook had given him one, played across the walls, illuminating images that seemed to move at the edge of perception. Figures. Battles. Something vast, many-limbed, being forced downward by ranks of smaller figures wielding light. The Binding War, Griphook said quietly. The earliest goblin record of the Hollow King's imprisonment. These carvings are over 4,000 years old. Harry studied them. The entity, the Hollow King, was depicted as something that defied easy description. Not a creature, not a force, but something between, a presence that warped the stone around it, that was everywhere and nowhere, that the carvers had tried to capture and had only managed to suggest. The figures fighting it were goblins, unmistakably, and beside them, taller figures that might have been humans, and others that Harry didn't recognize at all. Who are those? Harry asked, pointing to the unrecognized figures. We don't know. They're in our oldest records, fighting alongside the first goblins and the first human wizards. They disappeared after the binding. Some of our scholars believe they were the original inhabitants of the magical world, whatever existed before goblins and wizards divided it between themselves. Where did they go? That, Griphook said, is the question that keeps our historians awake at night. Beyond the carved chamber, the tunnel descended sharply. The luminescence in the stone pulsed faster, brighter, and Harry felt the cold deepen, not on his skin now, but inside him, a chill that settled into his bones and radiated outward. The amulet was vibrating steadily, and he could feel something else, a pressure against his mind, gentle but insistent, like a tide lapping at a seawall. "Hello, little heir." The voice was in his head. Not his ears, his head, behind his eyes, in the space where thoughts formed. It was vast and quiet and patient, and it wasn't hostile. That was the most unsettling thing about it. There was no malice. Just interest. The dispassionate curiosity of something so old and so large that a human mind was to it what an ant was to a cathedral. "I hear it," Harry said. Everyone stopped. Griphook turned. His face was taut, the tendons in his neck standing out. "What is it saying?" "Hello." "Just hello." Griphook exchanged a glance with Thornback. The warrior's grip on his blade tightened. The amulet should be dampening the connection. The fact that you can hear it through the ward means we're closer to the vault than I estimated. Or the entity is stronger than you estimated. Yes. Harry touched the amulet on his chest. The vibration was steady, strong. He could feel it working, could feel the invisible barrier it projected around his mind, the way it softened the Hollow King's presence from a shout to a whisper. Without it, he suspected, the voice would be overwhelming. "You wear goblin craft against me. Wise. But unnecessary. I mean you no harm, little heir. I am merely curious. It has been so long since a Potter came this deep." Harry didn't respond. Griphook had told him not to. But the effort of not responding was significant. The voice invited conversation the way a warm fire invited approach, naturally, instinctively, making silence feel rude rather than prudent. "Keep moving," Harry said. "I can handle it." Griphook looked at him hard. Whatever he saw in Harry's face, resolve, control, the absence of the glassy-eyed disconnect that characterized a mind being overwhelmed, seemed to satisfy him. He nodded and turned forward. They walked for another 10 minutes. The tunnel narrowed, widened, descended, and finally opened into a space that made Harry stop breathing. The vault. It wasn't what he'd expected. He'd pictured something like the upper vaults, a door, a lock, a sealed chamber full of gold and artifacts. This was nothing like that. The tunnel simply ended at a wall of living stone, smooth as glass, that stretched from floor to ceiling without seam or join. In the center of the wall, at Harry's eye level, was a single carved symbol, the Potter family crest. The wall was glowing. Not with the tunnel's blue-green luminescence, but with a warm, golden light that pulsed in a rhythm Harry recognized. His own heartbeat. "The vault knows you're here," Griphook said. His voice was barely above a whisper. "It's responding to your blood." Harry stepped forward. Behind him, Thornback and Ironclaw took up positions on either side of the tunnel, facing outward, their blades reflecting the golden light. They were pale, Harry could see it even in the dim tunnel, and their dark eyes were wide, alert, scanning the shadows with an intensity that spoke of genuine fear. "This is where we stop," Griphook said to Harry. "The warriors and I cannot enter a Potter vault. The enchantments would reject us, violently. Then I go alone. You go alone into the vault. We stay here, in the tunnel, and wait." Griphook's jaw was tight. "If you're not back in 1 hour, I'm coming in after you, enchantments be damned." "I thought you said the enchantments would reject you violently." "They would. I would survive long enough to drag you out." The goblin's dark eyes met his. "Probably." Harry looked at the wall. The golden light pulsed. His heartbeat pulsed with it. "Come in, little heir. Come and see what your family has kept." That was the vault, not the Hollow King. Harry could feel the difference. The vault's voice was warm, familial, laced with something that felt like love. The Hollow King's presence was still there, a bass note beneath the melody, patient and watchful, but the vault's magic was stronger here, a barrier of blood and heritage that the entity couldn't easily penetrate. Harry pressed his hand against the crest. The stone dissolved. Not crumbled, not opened, dissolved, turning from solid rock to golden mist in the space of a breath, revealing an archway tall enough for a man and wide enough for two. Beyond it, darkness that wasn't quite dark, a warm, amber dimness, like the inside of a lantern. Harry stepped through. The vault was a library. Not a treasure room, not a weapon cache, not a vault in any conventional sense. It was a library, a circular chamber lined from floor to domed ceiling with shelves, and every shelf was full. Books, scrolls, bound parchments, stone tablets, things that looked like books but were clearly something else, objects that hummed with age and magic, artifacts of knowledge preserved across millennia. In the center of the chamber stood a figure. Harry's hand went to his wand before his mind caught up. The figure wasn't alive, or rather, it wasn't alive in the way that living things were alive. It was translucent, silvery blue, standing with its arms folded and its chin raised in a posture of authority that was immediately, unmistakably Potter. The face was older than James's in the photographs Harry had seen, weathered, lined, with a sharp jaw and heavy brows and eyes that burned with the same green fire as Harry's own. "Charles Potter," the figure said. "Your great-grandfather. Or what's left of him, at any rate." Harry lowered his wand. Slowly. "You're a ghost. An echo. A memory impressed into the vault's magic, designed to test and guide the next Potter to enter." "I've been waiting," the echo paused, tilting its head as if listening to something. 63 years, 7 months, and 14 days. Good Lord. I expected your grandfather to come first. Where's Fleamont?" "Dead," Harry said. "He and my grandmother died in the 80s. Dragon pox." The echo's expression shifted. The eternal, untroubled quality of a magical construct cracked, and something human showed through: grief, quick and sharp, processed and set aside with the discipline of a man who'd had practice. "And James? My James? Dead. Murdered. Voldemort." Charles Potter's echo was very still. The silver blue light that composed him flickered, and for a moment, Harry saw the man he'd been, not a construct, not a guardian, but a father and a grandfather, hearing news that no amount of magical preservation could cushion. "Tell me," Charles said. "All of it." Harry told him. Standing in the center of the vault, surrounded by 4,000 years of Potter knowledge, he told the echo of his great-grandfather about the war, the prophecy, the murder, the cupboard, the scar. He told him about Grunnings and Griphook and Dumbledore. He told him about the Hollow King. Charles listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, the echo was silent for a long time. "You've done well," Charles said. His voice was rough. "Better than well. You've done what any Potter would do, you've taken a situation where you had no power and found a way to survive and fight back. That's the family talent, boy. Not magic, not gold, not bloodlines. Stubbornness. The absolute, bone-deep refusal to stay down when you've been knocked flat. My mother sent me here. She left a journal. She said the vault contains the containment rituals, the ones the family used to maintain the Hollow King's prison. It does. But you're not ready for them." Harry felt a flash of frustration. "Everyone keeps saying that. The box says I'm not ready. The vault says I'm not ready. When will I be ready?" Charles smiled. It was a sharp smile, knowing, and it reminded Harry painfully of the photographs of James, the same jawline, the same crooked confidence. "When you understand what readiness costs. The containment rituals aren't spells, Harry. They're sacrifices. Every generation of Potters gave something, not gold, not time, but a piece of themselves. A memory. A capability. A year of their life. The chains hold because our blood and our sacrifice bind them. What did you give?" The echo's smile faded. My ability to love my wife. Not the memory of loving her, I remembered that. But the capacity. The warmth. The wanting. I performed the ritual when I was 40, and for the rest of my life, I knew that Doria was the most important person in my world, and I couldn't feel it. I knew it like a fact in a textbook. Cold. Distant. The silver-blue figure wavered. She understood. She'd married a potter. She knew the price. But understanding and accepting are different things. Harry's throat was tight. And my father? Did he perform the ritual? No. James died before he was old enough. The ritual requires a level of magical maturity that most wizards don't reach until their mid-20s. Your mother knew this. She was researching alternatives, trying to find a way to strengthen the chains without the sacrifice. That's what her research notes contain. Did she find one? Charles was quiet for a moment. I don't know. I'm an echo of who I was 60 years ago. I don't have access to information that came after my imprint was created. But your mother was the most brilliant, which I never met. If anyone could find a way to beat the system, it would be her. The mention of beating the system made something click in Harry's mind. The box. She left a box with Petunia, Goblin crafted, sealed, with the Hallows symbol on the lid. What is it? Charles's expression changed. The grandfatherly warmth drained away, replaced by something older and more cautious. The Hallows mark. You're sure? Triangle, circle, line. I've seen it in books. Then she found it. Charles's voice was barely audible. Lily found the third Hallow. The vault seemed to contract around them. The amber light pulsed faster. The Potters are descended from Ignotus Peveril, Charles said. The youngest brother. His Hallow was the cloak of invisibility. Your family has had it for centuries. Your father had it. It should have passed to you. Dumbledore has it, Harry said, remembering a reference in one of Griphook's files. He borrowed it from my father before the murder. Charles's echo darkened. Literally, the silver-blue light dimmed, and shadows gathered in the lines of his face. Borrowed. Of course he did. Albus always did have a particular interest in the Hallows. He shook himself. But the cloak is only one of three. The Elder Wand's location has been debated for centuries. Most Potter records suggest it passed through a succession of dark wizards, each killing the last to claim it. And the Resurrection Stone was lost. Was hidden. By my father. He removed it from the Gaunt family ring, long story, ask the archives, and concealed it. The stone is the most dangerous of the three Hallows, Harry. It doesn't truly resurrect the dead. It creates shadows, echoes, things that look and sound like the people you've lost but aren't. Not really. And the stone is connected to the Hollow King. The cold was back. The deep chill that pressed against Harry's skin, the presence of something vast turning its attention toward them. The amulet hummed louder. Connected how? The Peveril brothers didn't create the Hallows from nothing. They used materials and methods that drew on ancient power, power that predated human magic. The stone, specifically, accesses the boundary between life and death, and the Hollow King exists in that boundary. It is neither alive nor dead. It is between. The stone is, in a very real sense, a window into the entity's domain. Harry thought about the box on his desk in Privet Drive. The warm wooden box with the Hallows symbol. It will open when you're ready. My mother found the stone, Harry said. And she sealed it in a box that she hid with Petunia. Because if Voldemort got it, he'd have a direct line to the Hollow King. And if Dumbledore got it, he'd use it for the greater good. And the greater good, in Albus's hands, has a way of becoming the greatest danger. Charles's echo fixed Harry with those burning green eyes. The stone stays sealed, Harry. Until you understand what it is and what it costs to use it. The box will open when your magical maturity reaches the point where you can control the stone rather than be controlled by it. That might be years from now. It might be never. And the cloak? Get it back from Dumbledore. It's yours by right. The cloak is the safest of the three Hallows. Gringotts designed it that way. It hides. It protects. It doesn't demand or tempt. Your father used it for pranks, which is both a testament to its safety and a commentary on James's priorities. Harry almost laughed. It came out as a choked sound, halfway between humor and grief, and Charles's echo softened. You didn't come here just for the Hallows, Charles said. You came for the containment rituals. Yes. I can't give them to you. Not the full rituals, you're too young, too untrained. The magic involved would kill you or worse. But I can give you the framework, the theoretical understanding, the history, the preparatory exercises. Think of it as the map before the journey. That's better than nothing. It's considerably better than nothing. It's also considerably more than any Potter has had at your age. Charles moved to one of the shelves and pulled down a thick, leather-bound volume. When he touched it, the book became solid, real, tangible, shifting from the echo's silver glow to physical reality. This is the primer. Written by the first Potter to serve as anchor, Aldrich Potter, 2,000 years ago. It's written in a cipher that only Potter blood can read, which is why it's still here and not in some ministry archive. Study it. Master the exercises it contains. When you can perform them in your sleep, you'll be closer to ready. Harry took the book. It was heavy, the leather warm, and when he opened the first page, the text rearranged itself from an incomprehensible cipher into clear English. His blood, responding to the enchantment. His heritage, opening doors. There's something else, Harry said. My mother wrote about enchanted glasses, glasses that reveal magical signatures. And other artifacts. Charles nodded. He moved along the shelves, pulling items and placing them on a stone table that materialized in the center of the room. A pair of glasses, silver-framed, similar to the ones Harry wore but older, with lenses that caught the light in ways normal glass shouldn't. A small, leather-bound notebook, blank. And a ring, not the portkey ring Griphook had given him, but something older, darker, with a stone set in the band that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The glasses are Potter artifacts. The left lens reveals magical signatures, enchantments, wards, concealed magic. The right lens reveals intent, whether someone near you means harm. They're not infallible, but they're useful. And the ring? The anchor ring. Worn by the Potter who performs the containment ritual. It strengthens the connection to the Hollow King's prison and provides some measure of protection against the entity's influence. Charles hesitated. It also marks you. Wearing it declares to anyone with the knowledge to recognize it that you are the current keeper of the chains. The goblins will know. Certain old wizarding families will know. And the entity itself will know. Will it draw the Hollow King's attention? You already have the Hollow King's attention, boy. The ring won't make that worse. But it will give you a measure of control over the connection, the ability to open and close the channel, rather than being a passive receiver. Harry picked up the ring. It was lighter than it looked, and the dark stone was warm against his fingers. He could feel the magic in it, deep, layered, old as mountains. Put it on when you're ready, Charles said. Not now. Not until you've read the primer and understood the basics of what you're committing to. The ring is a responsibility, Harry. Once you wear it, you become the keeper. The chains become your burden. The sacrifice becomes your debt. Harry set the ring down next to the glasses and the notebook. What's the notebook? A communication journal. Write in it, and the words will appear in its twin. Lily had the twin. She used it to communicate with me during the war, before my imprint lost the ability to respond in real time. Charles paused. If the twin still exists, it may be with Lily's effects. Or Dumbledore may have it. Harry gathered the items. The primer, the glasses, the notebook, the ring. The amber light in the vault pulsed steadily, warmly, like a heartbeat winding down. I have one more question, Harry said. Ask. The Hollow King. What does it want? Charles was silent for a long time. The echo flickered, and Harry saw something in the construct's face that he hadn't expected, uncertainty. Even the memory of a man who'd given up his capacity for love to keep the chain strong didn't have a clear answer. Freedom, Charles said finally. But not the kind you're imagining. The Hollow King isn't a prisoner who wants to escape a cell. It's a force that exists in the space between states, between life and death, between being and nothingness, between past and future. The chains don't bind it to a place. They bind it to inaction. They prevent it from doing what it wants to do. Which is merging. Dissolving the boundaries between states. Ending the distinction between alive and dead, between real and unreal. It doesn't want to destroy the world. It wants to unmake the concept of separate things. Every individual mind, every distinct entity, every boundary that makes you you and me, it wants to dissolve all of it into a single, undifferentiated whole. Harry felt the cold again. But this time it wasn't physical. It was existential, a chill that came from understanding, truly understanding, what was sleeping beneath his feet. It's not evil, Charles continued. That's what makes it so dangerous. Evil you can fight. Evil you can hate. The Hollow King doesn't hate. It doesn't want to cause suffering. It genuinely believes that separation, that selfhood, is a form of suffering, and that merging everything into one would be a mercy. It's been patient for millennia because it believes that eventually, its perspective will be understood. That will choose to dissolve willingly. And if we don't, then the chains hold. As long as there are potters to maintain them. The echo fixed him with those green eyes, his grandmother's eyes, his father's eyes, his own eyes reflected back through generations. You're the last one, Harry. The last potter. If you die without an heir, if the line ends, the chains have no anchor. And 4,000 years of sacrifice crumble to nothing. The weight of it settled onto Harry's shoulders. Not like a burden being imposed, like a burden he was choosing to carry. There was a difference. The Dursleys had forced weight onto him. This, he was picking up. I understand, Harry said. I know you do. That's why the vault opened for you. Charles's echo began to fade, the silver-blue light dimming. One last thing. The test. Test. I was supposed to test you. The vault's enchantments require it, every potter who enters must prove they're worthy of the knowledge within. I was supposed to challenge you, put you through trials, assess your character. Harry tensed. And I've been listening to you for the past 30 minutes. You're 11 years old. You've been abused, abandoned, manipulated, and lied to. You bought your uncle's company not for revenge but for safety. You made a deal with goblins based on mutual respect. You faced Dumbledore and demanded honesty instead of protection. And you came into the deep tunnels knowing what was down here because you decided the knowledge was worth the risk. The echo smiled. You passed the test when you walked through the door, Harry. Everything since has just been conversation. The light faded. The echo dissolved. The vault was empty, just Harry, alone, surrounded by millennia of accumulated knowledge, holding a book and a pair of glasses and a ring and a notebook, standing in a pool of amber light that was slowly dimming. He gathered his things. He looked around the vault one last time, the shelves, the scrolls, the artifacts he hadn't touched and didn't yet understand. He would come back. When he knew more. When he was stronger. When he was ready. Harry stepped through the archway. The tunnel was dark after the vault's warmth. Griphook was standing exactly where Harry had left him, arms folded, face tight with controlled anxiety. Thornback and Ironclaw flanked the tunnel, blades drawn, eyes wide. 47 minutes, Griphook said. I was 3 minutes from coming in. I'm fine. Harry held up the primer, the glasses, the notebook, the ring. I found what I needed. Griphook's eyes went to the ring. His face drained of color. The anchor ring. You recognize it. Every goblin in this bank recognizes it. It hasn't been worn in. He stopped. Swallowed. We need to leave. Now. Why? As if in answer, the tunnel shuddered. Not an earthquake, something more targeted, more deliberate. A vibration that started in the stone beneath their feet and rolled upward through the walls and ceiling, growing in intensity, accompanied by a sound that Harry felt in his teeth. Chains. Massive, impossible chains, somewhere in the depths, shifting. Grinding against whatever anchored them. Testing their limits. You have what is mine, little heir. The Hollow King's voice was louder now, not shouting, but closer, the way someone's voice gets louder when they lean in. The ring. The anchor. Wear it. Let me show you what I can offer. Move, Griphook snapped. They moved. Thornback took point, Ironclaw took rear, and they climbed. The tunnel shook twice more during the ascent, and once, the luminescence in the walls flared bright enough to cast shadows, wrong shadows, shadows that moved independently of the bodies casting them, that stretched and reached and grasped. Harry clutched the artifacts to his chest and climbed. The amulet on his chest was vibrating so hard it hurt, a constant tremor against his sternum that seemed to be working harder than it had on the way down. The Hollow King's voice pressed against the ward like a hand pressing against glass, not breaking through, but testing, probing, looking for cracks. You cannot outrun what is in your blood, heir. I am part of you. I have been part of your family for 4,000 years. Every Potter who has worn that ring has spoken to me eventually. Every one. Harry didn't respond. He climbed. His lungs burned, his legs ached, and the artifacts were heavier than they should have been. The ring, especially, seemed to gain weight with every step, as if the Hollow King was pulling it back toward the depths. They passed the dragon pens. The Ukrainian iron belly was agitated, slamming against its chains, roaring blind fury at something it could sense but couldn't see. The sound was deafening in the tunnel, a wall of noise and heat that staggered Harry and sent Thornback skidding on the stone floor. Griphook grabbed Harry's arm and hauled him forward. His grip was iron, his face a mask of focused determination. They ran the last stretch, up through the corridors that grew lighter and wider, past the familiar architecture of goblin-forged stone, until finally they burst through the hidden panel into Griphook's office and Griphook slammed his palm against the wall and the panel sealed shut with a sound like a coffin lid closing. Silence. Harry stood in the office, gasping, sweat-soaked, clutching Potter family artifacts to his chest. Griphook was leaning against the wall, breathing hard, the first time Harry had seen the goblin show physical exertion. Thornback and Ironclaw stood by the sealed panel, blades still drawn, watching the stone as if they expected it to burst open. Well, Griphook said, after a minute. That could have gone worse. How? We could be dead. The goblin straightened, tugged his waistcoat into place, and sat down behind his desk with the careful dignity of someone pretending they hadn't just sprinted through ancient tunnels pursued by the psychic attention of a primordial entity. Tea. Yes, please. Griphook summoned tea. It arrived instantly. Harry suspected there was a goblin somewhere whose sole job was to have tea ready at all times, and they sat across from each other, cups in hand, letting the normalcy of the ritual settle over them like a blanket. The entity is more active than I anticipated, Griphook said. The fact that it could project its voice through the ward amulet, in the tunnel, after you'd been in the vault, that suggests its influence is growing. The chains are weakening faster than our estimates predicted. How much faster? I don't know. Our models assumed gradual degradation over centuries. What we experience down there suggests a more motivated timeline. Griphook set down his cup. The Hollow King sensed you. It sensed the ring. And it pushed. If it can push that hard now, with the chains still largely intact, then we need the ritual sooner rather than later. You need training first. Magical training. The primer will help, but the containment rituals require a level of power and control that you don't yet possess. Griphook paused. Hogwarts is the fastest path to that training. Which means the hearing must go well. It will. Griphook looked at the artifacts on the desk. The primer, thick and leather-bound. The glasses, silver-framed and glinting. The notebook, blank and waiting. And the ring, dark-stoned and warm, sitting in a pool of its own shadow. Don't wear the ring yet, Griphook said. Not until you've read the primer. Charles said the same thing. Charles Potter was a wise man. He was also the last Potter to perform the containment ritual. What he sacrificed, Griphook stopped. You should hear it from the primer, not from me. Harry gathered the artifacts. I'll read it tonight. Read it carefully. And Harry, the goblin's use of his first name still carried weight. What you saw down there, what you heard. Don't tell Dumbledore. Not yet. He knows about the Hollow King, at least the broad strokes. But if he learns about the anchor ring, about the resurrection stone in the box, about the depth of your connection to the entity, he will try to control the situation. And his control, however well-intentioned, has a history of producing disasters. Like leaving me with the Dursleys. Like leaving you with the Dursleys. Like borrowing the invisibility cloak and not returning it. Like placing himself as guardian of a child he never visited. Griphook's expression was hard. Dumbledore is not your enemy. But he is a man who believes he knows best, and that belief has cost your family dearly. Until he earns your trust, which he has not, keep the deep secrets deep. Harry nodded. He portkeyed back to Privet Drive, arriving in his bedroom just as the afternoon sun slanted through the window, painting warm rectangles on the carpet. He put the artifacts in his desk drawer. He put on the enchanted glasses. The world transformed. Through the left lens, the room blazed with magical signatures. The portkey ring glowed green in the drawer. The primer shone gold. The wooden box, Lily's box, containing the resurrection stone, pulsed with a complex, layered light that shifted between colors Harry didn't have names for. The ward on the house itself was visible now, a translucent dome of shimmering energy that covered number 4 like a bell jar, humming with his mother's sacrifice. Through the right lens, the room was calm. No hostile intent. No danger. Just the quiet, safe space of a boy's bedroom. Harry looked out the window. The street was normal through the left lens, no magical signatures in the houses, in the cars, in the carefully maintained gardens of Privet Drive. But across the street, in Mrs. Figg's house, something glowed. A faint, pulsing light in an upstairs window. A magical object. A communication device. Dumbledore's spy. Harry took off the glasses and put them in the drawer. He sat on the bed and thought. He had 8 days until the hearing. He had a primer to study, a political battle to win, and a muggle uncle who was feeding information to Lucius Malfoy. He had a dead mother's research to decode, a sealed box he couldn't open, and an ancient entity stirring in its chains. And he was 11 years old. Harry opened the primer and began to read. The primer was not easy. It was written in a style that assumed a baseline of magical knowledge Harry didn't yet have, references to enchantment theory, ward architecture, blood magic principles, and something called sympathetic resonance that seemed to underpin the entire containment system. Harry read slowly, cross-referencing with the textbooks from his Hogwarts shopping trip and the Goblin materials Griphook had provided, building understanding piece by piece the way you build a wall, one brick at a time, each supported by the ones below. The core concept was this: the Hollow King existed in a state between dimensions, between the physical world and whatever lay beyond it. The containment didn't lock it in a specific location. It locked it in a specific state, bound to inaction, unable to exert its will on the physical world, unable to merge the boundaries it so desperately wanted to dissolve. The chains were metaphysical, not physical. They existed in the space between things, just as the entity did, and they were anchored to the physical world through blood, specifically, through the bloodlines of the families that had participated in the binding. The Potter bloodline was the primary anchor. Other families had served as secondary anchors. The primer listed 12, of which Harry recognized 3, Longbottom, Bones, and Peveril. The rest were names he didn't know, families that had presumably died out over the millennia, their anchor weight transferring to the remaining lines. This was why the chains were weakening. Every time an anchor family died out, the remaining families bore more weight. By the time Harry's parents were killed, the Potter line carried nearly 60% of the total anchor weight. And since James died without performing the ritual, without adding his sacrifice to the chain, the current generation's contribution was missing entirely. Harry was the only remaining primary anchor. The Longbottom and Bones families were secondary anchors. And the Hollow King knew it. The exercises Charles had mentioned were at the back of the primer, mental disciplines, essentially, designed to strengthen a wizard's ability to maintain coherent selfhood in the face of the entity's influence. They were similar to what Griphook had described as a clemency, but different in crucial ways. A clemency defended against another mind reading yours. These exercises defended against another mind dissolving yours, maintaining the boundaries of self when confronted by a being that wanted to merge all boundaries into nothing. Harry practiced them that night, sitting cross-legged on his bed with the primer open on his lap. The first exercise was simple: hold a single thought in your mind for as long as possible without letting it change, blur, or merge with other thoughts. Maintain separation. Maintain distinction. Be one thing and refuse to be anything else. He chose a thought: I am Harry Potter. He held it for 30 seconds before his concentration wavered and the thought blurred into I am Harry Potter and I am frightened, and then I am frightened and alone, and then just alone, and the thought dissolved into feeling, and the feeling had no boundaries, and for one terrifying moment Harry felt himself coming apart at the edges, his sense of self thinning like fog in sunlight. He snapped back. Gasped. Gripped the edge of the bed with white-knuckled hands and breathed until his heartbeat settled. 30 seconds. That was his baseline. The primer said the ritual required maintaining coherent selfhood for a minimum of 4 hours. Harry set his jaw. He tried again. The next 6 days were a blur of preparation, practice, and politics. Harry studied the primer every night, practicing the mental exercises until his head ached and his vision blurred. His time improved: 30 seconds became a minute became 2, 2 became 5. 5 minutes of absolute self-coherence, holding the thought I am Harry Potter against the natural tendency of the mind to wander and blur and merge. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done, harder than cooking breakfast with bruised ribs, harder than smiling at Vernon while planning his downfall. During the days, he prepared for the hearing. Griphook's legal team had assembled a comprehensive case file: Harry's rights under Goblin Wizard Treaty, the precedents for underage heir independence, the absence of legitimate welfare concerns. Harry memorized the key arguments, practiced his delivery in front of the mirror, and ran through possible counter-arguments until he could refute them in his sleep. Vernon's phone calls to Malfoy's contact continued. Bogrod monitored them all, building a file that Harry filed away for future use. Vernon was feeding information about Potter Holdings' structure, about the Goblin intermediaries, about Harry's schedule and habits. He was also, Harry noted with cold amusement, embellishing considerably, telling his contact that Harry was dangerously unstable, prone to violent outbursts, and clearly under the influence of dark magic. He's building a narrative, Harry told Griphook during one of their mirror calls. Malfoy is going to use Vernon's testimony at the hearing. We anticipated this. Vernon's credibility is easily undermined: embezzlement, documented abuse, clear motive for retaliation. But if Malfoy calls him as a witness, I'll need to cross-examine. And that means confronting Vernon publicly about the abuse. Griphook was quiet for a moment. Are you prepared for that? Harry thought about it. Standing in front of the Wizengamot, describing the cupboard, the beatings, the starvation. Making it public. Making it real in a way that it hadn't been when it was just between him and the Dursleys and the darkness. Yes, he said. I'm prepared. On August 25th, 3 days before the hearing, something unexpected happened. Harry was in his room, practicing the primer exercises, when the communication mirror vibrated. He expected Griphook. Instead, Bogrod's face appeared, and his human disguise was cracking, literally, the glamour flickering at the edges, revealing the sharp goblin features beneath. We traced the shell company, Bogrod said. His voice was tight. The one Vernon's been calling. It's not directly connected to Malfoy. Then who? The company is a front for a network of businesses that, through several layers of obfuscation, trace back to a single entity, the Lestrange estate. Harry's blood went cold. The Lestranges. The Death Eaters who tortured Neville Longbottom's parents into insanity. Who were supposedly in Azkaban. The Lestranges are in prison, Harry said. Bellatrix, Rodolphus, and Rabaston Lestrange are in Azkaban, yes. But their estate is managed by a proxy, standard procedure for incarcerated purebloods. The proxy has been making investments, maintaining properties, and, it seems, establishing Muggle-side operations that no one in the Ministry is monitoring. Who's the proxy? Narcissa Malfoy. Lucius's wife. Bellatrix's sister. Harry sat back. The connections snapped into place like puzzle pieces. Malfoy wasn't just using his own resources to target Harry. He was using the Lestrange estate, Death Eater money, funneled through Muggle shell companies, to build infrastructure that the Ministry couldn't see. This is bigger than a custody petition, Harry said. Considerably. The Lestrange proxy network has been active for 9 years. It has investments in Muggle companies, real estate holdings across Europe, and, most concerning, it appears to be funding research. What kind of research? We're still determining that. The trail leads to several Muggle universities and private laboratories, all conducting work in areas that, to a wizard, would look suspiciously like attempts to understand magical phenomena through Muggle science. Harry's mind raced. Voldemort's followers, funding Muggle scientific research into magic. It made no sense, Death Eaters despised Muggles and everything associated with them. Unless it wasn't about ideology. Unless it was about practicality. About finding tools and knowledge that the wizarding world didn't have, that could give someone an edge when the Dark Lord returned. Keep digging, Harry said. And Bogrod, don't let Vernon know we've traced the network. Let him keep calling. Every conversation gives us more information. And the hearing? The hearing proceeds as planned. But I want this information ready to deploy if I need it. Not as part of the main argument, Malfoy's petition will fail on its own merits. But if he escalates, if he pushes harder than expected, I want the option of revealing his connection to Lestrange assets. That would be a nuclear option. That's why it's an option, not a plan. He closed the mirror and sat in the fading light of his bedroom, thinking about webs within webs. Malfoy. The Lestranges. Vernon, unwittingly feeding information to people who tortured the parents of a boy Harry's age. Voldemort, somewhere in the dark, a fragment of a soul, waiting. And beneath all of it, older than all of it, the Hollow King, patient as stone, counting the cracks in its chains. 2 days before the hearing, Harry received a letter by Owl. Not from Hogwarts, not from Griphook, not from any of his political allies. The handwriting on the envelope was sharp and precise, with a slight upward slant. Potter, my father's people tell me Malfoy has been meeting privately with Wizengamot members all week. He's calling in every favor, every debt, every skeleton in every closet. He's not just trying to win the vote. He's trying to make the margin so large that no one will dare oppose him publicly. I also hear he's obtained a Muggle witness. Your uncle, I assume. Malfoy's strategy will be to present Vernon Dursley as evidence that you've been corrupted by Muggle influence and Goblin manipulation, that you're a danger to yourself and others, and that only proper wizarding guardianship can save you. Don't underestimate Draco. I know you haven't met him, but he'll be in the gallery, and his father will have briefed him. Draco is smarter than he looks, which isn't saying much, but it's saying something. He'll be watching you the way I watched you in the bookshop, assessing. Deciding whether you're an enemy to crush or a rival to respect. Last thing. I spoke to my mother about the hearing. She told me something I didn't know. The Wisengamot's rules allow any member to call a point of order during testimony, which can shift the proceedings in unexpected ways. If things go badly, look for Augusta Longbottom. She knows the rules better than anyone alive, and she's not afraid to use them. See you there. DPS where the good blazer. First impressions matter, even to people who've already made up their minds. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it carefully and put it in the drawer with his mother's journal, the box, the ring, and the primer. He thought about Daphne Greengrass. About the precise way she moved through the world, observing, assessing, choosing her actions with the careful deliberation of someone who understood that every choice had consequences. She reminded him of himself, in some ways. And in other ways, she was entirely different, raised in privilege instead of abuse, educated instead of starved, protected instead of beaten. She'd had every advantage he hadn't, and she'd used them to become exactly the kind of person Harry needed in his corner, sharp, pragmatic, and loyal to her own interests in a way that, paradoxically, made her trustworthy. You always knew where you stood with someone who was honest about their self-interest. Harry pulled out a piece of parchment and wrote a response. Greengrass, thank you for the intelligence. I'm prepared for Malfoy's strategy, including the Muggle witness. I have countermeasures in place. I appreciate the advice about Longbottom and the point of order. I'll keep it in mind. As for Draco, I'll let him decide what I am. I'm not in the business of managing other people's impressions. They see what they see. The blazer is ready. Potter P.S. When you said you'd decide about compliments later, have you decided yet? He sent it with Hedwig, who seemed disproportionately enthusiastic about the errand. The snowy owl practically vibrated with energy as she launched from the windowsill, white wings catching the evening light, disappearing into the sky over Little Whinging. Harry watched her go. Then he turned back to the primer. The night before the hearing, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, running through arguments and counter-arguments and contingencies until his brain felt like an overwound clock. At midnight, he gave up on sleep entirely, got dressed, and sat at his desk with the primer open. The mental exercises had improved dramatically. He could hold coherent selfhood for 12 minutes now, still far short of the 4 hours the ritual required, but a significant improvement over his initial 30 seconds. More importantly, the exercises had given him a new kind of awareness, a sensitivity to the boundaries of his own mind, a ability to feel when something was pressing against those boundaries and push back. He could feel the Hollow King even now. Not as a voice, the amulet prevented that, at this distance from the deep tunnels, but as a presence. A distant, bass note hum at the edge of perception, like a far-off engine or a whale singing in deep water. It was always there. He was learning to coexist with it. At 1 a.m, his door opened. Harry's hand was on his wand before he consciously decided to move. But it was only Dudley, standing in the doorway in his pajamas, looking enormous and uncertain. Can't sleep either? Dudley said. No. Dudley shuffled in and sat on the end of the bed. They'd developed an odd, tentative truce over the past weeks, not friendship, not forgiveness, but something functional. Dudley asked questions. Harry answered some of them. They existed in the same house without violence, which was a form of progress. What's tomorrow? Dudley asked. You've been wound up for days. A hearing. In the wizarding world. Someone's trying to take control of my money and my life. Can they do that? They can try. I'm going to stop them. Dudley was quiet for a while, which was unusual for him. Silence had never been his natural state. When he spoke, his voice was different. Smaller. More thoughtful. Dad's been making phone calls. Late at night, after Mum goes to bed. He thinks no one hears, but the walls are thin. Dudley looked at his hands. I heard him talking about you. About the company. He called someone and he said he wanted to bring the boy down. That he had information that could help. Harry kept his expression neutral. He already knew about Vernon's calls. But Dudley choosing to tell him was significant. I know, Harry said. I've been monitoring his calls. Dudley's eyes widened. You can do that? I have people who can. Harry studied his cousin. The boy who'd chased him, hit him, made his life a daily gauntlet of casual cruelty. The boy who was sitting on his bed, voluntarily, at 1 a.m, telling him about his father's betrayal. Why are you telling me, Dudley? Dudley's jaw worked. He was struggling with something, not words, but the decision behind them. The choice to break ranks. To stop being Vernon's son and start being his own person. Because it's wrong, Dudley said. What Dad's doing. What he did to you. All of it. He swallowed. I was part of it. I know that. And I can't fix it by bringing you biscuits or not hitting you or whatever. But I can tell you when someone's trying to hurt you. That's something. That's a start. Harry looked at his cousin for a long time. Then he said something he hadn't planned to say, something that came from a place deeper than strategy. Thank you, Dudley. Dudley nodded. He stood up, walked to the door, and stopped. Harry? Yeah. Win tomorrow. He left. Harry sat in the quiet room, listening to Dudley's heavy footsteps retreat down the hall, and felt something shift in his understanding of the world. Not a revolution. Not a transformation. Just a small, stubborn rearrangement of the categories he used to sort people, a recognition that even in the most unlikely places, even in the wreckage of a decade of cruelty, something could grow. He went back to the primer. But he couldn't concentrate. His mind kept drifting, to the hearing, to Malfoy, to the Hollow King, to his mother's journal and Charles's echo and the weight of 4,000 years of sacrifice pressing down on his shoulders. I am Harry Potter. He held the thought. 12 minutes. Then he put on the enchanted glasses, looked out the window, and saw the world in magic. The blood ward shimmered. Mrs. Figg's communication device pulsed. And far to the north, in the direction of Scotland, in the direction of Hogwarts, the sky glowed with a distant, vast magical signature that was less like a building and more like a living thing. Harry took off the glasses. He lay down. He didn't sleep, but he rested, and in the grey pre-dawn light, he got up, showered, dressed in the good blazer, and went downstairs to face the day. Vernon was in the kitchen. Petunia was making breakfast. Dudley was still in bed. The morning was ordinary in every way except for the fact that Vernon wouldn't meet Harry's eyes and Petunia's hands were shaking. Harry ate his breakfast. He drank his tea. I'm going out today, he said. I'll be back this evening. Vernon said nothing. His jaw was clenched, and his eyes were fixed on his plate. He was, Harry realized, terrified. Not of Harry, of what was coming. Of the hearing, of the exposure, of the walls closing in on the cage he'd built around himself. Harry felt a distant, clinical pity. Then he put on his shoes, picked up his wand, and portkeyed to Gringotts. Griphook was waiting in the lobby. He was dressed in full formal goblin attire, dark armor cloth embroidered with gold sigils, a chain of office across his chest, his hair slicked back from his sharp features with martial precision. He looked, Harry thought, like someone going to war. Ready? Griphook asked. Ready. The Goblin legal team will meet us at the Ministry. Bogrod will be there in his human guise. Thornback will be in attendance as security. Armed? Always. They walked through Gringotts to the Floo connection, a massive fireplace in a private chamber that connected directly to the Ministry atrium. Harry had never traveled by Floo. Griphook explained the concept in 30 seconds and demonstrated with the exasperated efficiency of someone who considered fireplaces an embarrassingly primitive form of transportation. Harry stepped into the green flames, said, "Ministry of Magic," and felt the world spin. He arrived in the Ministry atrium coughing and slightly singed, but upright, which Griphook later admitted was better than average for a first-time Floo traveler. The atrium was enormous, a long, high-ceilinged hall of dark wood and polished stone, dominated by a fountain featuring golden statues of a wizard, a witch, a goblin, a centaur, and a house elf, all gazing adoringly at the wizard at the center. Griphook looked at the fountain with an expression of concentrated disgust and said nothing. The hearing was in 2 hours. Harry used them. He found a quiet corner of the Ministry, a disused office on level 3, borrowed through channels that Griphook's people maintained for exactly this kind of situation, and spent 90 minutes reviewing his case file, his notes, and his mental state. The primer exercises had left him with an unexpected benefit, the ability to compartmentalize. To take his fear, and he was afraid, he admitted it to himself honestly, and set it aside, not ignoring it but acknowledging it and choosing to function despite it. The fear would be there after the hearing. For now, it could wait. At 10 minutes to 10, Bogrod arrived. He was in full human disguise, the stocky, ordinary-looking businessman that the Grunnings staff knew, and he carried a briefcase that Harry knew contained the case file, the financial documents, and the nuclear option, evidence of Malfoy's connection to the Lestrange proxy network. "Malfoy's here," Bogrod said. "In the gallery. With his son. Vernon. Arrived 10 minutes ago, escorted by a wizard I don't recognize, Ministry employee, based on the badge. Malfoy's arranged for him to testify. He'll be called after the opening arguments." Harry nodded. "Is Longbottom here?" "In the chamber. Front row. She's wearing the vulture hat." "Bones?" "In her official seat. Neutral expression." "Greengrass?" "In the gallery." A pause. "With his daughter." Harry straightened his blazer. He checked his reflection in the dark window of the disused office. The boy who looked back at him was composed, sharp-eyed, dressed in clothes that fit and wearing glasses that served as both correction and magical tool. He looked like exactly what he was, someone who had nothing to lose and everything to fight for. He touched the amulet under his shirt. It hung steadily. The Hollow King was distant but present, a low vibration at the edge of awareness, like music from another room. Not now, Harry thought. Not here. This is mine. He walked out of the office, down the corridor, and toward the Wizengamot chamber. Outside the heavy oak doors, he paused. Through the wood, he could hear voices, the murmur of assembled witches and wizards, the scrape of chairs, the shuffle of robes. Behind those doors was the arena where the next chapter of his life would be decided. Harry took a breath. Let it out. I am Harry Potter. He pushed open the doors and walked in. Chapter 4, The Hearing. The Wizengamot chamber was built to intimidate. Harry understood that the moment he crossed the threshold. The room was circular, tiered like a Roman amphitheater, with rows of high-backed seats rising in concentric rings around a central floor. The seats were dark wood, ancient, carved with symbols that pulsed faintly with magic. Through the enchanted glasses, which Harry wore without comment, the entire chamber blazed with layered enchantments so dense they looked like woven light. Truth compulsions on the witness chair. Privacy wards on the gallery. Recording charms stitched into the stone walls, capturing every word for the official record. The chamber was full. Not standing room only, the Wizengamot had 50 seats, and perhaps 30 were occupied, but the gallery above was packed. Word had spread. The boy who lived, age 11, defending his independence against Lucius Malfoy. It was the kind of spectacle that the wizarding world loved, a story with heroes and villains and a child at the center, performing for an audience that had already decided which role he was supposed to play. Harry walked to the center of the floor. His footsteps echoed on the stone. He could feel every eye in the chamber following him, assessing the blazer, the glasses, the deliberate confidence of his stride. He could feel, through the right lens of his enchanted glasses, the emotional temperature of the room, curiosity from most, hostility from a cluster of seats on the far left, and from the gallery above, a focused, calculating attention that he identified without looking up as Lucius Malfoy. The chief warlock's seat was occupied by a witch Harry didn't recognize, a severe woman in her 60s with steel-gray hair and the expression of someone who had never found anything amusing in her entire life. Dumbledore, as chief warlock, should have been presiding, but Harry had learned from Griphook that Dumbledore had recused himself from the hearing due to his personal connection to Harry. It was, depending on your perspective, either an act of integrity or a strategic retreat. Harry suspected both. "The Wizengamot will come to order," the acting chief warlock said. Her voice was a flat, efficient instrument, designed for cutting through noise. "We are convened to hear Petition 743, submitted by Lord Lucius Malfoy, requesting the appointment of a ministry-approved magical guardian for the minor Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter." She looked down at Harry. "The petition party is present." "Is the petitioner present?" "He is." Lucius Malfoy's voice preceded him down the gallery stairs. Harry didn't turn, he'd positioned himself to face the Wizengamot seats, not the gallery, and he wasn't going to give Malfoy the satisfaction of making him crane his neck. But he tracked the man's approach through the right lens of his glasses, watching the bloom of intent that surrounded Malfoy like a halo. It was complex. Not the simple red of hostility. Something more textured, ambition layered over contempt, contempt layered over fear, and beneath it all, a cold, crystalline determination that Harry recognized because he'd felt it in himself. Malfoy wasn't doing this on impulse. He'd planned, prepared, and committed. This was a man who intended to win. Malfoy descended to the chamber floor and took his position at the petitioner's podium, a raised lectern to Harry's right, facing the Wizengamot. Harry got his first clear look at the man. Lucius Malfoy was beautiful in the way that weapons are beautiful, sleek, polished, designed for a specific purpose and refined over generations. Pale hair, pale skin, pale eyes that held the warmth of a January morning. His robes were black and immaculate, and the silver serpent head cane he carried wasn't an affectation. Through the left lens, it blazed with concealed enchantments, including what Harry was fairly certain was a wand. Malfoy looked at Harry. Their eyes met for the first time, and Harry felt the impact of that gaze like a physical thing, the weight of a man who had stood in Voldemort's inner circle, who had walked free while others rotted in Azkaban, who wielded wealth and influence with the casual precision of someone born to power. Harry held the gaze. Didn't blink. Didn't look away. Something moved in Malfoy's pale eyes. Not respect, not yet. But a recalibration. The faintest adjustment of expectation, as one predator recognizes another. "Lord Malfoy," the acting chief warlock said. "Present your petition." Malfoy inclined his head with the practiced grace of a man who had spent his life bowing just enough to show deference without actually feeling any. He turned to the Wizengamot and began. He was good. Harry had expected that, but the reality was different from the expectation. Malfoy didn't rant. He didn't accuse. He spoke with the measured, reasonable tone of a concerned citizen, a tone that invited agreement, that made disagreement feel like extremism. His argument was simple and devastatingly effective. Harry Potter, the most important child in the wizarding world, had been raised by muggles who abused him, abandoned by a magical guardian who failed him, and was now being manipulated by goblins who sought to use his fortune and his fame for their own alien purposes. "This is not a question of Mr. Potter's character," Malfoy said, and Harry noted the careful use of Mr. Potter, instead of the boy, or the child, a subtle acknowledgement of status that made his concern seem more genuine. I have no doubt that Mr. Potter is a remarkable young man. Any child who survived what he has survived must possess extraordinary resilience. But resilience is not wisdom. Courage is not judgment. And an 11-year-old, however gifted, is not equipped to manage a fortune of this magnitude, navigate political complexities of this nature, or resist the influence of parties whose interests may not align with his own. He talked about the Grunnings acquisition, framing it not as an act of self-defense but as evidence of manipulation. What 11-year-old purchases a Muggle company? The answer is, no 11-year-old does. This was not Mr. Potter's initiative. This was the initiative of Goblin financial advisors who recognized an opportunity, a naive, isolated child with an enormous fortune and no wizarding guidance, and moved to secure their own position. He talked about Dumbledore's failures, carefully, respectfully, with the air of a man who regretted having to criticize a great wizard but was compelled by duty. Chief Warlock Dumbledore placed Mr. Potter with Muggles who, by all accounts, subjected him to neglect and mistreatment. This was not malice on Dumbledore's part, it was an error of judgment, made with good intentions but catastrophic results. The question before this body is not whether Dumbledore failed. It is whether we will compound that failure by leaving Mr. Potter without proper wizarding guidance. He talked about the blood wards, acknowledging their importance, praising their power, and arguing that a ministry-appointed guardian could maintain them while providing the cultural education and magical mentorship that Harry currently lacked. It was, Harry admitted to himself, a masterful performance. Malfoy had taken Harry's strengths, his independence, his resourcefulness, his alliance with the goblins, and reframed them as evidence of vulnerability. The narrative wasn't, Harry Potter is dangerous. It was, Harry Potter is in danger, and we must protect him. The Wizengamot listened. Harry watched them through the right lens, reading the bloom and shift of intent across the chamber. Some members were skeptical. Augusta Longbottom's intent was a steady, fierce blue that Harry had come to associate with principled opposition. Amelia Bones, in her official seat, radiated the neutral gray of careful assessment. But others, a cluster on the far left, Malfoy's allies, glowed with the warm amber of agreement, and several members in the center wavered between colors, their intent shifting as Malfoy's argument worked on them. Malfoy finished. The chamber was quiet. The acting chief warlock made a note. The petition party may now respond. Mr. Potter. Harry stood. He didn't move to a podium, there wasn't one for the respondent, which was itself a subtle power imbalance, designed to make the petition party look smaller, less official, less authoritative. Harry noted it and ignored it. He stood in the center of the floor, shoulders back, and looked up at the assembled Wizengamot. He didn't speak immediately. He let the silence build, 3 seconds, 4, 5, until the chamber's attention was fully focused, until the whispers in the gallery had died and the shifting in seats had stopped and every eye was on him. Lord Malfoy, Harry said, has told you a story. It's a good story. It has a sympathetic protagonist, me, and a clear villain, the goblins who are supposedly manipulating me. It has a moral, that children need protecting, and a solution, that the ministry should appoint a guardian to manage my affairs. He paused. It's also, with respect, almost entirely wrong. The chamber stirred. Harry continued. Lord Malfoy is correct about one thing, I was raised by Muggles who mistreated me. I slept in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. I was fed scraps. I was hit. I was told my parents were worthless, and I was told I should be grateful for the privilege of being alive. He said it flatly, without self-pity, without drama. Facts on the table. This happened because my magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore, placed me with my mother's sister and never checked on my welfare. Monthly payments of £500 were made to my relatives for my care. Those payments were spent on my cousin's school fees, home improvements, and luxury items. Nothing was spent on me. Murmurs. Harry waited for them to subside. Lord Malfoy uses these facts to argue that I need protection. I agree. But the protection I needed was from the people who were supposed to be caring for me. And the protection I found, the only protection anyone actually provided, came from the goblins of Gringotts Bank. He turned to face Malfoy directly. Through the right lens, Malfoy's intent had shifted, the cold determination was still there, but something else had entered the pattern. Caution. The recognition that this wasn't going the way he'd planned. When I arrived at Gringotts, through accidental magic, not through any goblin scheme, I was a barefoot child in second-hand pajamas with a bruise on my face. The goblins verified my identity, informed me of my inheritance, and, when I asked, helped me take steps to secure my own safety. They didn't manipulate me. They didn't deceive me. They treated me with more respect and honesty than any witch or wizard had in my entire life. He turned back to the Wizengamot. The acquisition of Grunnings Drill Company was my idea. Not the goblins. Mine. I conceived it, I planned it, and I executed it, with goblin assistance that I requested and negotiated through a formal business arrangement. I did this because my uncle, a man who had been beating and starving me for a decade, derived all of his authority and self-worth from his position at that company. By acquiring it, I removed his power over me without leaving the home whose blood wards protect me from magical threats. He let that sink in. Lord Malfoy calls this evidence of goblin manipulation. I call it an 11-year-old solving a problem that every adult in his life had failed to address. And I would respectfully suggest that if the Wizengamot wants to investigate manipulation, they should start with the adults who left a child in a cupboard, not the goblins who helped him out of it. The chamber was very quiet. Augusta Longbottom was leaning forward in her seat, her eyes bright. Amelia Bones's grey neutrality had shifted, just slightly, toward blue. And in the gallery, Harry caught a flash of pale blonde hair. Draco Malfoy, watching. His intent, through the right lens, was a complicated swirl that Harry couldn't easily read. I have documents, Harry said. Financial records showing the misuse of guardianship funds. Gringotts' verification of my competent management of Potter assets. Legal analysis confirming my rights under the Treaty of 1743 to maintain independent financial relationships with Goblin institutions. And testimony, he glanced toward the door through which witnesses would enter. From multiple sources regarding my welfare, my capabilities, and my fitness to manage my own affairs. He took a breath. This was the moment. The pivot. But I want to address something Lord Malfoy didn't say. Because what he didn't say is more important than what he did. The chamber leaned in. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Lord Malfoy didn't explain why he, specifically, is concerned about my welfare. He didn't explain his personal interest in the Potter fortune or the Potter political seats. He didn't mention that if a ministry guardian is appointed, that guardian would control 2 Wizengamot votes, Potter and Peveril, that are currently unclaimed. Harry paused. And he didn't mention that several of the Wizengamot members who support his petition are the same individuals who voted against investigating Death Eater activities after the war. The murmurs became noise. The acting chief warlock banged her gavel. Malfoy's face had gone very still, not angry, not frightened, but locked down, every emotion sealed behind a mask of aristocratic composure. I am not accusing Lord Malfoy of criminal intent, Harry said, when the noise subsided. I am observing a pattern. A pattern of powerful individuals seeking control over an orphan child's assets and political influence, using concern for his welfare as justification. This pattern has a name in Muggle law. It's called a conservatorship abuse. And I believe the Wizengamot is better than that. He sat down. The silence that followed had its own texture, dense, charged, the kind of silence that happens when a room full of people are simultaneously rethinking their positions. Malfoy rose. His composure was impeccable, but through the right lens, Harry could see the cracks, the intent pattern shifting from cold strategy to something hotter, something that burned. A compelling speech, Malfoy said. His voice was silk over steel. But speeches are not evidence. I call my first witness, Mr. Vernon Dursley. The doors opened. Vernon walked in. He looked terrible. His suit, the good one, the one he'd worn to the Grunnings meeting, was rumpled, as if he'd slept in it. His face was the color of old cheese, and his eyes darted around the chamber with the panicked intensity of a man who'd been dropped into an alien world, which, Harry reflected, he had. A ministry official guided Vernon to the witness chair, a heavy, ornate thing in the center of the floor, positioned so that the Wizengamot looked down on whoever sat in it. Vernon lowered himself into it with visible reluctance, his bulk overflowing the armrests, his hands gripping the wood so hard the veins stood out. Through the left lens, Harry could see the truth compulsion activate, a faint shimmer around the chair, a web of enchantment that settled over Vernon like an invisible net. Through the right lens, Vernon's intent was a churning mess of fear, anger, and desperate self-preservation. Malfoy approached the witness chair. He was gentler with Vernon than Harry had expected, his tone solicitous, almost warm, drawing the Muggle into the testimony the way you draw a frightened animal into a cage. "Mr. Dudley. You are the uncle and primary guardian of Harry Potter, is that correct?" "Yes." Vernon's voice was thin and tight. His eyes kept scanning the chamber, the robed wizards, the floating quills, the enchanted ceiling that showed a sky that shouldn't exist underground. He was terrified. "Can you describe your relationship with your nephew?" Vernon licked his lips. He's lived with us since he was a baby. Left on our doorstep. No warning, no explanation. Just a letter and a basket. And how would you describe his behavior over the past decade? Strange. Unnatural. Things happening around him, things breaking, things appearing, things disappearing. We tried to normalize him. To give him a proper upbringing. But Vernon swallowed. He was always difficult. And recently? In the past few months? He changed. Overnight. One day he was normal. The next day he was wearing new clothes, talking about companies and money, telling me he'd bought my workplace. Vernon's voice cracked. He's 10 years old, 11 now, and he's running my life. Telling me where to sit, what to eat, threatening me with exposure if I don't comply. He has people watching me. He has my phone calls monitored. He's Mr. Dudley. Malfoy's voice was gentle. Patient. Would you say that your nephew's behavior is consistent with a child who has been manipulated by external forces? Forces that have given him power and resources beyond his ability to manage? Vernon latched onto the lifeline. Yes. Exactly. He's being controlled. Used. The things he's done, no child could plan that. Someone is behind it. Someone is pulling his strings. Malfoy nodded sympathetically. And these forces, these external influences, have they made your nephew a danger to himself and others? He threatened me. In my own office. Told me he'd have me arrested. Told me he owned my house. Vernon's face contorted. He's not a child anymore. I don't know what he is. But he's dangerous. Malfoy turned to the Wizengamot with the expression of a man who had just proven his point. No further questions for this witness at present. I believe the evidence speaks, I have questions. Harry's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. He stood, and Vernon's eyes snapped to him with the speed and intensity of a man facing a predator. The acting chief warlock looked at Harry, then at Malfoy, then at her notes. The petition party has the right to cross-examine any witness called by the petitioner. Mr. Potter, you may proceed. Harry walked to the center of the floor. He stopped 3 feet from the witness chair, close enough that Vernon could smell his aftershave, the Goblin-provided kind, subtle and expensive, nothing like the chemical assault of Vernon's usual brand. Uncle Vernon, Harry said. You described me as difficult. Can you be more specific? Vernon's jaw tightened. The truth compulsion shimmered around him, he couldn't lie, but he could choose what to emphasize, what to omit, how to frame the truth. Harry could see him calculating. You were disrespectful. Ungrateful. You broke things. You caused problems. What kind of things did I break? Dishes. A vase. The kitchen window once. How did I break the kitchen window? Vernon's face went through a rapid succession of colors. The truth compulsion pressed against him, and Harry watched the man struggle, trying to find a version of the truth that served his narrative, finding that the enchantment left him very little room to maneuver. You fell through it. I fell through a window. How did I fall through a window? Vernon's mouth worked. His hands gripped the armrests. Sweat beaded on his forehead. You were, he stopped. Started again. There was an altercation. You were, I was thrown, Harry said quietly. Through the kitchen window. By you. Because I burned the bacon. The chamber reacted. Gasps from the gallery. A sharp intake of breath from several Wizengamot members. Augusta Longbottom's hand gripped the arm of her seat. Amelia Bones leaned forward. Malfoy's mask slipped for a fraction of a second. His eyes darted to Vernon with something that might have been irritation, the look of a chess player whose piece has moved itself to the wrong square. That's not, Vernon sputtered. The truth compulsion on that chair doesn't allow lies, Uncle Vernon. So let me ask you directly, and let the Wizengamot hear the answer. Harry held his uncle's gaze. Did you hit me? The chair's enchantment pulsed. Vernon's face went gray. Yes, he whispered. How often? Regularly. Did you lock me in a cupboard under the stairs? Yes. For how long? Days. Sometimes longer. Did you deny me food? Sometimes. Did Aunt Petunia know? Vernon's eyes were wet. Not with remorse, with the humiliation of a bully stripped naked before an audience. Yes. Did anyone in the wizarding world ever check on me? Visit the house? Ask me if I was being treated properly? No. No one ever came. Harry turned to face the Wizengamot. He didn't need to say anything, the silence did the work. 30 pairs of eyes looked down at Vernon Dursley, sweating and wretched in the witness chair, and then looked at Harry, composed and controlled and standing 3 feet from the man who'd beaten him, and the story they'd been told, the story of a manipulated child, a puppet of goblin machinations, collapsed under the weight of a simpler, uglier truth. One more question, Uncle Vernon. Harry's voice was calm. Steady. He turned back to his uncle. When you called the phone number that Lord Malfoy's associate provided, when you offered information about me and my company to people you'd never met, did you do that because you were concerned about my welfare? Or because you wanted revenge? The silence detonated. Vernon's face went from gray to white. Malfoy's composure cracked, a visible fracture, a flash of cold fury that he couldn't quite conceal. In the gallery, a murmur swelled into a roar, and the acting chief warlock banged her gavel 3 times before the noise subsided. Mr. Potter, the chief warlock said, her voice sharp as cut glass. That is a serious accusation. Do you have evidence to support it? I do. Harry turned to Bogrod, who was sitting in the visitors section with the Goblin legal team. Bogrod stood, walked to the center of the floor, and placed a folder on the chief warlock's desk, a thick folder, containing transcripts of Vernon's phone calls, records of the shell company, the trail that led from a Muggle phone line in Little Whinging to a proxy network connected to the Lestrange estate. This folder contains transcripts of phone calls made by the witness to a number connected to a network of Muggle shell companies, Harry said. The network is managed by a proxy for the Lestrange estate, a proxy who is, as a matter of public record, Narcissa Malfoy, Lord Malfoy's wife. The chamber erupted. The next 3 minutes were chaos. The chief warlock's gavel hammered like a heartbeat. Wizengamot members shouted over each other. In the gallery, the noise was deafening, gasps, accusations, the scraping of chairs as people stood for a better view. Through the right lens, Harry watched the intent patterns of the chamber shift like weather, the amber agreement in Malfoy's allies turning to the muddy brown of panic, the blue of Longbottom and Bones intensifying, the grey centrists breaking sharply toward Harry's side. Malfoy was on his feet. His composure was gone, not shattered, but stripped back, revealing the man beneath the mask, cold, furious, dangerous. "This is an outrage," Malfoy said, his voice cutting through the noise with the clarity of someone accustomed to commanding rooms. "The petition party is introducing unrelated evidence in an attempt to deflect from the substance of the petition. Whatever business dealings my wife's family may have, point of order." Augusta Longbottom's voice rang through the chamber like a cannon shot. She was on her feet, the vulture on her hat quivering with righteous indignation, and her eyes were fixed on Malfoy with the unwavering focus of a woman who had been waiting for this moment. "Under Section 14, Paragraph 9 of the Wisengamot Charter of Rights," Augusta said, her voice filling the chamber with the easy authority of someone who'd been citing charter provisions for 50 years, "any evidence introduced during a guardianship petition that suggests improper motive on the part of the petitioner is not only admissible but requires formal investigation before the petition can proceed." The chief warlock looked at Augusta. Looked at the folder on her desk. Looked at Malfoy. "Lady Longbottom is correct," the chief warlock said. "Section 14 is clear. Lord Malfoy, the evidence introduced by Mr. Potter, if verified, raises questions about the motive behind your petition that this body cannot ignore." "The evidence has not been verified," Malfoy said. His voice was controlled again. He'd rebuilt the mask, smoothing the cracks with the speed of long practice. "It is being presented by a child, through Goblin intermediaries, and I would remind the Wisengamot that Goblin-produced evidence is not admissible under the Section 12, Paragraph 3, Harry said. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. Goblin-produced financial records are admissible in any Wisengamot proceeding involving financial matters, per the Treaty of 1743, Article 17. This has been established precedent since the Finchley case of 1802. The silence that followed was absolute. Malfoy stared at Harry. Through the right lens, his intent was a single, concentrated color that Harry had never seen before, not anger, not fear, but something that contained both. The recognition of a genuine threat. The understanding that this child, this 11-year-old in a muggle blazer, standing barefoot on the floor of the Wisengamot, metaphorically speaking, was not what he'd expected. Was not what anyone had expected. "The Wisengamot will take a 30-minute recess," the chief warlock said. "Lord Malfoy's evidence folder will be reviewed by the clerk of the court. Mr. Potter's evidence folder will be reviewed simultaneously. We will reconvene to address the implications." The gavel fell. The chamber dissolved into controlled chaos. Harry walked to the visitors section, where Griphook was waiting with a cup of tea that had appeared from nowhere. The goblin's face was carefully neutral, but his dark eyes glittered. 14 minutes, Griphook said, handing Harry the tea. "What? Your presentation lasted 14 minutes. The most concise and effective Wisengamot defense I have witnessed in 40 years of practice." He paused. The Lestrange connection was masterful. "I hadn't expected you to deploy it." Malfoy pushed harder than expected. When he called Vernon, when Vernon mentioned the phone calls on record, the opportunity was there. "I took it. You took a risk. If the evidence hadn't held up, the evidence holds up. You made sure of that." Griphook inclined his head. "I did. But the risk was political, not evidentiary. You've accused Lucius Malfoy, one of the most powerful men in Wizarding Britain, of using Death Eater assets to target a child. He will not forgive that. Ever. He was never going to forgive me anyway. He wanted my money and my seats. Now he wants those things in my head. You're remarkably calm about that." "I'm terrified," Harry said honestly. "I'm also drinking tea. The two aren't mutually exclusive." Griphook's mouth twitched. It was the closest the goblin came to laughter. Across the chamber, Harry saw Malfoy huddled with 3 Wizengamot members, his core allies, the hard right of the pure-blood establishment. Their conversation was intense, urgent, conducted in whispers and sharp gestures. Malfoy's composure had been restored, but the damage was done. The centrists had seen the mask slip. They'd heard Vernon's admissions. And they'd watched an 11-year-old cite treaty law from memory. In the gallery, Harry caught a flash of dark hair. Daphne Greengrass, sitting next to her father, watching the chamber with those winter sky eyes. She caught Harry's gaze, held it for a moment, and gave him the smallest possible nod. Beside her, Cyrus Greengrass was speaking to a Wizengamot member Harry didn't recognize, speaking quietly, calmly, with the gentle persistence of a man steering a ship through a narrow channel. Working the room. Fulfilling his end of the bargain. And at the back of the gallery, alone, watching everything with an expression of distant, unreadable contemplation, Albus Dumbledore sat with his hands folded in his lap. Harry met his eyes. Dumbledore's expression shifted, not dramatically, but with the subtle complexity of a man processing multiple emotions simultaneously. Regret. Respect. Concern. And something else, something deeper, that Harry couldn't identify but filed away for later analysis. The 30 minutes passed. The chamber reconvened. The chief warlock was holding both evidence folders, Harry's and Malfoy's. Her expression was grim. "The clerk has reviewed both submissions," she said. "Mr. Potter's evidence, phone transcripts, financial records, and corporate registry documents, is consistent and appears authentic. The clerk has referred the matter to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for formal investigation." Malfoy's jaw tightened. Imperceptibly, Harry only caught it through the right lens, but it happened. Regarding Lord Malfoy's petition, the chief warlock continued. The introduction of evidence suggesting improper motive, combined with the testimony of the petitioner's own witness, which, I note, included admissions of physical abuse against the minor in question, has materially altered the proceedings. She looked at Malfoy. Then at Harry. Then at the assembled Wizengamot. "I am going to open the floor to a vote. The question before this body is simple: does the Wizengamot find sufficient cause to appoint a ministry guardian for the minor Harry James Potter? Members will vote by raising their wands. A simple majority decides." The chamber held its breath. Those in favor of the petition, wands up. Malfoy's allies raised their wands. Harry counted, 7. 7 out of 30 occupied seats. Those opposed? A forest of wands. Harry didn't need to count. He could see it, the wave of light, the bloom of intent across the chamber, the overwhelming rejection of Malfoy's petition. Even several members who'd been wavering before the recess had swung against him. The Lestrange connection, Vernon's testimony, Harry's command of the law, it had been too much. The narrative had shifted, and Malfoy was on the wrong side of it. 23 opposed, the chief warlock said. The petition is denied. The gallery erupted. Augusta Longbottom sat back in her seat with an expression of fierce satisfaction. Amelia Bones's neutrality had cracked into something that looked, if you squinted, like approval. And in the crowd, someone was clapping, slow, deliberate, rhythmic. Harry looked up. Daphne Greengrass was clapping. Not enthusiastically, not demonstratively. Just enough to be noticed. Just enough to signal, to anyone who was watching, where she stood. Cyrus Greengrass sat beside her, not clapping, but with the faintest smile on his face. The smile of a man whose investment had just paid its first dividend. Harry turned back to the chamber floor. Malfoy was still at his podium, still upright, still composed. The man's ability to absorb defeat without visible damage was, Harry admitted, impressive. He gathered his papers, straightened his robes, and walked toward the exit with the measured stride of someone leaving a room he intended to return to. As he passed Harry, he stopped. "You've made an enemy today, boy." His voice was quiet, pitched for Harry's ears only, beneath the noise of the gallery. I have patience. I have resources. And I have a very long memory. Harry looked up at him. Malfoy was tall, towering over Harry, using his height the way Vernon used his bulk, as a weapon of physical intimidation. But Harry had spent 10 years being loomed over by someone larger and meaner, and he'd stopped being impressed by size a long time ago. So do I, Harry said. And I have better accountants. Something moved in Malfoy's pale eyes. Not anger, he was past anger, into something colder and more calculated. He studied Harry for a long moment, the way you study a map before a campaign, memorizing the terrain. We will see each other again, Malfoy said. At Hogwarts. Through my son. I look forward to it. Malfoy held his gaze for one more beat. Then he turned and walked out of the chamber, his cane clicking on the stone floor, his son falling into step behind him. Draco Malfoy passed Harry without speaking. But their eyes met, briefly, a flicker of contact that lasted less than a second, and Harry saw something in the boy's face that didn't match his father's cold fury. Curiosity. Interest. The expression of someone who just watched something unexpected happen and was still processing what it meant. Harry filed it away. One more variable. One more piece on the board. The chamber emptied slowly. Harry stayed on the floor, accepting congratulations from Wisingamot members who approached with handshakes and kind words and the transparent self-interest of politicians aligning themselves with a rising power. He was gracious and brief with each one, filing names and faces and intent patterns for later analysis. Augusta Longbottom reached him last. She didn't shake his hand, she gripped his shoulder with a hand that was surprisingly strong for a woman her age, and she looked at him with eyes that were bright with unshed tears. Your father, she said, would have been on his feet, cheering. Your mother would have been at that podium beside you, citing precedent. You are both of them, Harry. Both of them at once. Harry's throat tightened. He managed a nod. Come for tea again, Augusta said. Bring Neville. He needs a friend, and you need someone who won't treat you like a chess piece. She left. Harry stood alone on the chamber floor, surrounded by the ghosts of an argument won and the shadows of battles to come. Dumbledore found him in the corridor. Harry was walking toward the Floo connection, flanked by Bogrod and Griphook, when the old wizard appeared at the end of the hallway. He wasn't blocking their path, he was standing to the side, hands folded, the picture of non-threatening patience. But his presence was enough to slow Harry's stride. A moment, Harry. Dumbledore said. In private? Harry looked at Griphook. The goblin's expression was carefully neutral, but his eyes communicated a clear opinion, your choice, not mine. 5 minutes, Harry said. He followed Dumbledore into a side room, a small, dusty office that hadn't been used in years, judging by the cobwebs. Dumbledore closed the door and cast something with a wave of his hand, a privacy ward, through the left lens, that sealed the room against eavesdropping. You were remarkable in there, Dumbledore said. I want you to know that. You were watching from the gallery. I was. I recused myself because my involvement would have complicated your case, Malfoy would have used my failures as guardian to strengthen his argument. But I watched, and I was, he paused, choosing his words with the care of a man handling something fragile. I was proud. And ashamed. Ashamed? That I gave you reason to need to make that case at all. That I left you in a home where you were harmed. That I trusted others to do what I should have done myself. Dumbledore's blue eyes were heavy. I spoke in your defense at the end, when the vote was already clear. It was the least I could do, and far less than you deserved. Harry studied him. Through the right lens, Dumbledore's intent was complex, layers of color shifting and blending, sincerity underneath strategy underneath genuine emotion. The man was telling the truth. He was also, always, calculating. You mentioned the cloak of invisibility, Harry said. During our conversation in the garden. Or rather, you didn't mention it, but you knew I'd find out. My father's cloak. You borrowed it before he died. Dumbledore's expression flickered. I did. I intended to study it. The cloak is unusual, even among magical artifacts. It does not wear out, does not fade, does not age. In 600 years, I know what it is. I know what the Hallows are. I know what the symbol means. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. I want it back. The silence was thick. Dumbledore's hand twitched, a small, involuntary movement, quickly controlled, and Harry saw something in the old man's face that he hadn't expected. Not reluctance to return a stolen possession. Something deeper. A hunger, old and buried and painful, flickering in those blue eyes like an ember that wouldn't quite die. He wants the Hallows, Harry realized. He's always wanted them. That's why he borrowed the cloak. That's why the realization snapped into place with the precision of a key turning in a lock. Dumbledore's interest in the Hallows. His research. His relationship with Grindelwald, who, according to the books Harry had read, had also been obsessed with the Hallows, who had used the Deathly Hallows symbol as his personal emblem. Two young men, obsessed with the same power, who fell out and became enemies. Dumbledore saw the understanding arrive. He was too intelligent, too perceptive, to miss the shift in Harry's expression. And to his credit, he didn't deny it. I was 17 when I first learned of the Hallows, Dumbledore said quietly. I was brilliant and arrogant and convinced that I knew what was best for the world. I believed that if I possessed all three Hallows, if I became the master of death, I could reshape reality. End suffering. Create a better world. He paused. I was wrong. It took a great deal of suffering, not mine, but the suffering of people I loved, to teach me that. But the desire never fully died. It is the weakness I carry, Harry. The temptation I fight every day. You wanted my father's cloak because it's one of the three. Yes. Do you know where the other two are? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The Elder Wand, he said, is in my possession. I took it from Grindelwald when I defeated him in 1945. I have carried it since. Harry stared. The Elder Wand. The most powerful wand in existence, the wand of legend, the wand that made its master unbeatable, and Dumbledore had been carrying it for 45 years. And the stone? Dumbledore's expression tightened. I have spent decades searching for it. I believe it was hidden by the Gaunt family, Voldemort's maternal line, but I have never been able to locate it. Harry said nothing. The stone was in a box in his desk drawer in Privet Drive, sealed by his mother, protected by Goblin enchantment, sitting next to his socks. And Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world, a man who'd spent decades searching, had no idea. Trust the goblins more than the old man, Lily had written. Harry made a decision. Not a permanent one, decisions about Dumbledore were always provisional, always subject to revision, but a decision for now. I'll trust you with some things, Harry said. Not all things. Not yet. But some. Dumbledore nodded. That is more than I deserve and less than I'll need. But I accept it. Give me the cloak. Dumbledore reached into his robes and produced a bundle of silvery fabric. It was beautiful, fluid, shimmering, catching light that shouldn't exist in the dusty office and turning it into something luminous. Through the left lens, it blazed with magic so old and so deep that it was less like an enchantment and more like a fundamental property of the universe. Harry took it. The fabric was cool and impossibly soft, and it seemed to mold itself to his hands as if it recognized him. As if it had been waiting. Take care of it, Dumbledore said. His voice was rough. I will. Harry folded the cloak and tucked it inside his blazer. Dumbledore watched it disappear with an expression that was equal parts relief and loss, the face of an addict surrendering a vice they know will kill them. One more thing, Harry said. At Hogwarts. I'll attend. I'll learn. I'll participate. But I won't be managed. I won't be placed in a house because it suits your plans. I won't be kept from knowledge because you think I'm not ready. And I won't be used as a weapon against Voldemort without my full understanding and consent. Harry, those are my terms. Dumbledore was quiet. The privacy ward hummed around them. Outside, the ministry carried on, footsteps, voices, the grinding machinery of magical bureaucracy. I will do my best to honor those terms, Dumbledore said. But I must warn you, there are things coming that will test us both. Voldemort's return is not a question of if but when. And when it happens, the luxury of terms and conditions may become untenable. Then we'll deal with that when it comes. For now, terms. Dumbledore extended his hand. Harry shook it. The old man's grip was gentle but steady, and through the right lens, his intent had simplified, still complex, still layered, but with a clear, bright thread of genuine commitment running through it. Not trust. Not yet. But a beginning. Harry left the ministry through the flue, arrived at Gringotts only slightly singed, and found Griphook waiting in his office with a bottle of something amber. Goblin brandy, Griphook said, pouring 2 glasses. 300 years old. I've been saving it for an occasion. Harry took a glass. The brandy was smooth and warm and tasted like fire and honey and something that might have been victory. 23-7, Griphook said. A crushing margin. Malfoy hasn't lost a Wisengamot vote by that margin in 15 years. He'll regroup. He will. But not quickly, and not without cost. The Lestrange connection will be investigated, Amelia Bones will make sure of that. His influence will wane. His allies will distance themselves, at least temporarily. Griphook sipped his brandy. You've bought yourself time, Harry. Use it wisely. I intend to. Hogwarts in 3 days. Yes. Griphook set down his glass. There are things at Hogwarts that concern me. The school is Dumbledore's domain, his territory, his rules, his surveillance. You'll be watched constantly. Every choice you make, every alliance you form, every spell you cast will be observed and analyzed. I know. You'll also be in proximity to children of Death Eaters. Draco Malfoy, most obviously, but others as well. They'll report to their parents. Their parents will report to Lucius. I know. And you'll be away from Gringotts. Away from our protection, our resources, our intelligence network. The communication mirror will work, but it has limitations. If you need help, the kind of help that requires goblin warriors and goblin magic, there will be a delay. I know, Griphook. Harry met his eyes. I also know that Hogwarts is where I need to be. The training, the knowledge, the connections, I can't get them anywhere else. And the primer exercises aren't enough on their own. I need formal magical education if I'm going to be ready for, he gestured vaguely downward. Toward the deep tunnels. Toward the chains. Griphook nodded slowly. Study hard. Practice the exercises every night. And Harry, be careful who you trust. Hogwarts is full of people who will want to be your friend because you're famous, your ally because you're powerful, or your enemy because you're both. Very few will want to know who you actually are. Daphne Greengrass might. Griphook's mouth twitched. The Greengrass girl is an exceptional young woman. She's also the daughter of a man who survived a war by being the smartest person in every room. Don't mistake her interest for what? For something uncomplicated. Griphook finished his brandy. Nothing about your life is uncomplicated, Harry. Embrace that. It's what makes you dangerous. Harry laughed. It surprised him, a genuine, unguarded laugh, the first one in weeks. Griphook looked startled, then pleased, and poured them both another glass. They drank in companionable silence, the Goblin and the boy, separated by species and history and 4,000 years of mutual distrust, united by a deal made in good faith and the shared understanding that the world was about to become very interesting. The 3 days before Hogwarts were a whirlwind. Harry packed his trunk, textbooks, robes, cauldron, wand, and hidden beneath a false bottom that Griphook had installed, the primer, the enchanted glasses, the communication mirror, the invisibility cloak, Lily's journal, and the wooden box containing the resurrection stone. The anchor ring he kept in his pocket, unworn but close, a reminder of what waited for him when he was ready. He said goodbye to the Dursleys. It was an awkward, abbreviated affair. Vernon refused to look at him, Petunia managed a stiff nod and a murmured, "Be safe," and Dudley, in a moment that surprised everyone including himself, stuck out his hand. Harry shook it. Dudley's grip was meaty and uncertain, the handshake of someone who'd never done it before and wasn't sure he was doing it right. But it was genuine, and Harry felt the weight of it, the imperfect, stumbling progress of a boy trying to be better than the man who'd raised him. "See you at Christmas?" Dudley said. "Probably." "Right. Good. Okay." Dudley dropped his hand and shuffled backward, nearly knocking over the umbrella stand. "Don't, die or anything." "I'll try." Vernon said nothing. He stood in the hallway, a diminished figure in his weekend cardigan, and watched Harry walk out the door. Through the right lens, Harry had put the enchanted glasses on for the occasion. Vernon's intent was a murky, shifting thing, resentment and relief and a grudging, unwilling acknowledgement that the boy he tried to break hadn't broken. It was, Harry supposed, the closest thing to respect that Vernon Dursley was capable of. The morning of September 1st dawned bright and cold. Harry portkeyed to Gringotts, changed into his school robes in Griphook's office, and fled to King's Cross Station, where the Goblin's Muggle contacts had arranged for him to arrive in a private office near the platforms. Platform 9 3/4 was hidden behind a barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Griphook had explained the mechanism, which involved a spatial fold maintained by permanent enchantment. Harry walked through the barrier without hesitation and emerged onto a platform that was pure chaos. The Hogwarts Express was magnificent, a scarlet steam engine belching white smoke, its coaches stretching the length of the platform, surrounded by hundreds of students and their families. The noise was enormous, owls hooting, cats yowling, parents calling instructions, children shouting, trunks banging against each other. It was overwhelming in the way that any crowd is overwhelming to someone who's spent their life in a cupboard, too much sound, too much movement, too many people. Harry breathed. Compartmentalized. Found his center. He boarded the train. The corridors were already packed with students claiming compartments, and Harry moved through them with the deliberate calm of someone who wasn't looking for anything specific but would know it when he found it. He was recognized, repeatedly, insistently, the whispers following him like a wake behind a boat. "That's him, Harry Potter, did you see the scar? He's the one who," Harry ignored them. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train, stowed his trunk, and sat by the window. Hedwig's cage was on the seat beside him, and the owl was preening with the serene confidence of a creature who had never doubted her own magnificence. The compartment door opened 7 minutes later. Harry looked up. Daphne Greengrass stood in the doorway, already in her Hogwarts robes, her dark hair pulled back in a simple braid. She was carrying a book in one hand and a bag of what appeared to be pastries in the other. "I brought breakfast," she said. "Move your owl." Harry moved Hedwig's cage. Daphne sat across from him, set the pastries on the seat between them, and opened her book, Advanced Potion Making, which was at least 3 years above their grade level, with the casual comfort of someone settling into a routine. "Congratulations on the hearing," she said, without looking up. 23-7. "That's a mandate. Your father's vote helped." "My father's vote was the smart choice. He was going to make it regardless. Your performance just made him feel good about it." She turned a page. The Lestrange connection was a nice touch. Malfoy's people have been scrambling to distance themselves all weekend. I heard Crabbe Sr. tried to resign from the Wisengamot, but they wouldn't let him because it would look like an admission of guilt. Good. Daphne looked up from her book. Those winter sky eyes assessed him with the usual precision, but there was something warmer in them today, not affection, exactly, but the comfortable interest of someone who decided that knowing this person was going to be worthwhile. You look tired, she said. I haven't been sleeping well. The hearing? Among other things. She studied him for a moment, then returned to her book. You don't have to tell me. But if you want to, I'm here. And I'm good at keeping secrets. How good? My father doesn't know about half the books I've read or a quarter of the spells I've practiced. My mother doesn't know I've been corresponding with a half-blood Ravenclaw about arithmancy theory since I was 9. And my sister doesn't know I exist, which is mostly her choice. A pause. I'm very good at keeping secrets. Harry smiled. It was a real smile, not the controlled, strategic expression he'd been wearing for weeks, but something genuine, prompted by the unexpected pleasure of being in the company of someone who was exactly as sharp and complicated as she appeared. I'll keep that in mind, he said. The train pulled out of King's Cross. London slid past the windows, grey streets giving way to green suburbs, suburbs giving way to countryside, countryside stretching into the distant blue of a September morning. Harry watched it pass, feeling the rhythm of the wheels, the gentle rocking of the coach, the gradual transition from the world he knew to the world he was entering. Daphne read her potions book. Harry ate a pastry. Hedwig slept. The compartment was quiet, a pocket of calm in the noise of the train, shared by two people who understood the value of silence. 40 minutes into the journey, the compartment door opened again. A round-faced boy stood in the doorway, looking flushed and panicked. Sorry, have you seen a toad? I've lost my toad. His name's Trevor and he keeps escaping and my gran's going to kill me, Neville Longbottom, Harry said. The boy blinked. How did you? Your grandmother told me about you. I'm Harry Potter. Neville's eyes went wide. His gaze flicked to Harry's scar, then back to his face, and the panic in his expression was momentarily replaced by pure, unfiltered awe. You know my gran. We had tea. She's terrifying and wonderful and she thinks the world of you. Harry gestured to the empty seat beside him. Sit down. We'll find your toad. Neville sat. He was shaking slightly, whether from the toad crisis, the proximity to Harry Potter, or a general state of nervous energy, Harry couldn't tell. Daphne looked up from her book, assessed Neville with a single glance, and returned to reading without comment. Daphne Greengrass, Harry said, by way of introduction. Don't worry, she doesn't bite. Only when provoked, Daphne said, not looking up. And only people who deserve it. Neville looked between them with the expression of a man who has wandered into a room and isn't sure whether the occupants are friendly or planning something. Your toad, Harry said. He drew his wand. He hadn't tried summoning spells yet, they were fourth-year material, according to the textbooks, but the primer exercises had given him an intuitive understanding of magical intent that went beyond curriculum levels. Magic, at its core, was about will. You decided what you wanted, you focused your intent, and the magic responded. Accio Trevor, Harry said. Nothing happened for 3 seconds. Then, from somewhere several coaches ahead, there was a surprised croak, followed by a series of startled yelps from students in the corridor, and a fat brown toad came sailing through the compartment door and landed with a wet plop in Neville's lap. Neville stared at the toad. Then at Harry. Then at the toad again. That's a fourth-year spell, Daphne said, finally looking up from her book. Her expression was carefully controlled, but Harry caught the flicker of surprise in her eyes. You shouldn't be able to do that. I've been practicing, Harry said. For 3 weeks. I'm a quick study. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. Then she closed her book, set it aside, and gave him her full attention for the first time since boarding the train. Harry Potter, she said. You are going to be very interesting at Hogwarts. Is that a compliment? The smallest smile. I'll let you know. Neville clutched Trevor to his chest and looked between them with an expression that was slowly transitioning from bewilderment to something that might, with time and encouragement, become belonging. The train rolled on. An hour later, the compartment door opened a third time. Harry looked up and found himself face to face with Draco Malfoy. The boy was flanked by two enormous specimens who could only be Crabbe and Goyle. Harry had read their fathers' names in the Wizengamot files. Malfoy himself was exactly what his father's genes and fortune would suggest, pale, pointed, expensively assembled, with the cultivated confidence of someone who had never been told no. But his eyes were different from his father's. Lucius Malfoy's eyes had been cold, the eyes of a predator, calculating and dismissive. Draco's eyes were sharp but uncertain, the eyes of a boy who'd been given a script and was discovering that the other actors weren't following it. "Harry Potter," Draco said. His voice was confident, but there was a rehearsed quality to it, the cadence of something practiced in front of a mirror. "So it's true. The whole train's been talking about you." "Draco Malfoy," Harry said. "Your father and I have met." Something shifted in Draco's expression. A micro-flinch, quickly suppressed. "My father mentioned. You made quite an impression at the Wizengamot." "So did he." The compartment was very quiet. Neville had gone pale. Daphne had closed her book and was watching the exchange with the alert stillness of a cat watching two dogs circle each other. "You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter," Draco said. The line came out smooth, practiced, definitely rehearsed. "I can help you there. Show you the right people. The right connections." He extended his hand. Harry looked at it. Then at Draco. Through the right lens, the boy's intent was a complicated tangle, ambition, curiosity, anxiety, and beneath it all, a deep, burning need to prove himself. To his father. To the world. To himself. He wasn't his father. Not yet. He was a boy, 11 years old, carrying the weight of his family's name and his family's sins, trying to navigate a world that expected him to be something he hadn't fully decided to become. Harry didn't take his hand. But he didn't refuse it with contempt, either. "I appreciate the offer," Harry said. "But I choose my own friends and my own enemies. And I don't make either choice based on someone else's recommendation." He paused. "Even your father's?" Draco's hand hung in the air. His face went through several expressions, none of which he managed to control as well as his father would have: surprise, anger, confusion, and finally something that looked almost like respect, though he clearly didn't want it to. He lowered his hand. "You'll regret that. Maybe. But it'll be my regret, not someone else's." Draco stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned and left, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him like confused oxen. The compartment door slid shut. Neville exhaled. He hadn't been breathing. "That was, Malfoy, is a boy," Harry said. "Not his father. Not yet. People become who they choose to become." Daphne was looking at Harry with an expression he hadn't seen before, not assessment, not calculation, but something more personal. Something warm. "That was well done," she said quietly. "Most people would have either taken his hand or slapped it away. You did neither. I left the door open." "You left the door open." She nodded. Yes. That's exactly right." Neville was staring at Harry with the unguarded admiration of someone who just watched a tightrope walker cross a canyon. "My gran says you're going to change things," he said. "She says you're the most important person to come out of the wizarding world in 50 years. Your gran is very kind." "She's never kind. She's honest. There's a difference." Neville paused. Would it be okay if you're staying," Harry said. "You're not losing Trevor again, and I'm not summoning him from 3 coaches away a second time." Neville's face broke into a grin, wide, genuine, transformative. It changed his entire appearance, turning him from a nervous, round-faced boy into someone who looked like he might, given time and encouragement, become something remarkable. The afternoon sun slanted through the compartment windows, painting everything gold. The landscape outside had changed, wilder, more mountainous, with deep valleys and fast-running rivers and the occasional village clinging to a hillside like a persistent vine. They were in Scotland now, heading north, and the air coming through the cracked window was cooler, sharper, carrying the scent of pines and peat and something old and magical. Daphne returned to her book. Neville talked, nervously, extensively, about his grandmother and his toad and his fear that he'd be sorted into Hufflepuff and disgrace the family name. Harry listened, asked questions, and made Neville feel heard in a way that he suspected no one had done in a long time. At some point, a girl with bushy brown hair and an already bossy manner opened the compartment door and asked if they'd seen a toad. Neville held up Trevor triumphantly. The girl, Hermione Granger, she introduced herself, lingered long enough to inform them that she'd already read all the textbooks and was particularly excited about Transfiguration, then left with a slightly disappointed expression, as if she'd been hoping for a more intellectually stimulating toad hunt. She's going to be in Ravenclaw, Daphne said, watching her go. Or Gryffindor, Harry said. She's got nerve. Nerve and knowledge aren't the same thing. No. But they're both useful. The sun set. The train entered a long tunnel, and when it emerged, the landscape had changed again, darker, wilder, and in the distance, lit by moonlight and its own internal radiance, Hogwarts. Harry saw it through the window and felt the breath leave his body. The castle was enormous, a cliff-edge cathedral of towers and turrets and buttresses, every window blazing with warm light, the whole structure reflected in the glassy surface of a vast lake. Through the left lens of his enchanted glasses, it was almost overwhelming, layers upon layers of enchantment, centuries of accumulated magic, wards and charms and living spells woven into the stone like DNA. The castle wasn't just magical. It was magic. A living, breathing entity that had stood for 1,000 years and would stand for 1,000 more. Through the right lens, the castle radiated warmth. Safety. Welcome. It wanted them there. It had been waiting for them. It's beautiful, Neville whispered. Daphne said nothing. But she was watching the castle through the window with an expression that, for the first time since Harry had known her, was completely unguarded. Not calculation. Not assessment. Just wonder. Harry looked at her looking at the castle, and something shifted inside him, not a thought, not a decision, but a feeling. A recognition that whatever came next, the sorting, the classes, the politics, the enemies, he wouldn't be facing it alone. He had allies. Imperfect, complicated, self-interested allies, but real ones. People who saw him as more than a scar and a prophecy and a fortune. The train slowed. Students surged into the corridors. Harry stood, straightened his robes, and checked his pocket. The anchor ring was there, warm against his fingers, pulsing with a rhythm that was his and not his. Ready? Daphne asked. Ready, Harry said. They stepped off the train into the cool Scottish night. A massive man with a lantern was calling for first years, Hagrid, the groundskeeper, who Harry had read about in Griphook's files. They followed the lantern down a steep path to the lake, where a fleet of small boats waited to carry them across. Harry climbed into a boat with Daphne, Neville, and a quiet girl with long blonde hair who introduced herself as Susan Bones, Amelia's niece. The boats moved on their own, gliding across the lake with smooth, enchanted precision, and the castle grew larger with every passing moment, its towers rising against the stars, its reflection rippling beneath them. As they crossed the lake, Harry felt it. The Hollow King. Not a voice, the amulet held against that. But a presence, vast and patient, pressing against the edges of his awareness like a tide against a shore. It was stronger here than it had been in Surrey, the magical saturation of Hogwarts seemed to amplify everything, including the resonance between Harry's blood and the entity far beneath the earth. I see you, little heir. I see your castle. I see your allies. I see the chains you carry. Harry pressed his hand against the amulet. The humming intensified, pushing back against the presence, maintaining the boundary. You cannot outrun what is in your blood. I'm not running, Harry thought. Not in response to the entity, he didn't respond, wouldn't respond, but to himself. To the fear that coiled in his chest, held separate from his conscious mind by the primer exercises, compartmentalized but not gone. I am Harry Potter. I am the last of my line. I am the keeper of the chains. And I am not afraid. 12 minutes. He held it for 12 minutes, the absolute coherence of self, the refusal to dissolve or blur or merge. 12 minutes of I am this, I am here, I am real. The presence withdrew. Not defeated, it couldn't be defeated, not yet, not this way. But acknowledged. The Hollow King had tested the walls and found them solid. For now. The boat reached the shore. Harry climbed out, his feet sinking into soft grass, and looked up at Hogwarts. The castle blazed above him, warm and bright and impossibly real, and for a moment, just a moment, he felt something that he hadn't felt since the cupboard under the stairs. Hope. Not the desperate, fragile kind. Not the hope of a boy wishing for rescue. Something stronger. Something built on competence and preparation and the hard-won knowledge that he could face what was coming and not break. Harry. Neville's voice, tentative. You okay? Yeah. Harry smiled. I'm okay. They walked up the path to the castle. The doors were massive, ancient oak, bound with iron, standing open in welcome. Through them, a vast entrance hall, and beyond that, the sound of hundreds of voices, the glow of thousands of candles, the immense and immediate reality of a new life beginning. Daphne fell into step beside him. Their shoulders almost touched. She didn't say anything, but her presence was a statement, a declaration of alliance, visible to anyone watching, made without fanfare or negotiation. She decided. Potter, she said quietly, as they crossed the threshold. Greengrass. You still owe me an answer. About what? About whether I've decided if you're a compliment or an observation. Harry glanced at her. The candlelight caught her eyes and turned them gold. And? Daphne Greengrass looked at him, looked at Harry Potter, orphan, wizard, owner of a drill company, keeper of ancient chains, the boy who had bought his uncle's world and rebuilt his own from the wreckage, and she smiled. It was a real smile. Not controlled, not calculated, not strategic. Just warm. Compliment, she said. Definitely a compliment. They walked into Hogwarts together. Behind them, Draco Malfoy watched from the entrance hall, his pale face unreadable, his father's expectations pressing down on him like a physical weight. He didn't know yet what he would choose to become. But he was thinking about it, for the first time, genuinely thinking about it, and the uncertainty in his eyes was the most hopeful thing about him. Above them, in his office behind the gargoyle, Dumbledore sat at his desk and watched the new students arrive through a window that shouldn't have had a view of the entrance but did. His hand, empty of the Elder Wand's familiar weight, he'd locked it in a cabinet an hour ago, the first step in a penance he wasn't sure he could complete, rested on the desk beside a spinning silver instrument that monitored Harry Potter's magical signature. The instrument was spinning faster than it ever had before. Faster than it had spun when Harry was a baby, faster than it had spun on the night Voldemort attacked. Something was growing in Harry Potter. Something that Dumbledore couldn't quite identify but that made the old wizard feel, for the first time in decades, both terrified and profoundly, achingly hopeful. Below them all, below Hogwarts, below Gringotts, below London, below the foundations of the world, the Hollow King shifted in its chains. The chains held. They would hold for a while longer. But they groaned, and the groan traveled through the rock and the soil and the water, a vibration too low for any ear to catch, rising through the earth like a whisper from the bottom of time. Come to me, little heir. Come claim your true inheritance. The chains held. For now. In the great hall, the Sorting Hat sang its song. Students cheered. Candles floated. The ceiling showed a sky full of stars, the same stars that had shone over the first wizards and the first goblins and the first Potters who had stood against the dark and chosen to hold the line. Harry Potter sat at a table, whichever table the hat had chosen, it didn't matter, because Harry Potter would make his own place wherever he was put, and looked up at those stars and felt the ring in his pocket and the cloak against his chest and the weight of prophecy and heritage and responsibility on his shoulders. He was 11 years old. He owned a drill company. He had beaten Lucius Malfoy in front of the Wizengamot. He carried a fragment of an ancient god in his blood and the resurrection stone in his trunk and the knowledge that the most powerful dark wizard in history was coming back for him. And he was ready. Not for everything. Not for whatever came next or whatever came after that. But ready for today. Ready for this moment. Ready to sit at this table, in this castle, under these stars, and begin. Harry picked up a fork. The feast appeared, mountains of food, more than he'd ever seen, enough to make the Dursleys' Christmas dinner look like a snack. He ate. He laughed at something Neville said. He caught Daphne's eye across the hall and felt something that was too new to name but too real to ignore. He was home. And somewhere far below, the chains held, and the Hollow King dreamed of freedom, and the world turned toward whatever was coming, and Harry Potter, the boy from the cupboard, the heir of echoes, the keeper of chains, ate his dinner and got ready for class. Tomorrow, he would begin learning magic. Tomorrow, he would start becoming what the world needed him to be. Tonight, he was just a boy at a feast, surrounded by light, and for now, for this one, perfect, stolen moment, that was enough. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.